Hello, my real name is Ayush and my in-game name is PNIS. I'm playing from the team PNQ, which is representing the PMPL from Nepal region. Our team has joined the competition since 2018. In this PMPL, I would like to say each and every teams are strong from their own reasons and we'll try to keep them 100% in each and every aspect to defeat them and try to achieve the only title PMPL South Asia Champions. For our supporters, I would like to thank each and every one of them for supporting us till these days from our good games or bad games, and hope you'll support us in the future and upcoming events too. Thank you.
Alright, so my name is PubgM and my in-game name is Z3us and I'm the leader of Deadeyes Guys, and my favorite loadout is M416 and AKM. Alright, so yeah, talking about the quality of the tournament, all the teams from South Asia region are joining, all the best teams. So yeah, the level of competition is really high. Yeah, but we are ready. All the teams are really good, but I think F4 and T2K will give us a tough competition. And I think Zeus is the strongest team in my opinion. To all of my fans and Deadeyes followers, I would like to say believe in Deadeyes Guys, and of course we're definitely going to do our best this time. And PMPL starts from 23rd March to 18th of April. I hope you guys will be there, and it will be streaming live on PUBG MOBILE official YouTube channels, so please be there to support us. And lastly, yeah, believe in Deadeyes Guys.
हेलो गाइस, मेरा नाम शोय एंड आई एम करंटली प्लेइंग फ्रॉम ACDE Esports। हमारी जर्नी PMC 2020 स्प्रिंग क्लियर से स्टार्ट हुई, जिसके अंदर हम फाइनल्स के लिए क्वालिफाई तो कर गए थे, लेकिन अपने कुछ इश्यूज़ और डिवाइसेस वगैरह के इश्यूज़ की वजह से हम टॉप 9 भी फिनिश नहीं कर सके। हमने अपनी गलतियों को इम्प्रूव किया और उसे PMC फॉल स्क्रिप्ट में अप्लाई करने की कोशिश की। जो हमने सीखा था इतने अरसे में, हमने उसे PMC फॉल स्क्रिप्ट में अप्लाई किया और फिर भी हमारे शुरू वाले मैचेस कुछ अच्छे नहीं गए, मॉरल डाउन था हमारा, लेकिन हमने फिर भी अपना बेस्ट दिया एंड लास्ट 4 मैचेस में हमने कम बैक करके टॉप 4 फिनिश किया एंड वी क्वालिफाइड फॉर PMPL लास्ट टाइम। एंड इन PMCO स्प्रिंग स्प्लिट 2021 हमने फिर से क्वालिफाई किया PMPL के लिए, विच इज़ अ बिग थिंग फॉर अस। फेवरेट टीम्स की बात कीजिए तो मेरी फेवरेट टीम BTR और NoXQF है। अगर इन दोनों के दरमियान कंपैरिजन किया जाए, दोनों टीम्स अपनी जगह बेस्ट है, लेकिन मेरे ख्याल से BTR इस मामले में बाजी ले जाएगी। गाइस, PMPL is starting from 23rd March to 18 April on PUBG MOBILE official YouTube channel एंड हमारे सारे के सारे मैचेस आकर ज़रूर देखिएगा और हमें सपोर्ट करें। इंशाल्लाह हम पाकिस्तान का फ्लैग ज़रूर PMG से लेके जाएंगे।
As we're looking forward to the Mongolian competition that it has just, drawn its attention towards for the audience, as audience has been looking forward to the favorite teams from Mongolia, Seal9 is one such team. I mean, if we talk about Seal9, they were under the shadows for like first or second week of PMCO when we talk about it, but when they started just gathering up everything just to go into the competition, they were one of the most incredible teams as we have just seen. They were second, and I mean 2 slots were out there from PMC South Asia wildcard. So it just showcases one thing, that they were ready for the competition, that is in PMPL.
Well, definitely, and being ready for the competition is definitely going to be required, because Seal9, they were a little bit late to the party. I mean, in the PMCO, that is one thing that we realized. They used up too much time trying to understand the competition. You can't do that in PMPL South Asia Season 3. The teams are going to be hitting it pretty hard right off the bat, and Team Seal9 needs to do exactly the same thing. This is a strong team. They know how to take their fights. They're really good with their rotations. The players individually are really skilled. Yeah. But it is the time taken to understand your competition that can be detrimental to the performance.
There's one player in specific, I would say, Senior. I mean, he's an incredible player if you talk about this team. You can talk about the way the player has the potential to do multiple 1v3s from time to time. He has showcased incredible grenade-like utility, talent out there, and that's one thing that a team kind of just needs when we talk about the competition. You should not be just good with your gun game. You gotta go good with your utilities, and he knows that.
And another thing that's quite interesting for this team is that they do really well with even with the substitutes. So the ability to keep things changing is what can make these teams a success story.
Exactly. When we talk about a team like F4, we always talk about the versatility that comes up with this team. I mean, talk about Khan, an impressive IGL that he is. Talk about Wolverine, well, AWM and Wolverine go hand in hand.
Well, definitely. Along with that, bring in the combination of Voltrux being there, Zeden being present in the roster. This team has everything that they need in order to take on the rest of the competition. And as you mentioned, I mean, this is a squad of veterans that have been trying time and time again to make their name on the international stage. And this time, they get another opportunity.
Just like you said, trying again and again, I would love to point out one thing, that this team has been the most consistent team from Pakistan region that has been into the competition. Talk about the previous times, talk about this times. This name, these players have played the competition, they know what they are going into, they have tested the waters, they have tried the waters, and now it's time to just rule the area.
So we have talked about most of the players in this lineup. There's one man we have missed out, but he lives up to his name, and that is going to be Destroyer. He is an absolute monster when it comes down to close range gunfights, and he goes on a destruction spree on his opponents. It's just the fact that this team has a tendency of going solo into fights that sometimes does create a little bit of chaos for them. But hey, if you're confident enough to try it, you are confident enough to pull it off.
I mean, if a team loves to bring chaos, they know the consequences. And they know if consequences are there, they might even win the competition as well. And they would want to do that for sure.
Every day is a fight. Every moment is a race against the best. Beat the clock. Be on top of your abilities before the rest. Every face-off will be bigger than the last one. Every knock will count. Time will stand still in the wake of the storm. And that's why the sun never sets on this battleground. This is where champions will gather to etch their names on the highway to glory. Welcome to the Coliseum. Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League Season 3.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. This is going to be week 2. League plays is where we're at, and in that it is going to be day 2 of the league plays. The most crucial day when it comes to the league plays, because after all, today those 16 teams will be selected, the top 16 at the end of the day, that will move on into the week 2 Super Weekend Awesomeness. With that, of course, it is a big thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag Book Up Your Fun. Once again, thanks to Oppo for sponsoring the PMPL events. I'm your host, Brotto. Joining me on the LSS today is a bit of a change where indeed, once again, we do have iSuper Johnny joined in with Fixes.
Yeah, the Wednesday duo is back, and
Yep,
yeah, exactly. I mean, it is going to be exciting because, as Blotter mentioned, 16 teams again will move forward, but this time those 16 names, they look a bit different.
They ought to be. They better be, because again, we know for a fact that last week there were 4 teams that were left out, and they have this time around in the league play showcased that we are here to, work towards those points and get them in our favor. But again, Fixes, what are you going to say about this, mate?
The storyline is completely different.
Yep.
The teams that were actually doing so very well in the first week are suddenly at the bottom half. And not where you would want them to be, but Z3us Esports,
Yeah.
Deadeyes, F4, and you've got PN Crew. 4 names that were on the top, if you remember, of the second days of our league play days.
Absolutely, Fixes. Because again, I mean, that was week 1 is what we're talking about. Move on towards week 2 is where we're at. And in that, of course, this is going to be day 2 of the league plays, where right now we have all 20 teams playing. All those 20 teams have been subdivided in 5 individual groups. We saw them play yesterday as well as today, but only 16, as Johnny as well as Fixes did mention, only 16 will move into the Super Weekend.
Exactly, and that is going to be the story for the entire tournament until we actually reach the finals, where the 16 teams, based on their points during the Super Weekend, will actually play the finals. But as Fixes mentioned, I mean, every time someone says Seal Esports after the sort of day 1 or week 2 they've had, I mean, it breaks a lot of hearts a little bit, because this time, well, things look a lot different than they were before.
But then again, Lakshay, if we sort of amass the points, look at how devastating they were in their first Super Weekend. I mean, they can pretty much sit out of this one and still, you know, will not be losing out on that first spot.
Absolutely, mate, because there's no question about it. There is absolutely no question that when it comes to Seal Esports, you know that they are confident. They have every single position control whenever it comes to those fights, and they do end up utilizing those whenever it comes to, well, them making that game into their favor and getting that chicken dinner. Not once, not twice, but 4 times. I mean, that was just GG play. But that was, again, week number 1 story that we're talking about. Moving on along, all these teams, of course, are going to be working towards being the champions, alongside which is going to be the massive prize pool of $300,000 on the line, from which, of course, only 150 grand is what we've got. That is separated specifically for PMPL South Asia Finals.
Exactly, $150,000, out of which, I mean, we do have the prize money distribution for the finals, this time for the South Asia Finals in front of us. But along with that, I want to focus on the bottom part of our screens, where we have the league attendance fee of $2,500, which is going to be handed out to the teams for playing all their matches during the league play days. Then let's move over to the bottom right side. That's the winner chicken dinner prize for $1,000. But those chicken dinner prize money, that is for the Super Weekend only.
So only for the Super Weekend.
You have to qualify first, and then you can earn some money.
Exactly, and to be able to qualify, of course, those points come into play every single time, where you do know for a fact that that one kill will give you that 1 point, but alongside that, the placement points do make a huge difference. So let's have a look at the point structure, where, of course, you just mentioned, do get that 1 kill per point, but move on along. Fixes, I'm in 13th to 16th position. Hopefully no team will be there.
I mean,
someone has to be there.
Someone has to be, and it has been quite a tale, you know, all the big teams getting the ones picked off. So we've seen a lot of critical circles this time lately. Yesterday, you know, all those circles sort of panning out towards those watery areas. So a lot of teams are actually having trouble, because we are not accustomed to all these circles, right? So we've not seen these teams playing on the shorelines a lot, at least not on the eastern side. Yesterday we saw a Miramar game which went completely down south. So teams need some time to adjust.
Exactly, and that adjustment time, I mean, for some team it's just 3 matches that are remaining, out of which 2 are going to be Erangel. Well, if you are playing the first one, second one and the third one. But that is the thing, you have to be careful, and as Fixes mentioned, I mean, I think today is going to be a little bit different. Today we're going to stick on the land.
Well, alongside that, of course, when it comes to day 1 of the league play, we did see that maps that we did end up seeing were, of course, Miramar followed by Erangel. But today, that will change a little bit, where that pace will, of course, stick to the same maps, but it will be a different affair. Let's have a look at the schedule, where indeed the entirety of that will move on along. But before we do so, before we talk about the maps, of course, we've got these 20 teams that we need to talk about, and in that, all these teams are going to be participating apart from Group C today.
Yeah, and well, starting things off, as you mentioned, Group A, the biggest threat of them all is here, Z3us Esports, along with Carnage Esports. So Carnage Esports, they managed to be consistent. They are doing the same thing. They are playing the same way. Not that many changes, and it works out for them. But Z3us Esports this time, I mean, I was saying this yesterday. Their game plan is simple, and they like to keep things simple. Go in a match, pick up some weapons, get those kills.
So I think after the first week, they realized those fallacies that they were having in the gameplay, and they really worked on it. Now, 37 kills in just a span of 5 games. I mean, that's a big number, to be honest. And I think they've done a pretty good job at that. But moving on further, INES, again, one of those teams that I would really want to bring them up, is they have been maintaining that perfect balance. So 18 points in terms of their positioning and 18 in terms of their kills.
Absolutely, and again, you move the conversation towards Group B, where indeed, I mean, you have a look at few of these teams, like for example, the first one and the last one coming in from this group, that have just been so very dynamic and so very constant with their gameplay.
Exactly, and well, talk about constant, talk about dynamic gameplay, I want to talk about Stalwart Esports, StalwartFlex. So this team coming in from PMCO Pakistan, they have been really impressive this time.
They certainly have. I mean, you talk about Blade, who is one of those players in the kill leaderboards as well.
Yeah.
And moving on further, you've got to talk about Future Station. Now, just despite that one Erangel game where they got some decent positioning points, they look a bit off. Not really the kind of Future Station that we are privy to since the last PMPL.
Yeah.
But Skylight Gaming, they've been really consistent. But as we move along further, you know, when we take a look at teams from Group C, the ones who are going to be sitting this one out. Now, Team F4 and A1 Esports need to buckle up. And talking about A1, it's the same storyline going in from the first week. I mean, the last time I was over here at the analyst desk, it was A1 Esports still having those struggling times with those getting those positioning points. But in terms of kills, they were pretty neat.
Exactly.
Move the conversation towards, Group D, where indeed, when you talk about those really difficult times, Venom Legends is what we saw when it came down to week 1, but week 2 is a different affair coming in from this team.
Exactly. Week 2, Venom Legends, they look really strong. On the other side, R3D Esports, they have gone the complete opposite direction. I mean, week 1, they looked quite decent. They were getting those kills. The aggression was there from the side. But now R3D Esports, I mean, they are like outside of the top 16. So, would really love to see this team step up.
PN crew. Well, not really having a good time, and same goes with Deadeyes, still figuring out that perfect four-man lineup for them, and they've been getting those kills, but again, in terms of positioning during the fights, you need time to build that synergy up. But C-Line, it's a completely different story this time. However, they have just played 3 games and managing to get a chicken dinner, so that is something, that's a good sign over here. And moving on, they still have all the games to play today, so I think we are going to witness some good performances again today.
Exactly. C-Line, I mean, the average for this team right now is what, 13 points per match. They're sitting on what, 39 points, if I'm not wrong. So they're doing really well for themselves. And with 5 matches in hand, I think this time the opportunity is there. Not the opportunity, I mean, they're pretty much already heading to the Super Weekend.
Absolutely, mate.
That is where the pressure is going to be on this team.
Exactly. But then again, you talk about those points, right? That is that one team that we're talking about. Let's compromise this entire story and let's look on to the overall rankings, because that is what will give us a confirm before we move on along with day 2 of league play, where indeed Z3us Esports looking very comfortable with 57 points, and following them is going to be StalwartFlex with that dynamic play.
I mean, I'm really happy with how DRS has approached this time. Last time they were sort of struggling initially. During the second day was where they sort of picked up the momentum. But this time, right from the very start, they are in there, getting all those position points. But this is the page that we were really concerned about.
Yeah. And talking about concerns, I mean, there it is, R3D Esports, Future Station as well right above them, 18 points to them. 5 matches played by Future Station and Seal Esports. So these guys are in a lot of trouble. But as we talk about 1952, I mean, sitting on the 16th position with 15 points, they still have the opportunity. On the other side, we were talking about A1 Esports as well. That is also a name that we mentioned. And A1 Esports, I mean, their strategy is also quite interesting. They have 9 placement points, 16 kills.
Yep.
But let's talk about, well, the teams that are basically trying to crawl their way out of that grave that they are stuck in.
Absolutely.
Seal Esports.
And for that, Seal Esports has to be the conversation, because again, week 1 was completely dominated by them. No question about it. Talk about the Super Weekends as well. But as you move that conversation along from week 1 into week 2, it is a very different affair.
Completely different in terms of absolutely everything. Of course, the damage received is in fact more over here. So looks like they're being caught off guard while rotating around, and I think they're taking a lot of damage, and the positioning during the fights has not really been good. And yesterday we did see in the map of Miramar, we even were having this same conversation going on in the green room, where we said how literally owned they were by the players of high voltage.
Look at this. These are the sort of performances we saw from them in week 1. And then week 2 happens. Last week, League played A1. They had 37 points in a single day in the 5 matches that they played. This time, well, points are missed. Quite a lot of points are missing.
A lot of them, dude. I mean, you talk about the kills. Day 1 in our week 1, we were looking at 19 kills coming in from those games, and right here, along with the chicken dinner, of course, during the league plays. But move that conversation towards, of course, week 2. You stuck with just 2 kills. and barely any placement points. I mean, this is not the CD Sports that we know.
I was expecting your sort of signature reaction when we saw the stats. Ouch.
Ouch, it was. Because again, see, right now is not the moment to bring that up, because I think they still have 5 games. Of course, not entirely 5 games. They've got 3 games remaining, because they've already played a few of them yesterday. I mean, again, we know this team is capable. They need only 2 games, only 1 game, and that's it.
They've got the perfect, player composition within them. They've got the likes of Baron, who's an extremely good sniper. You've got Zaki, who's a really good assaulter. And in terms of situations where they need to clutch, he's always there for his team. But yes, like I was talking about it, rotations have been a problem with Team Seal. And I believe maybe doing it a bit quicker, being there a little bit earlier, and the zone predictions, they have to be on point for them to actually have a chance of qualifying. They need a chicken dinner in those 3 games,
See,
at least one.
We were having this conversation, like all of us together, while we were sitting back in the green room, and we were talking about Z3us Esports. So, I mean, yeah, they get 30 points, they might just qualify. I'm a guy who doesn't like to take risk and who likes to play it safe, so I would say hitting the 40-point marker would be a better option, just to make sure that, better bet, just to make sure, like, they make it.
Yep.
But looking at this graph, I mean,
I really like it, in the middle they were getting those back-to-back chickens in those super weekends. That's where they earned a lot of money. But after that we see that dip, and it's sort of a flat curve right now, and it's sort of prolonging. So this is the day where they have to do it, or else they are sitting home.
Absolutely, mate. Now that is one team that we've seen perfect plays from coming in from week 1, moving into week 2. Yes, it's a bit of a tipsy-topsy curve, but again, as you said, it is flatlined right now, and it could very well go up or down. But move that conversation towards another team, a team that joined us from PMCO Pakistan. That's going to be Team F4. Now this team is also another team that you ought to talk about, because the way they played when it came down to week 1 compared to week 2, a complete different turn of events from this team as well.
not just that, I mean, looking at the bigger picture, if you compare F4's previous performances coming back all the way from Season 2,
right?
There has been an impact.
You know, I have to be blunt over here.
Yeah.
And my apologies if it sounds wrong, but I sort of miss Rahman, because he's one of those players that his very presence sort of gives them that boost. Now, I'm not really disregarding the other players over here. We've got amazing players. You've got Volcrux, you've got likes of Wolverine that we've seen some amazing clutches from. But every single day is not the day that you wake up in the right side of the bed, and that has sort of been the case with Team F4. Now, teams from Pakistan, they really shine in Miramar. Considering we had 3 Miramars and they still messed up, so that is not the kind of an outing that you would expect from the likes of Team F4 over here.
That, and I think, alright, so here's the thing. Before the tournament actually started, if we go on their performances, if we go on their performance in the PMCO,
right?
Volcrux, Destroyer, they were in amazing form, more than enough to make up for that one individual player that's not there with the lineup anymore. And that's the thing. Those in-form players, well, they're not having a good time right now. And even though the other players are stepping up, we do see good performances from them every now and then, but it's just not there. It's not consistent enough. It's not consistent enough, especially now, to keep them in the fight.
Absolutely, mate. Because again, I mean, you're looking at the ranking curve right about now, where it is, of course, compromising off all the games that they have played. Moving on from week 1 is where the journey started off. Where we're looking at that first dot with 14 points, move on along with a perfect play coming in. That was again just week 1, but move that conversation towards the latter half is where the team seems to have faltered down. And in that, the way I see Team F4 is they need to genuinely bring themselves together as the dynamic duos that they were. You know, Wolverine can't bring in those perfect plays, but eventually, again, it is a conversation that only time will be able to answer, though.
You know, I think F4 is a team that relies on pure aggression, and not just F4. You've got the likes of StalwartFlex, who are so good right now. So F4, if they sort of go in for the kills, they need to go in for a gamble, and that might work out, and we might see them in the Super
Now,
Weekend.
that would be a reward. That certainly would be a reward for the viewers, of course, no question about it. All of you joining in from, of course, the Pakistan region. But alongside that, we've got another reward set up for you guys, only you guys that are viewing, and all you need to do to be a part of this is, of course, well, go on into the game and chime in along to all this action via the Esports Center. As you do so, you will start earning points. You can then multiply those points by guessing the weekly winners, and you can participate in lucky draws, which will again give you those wonderful items from the point shop, and few of them lucky winners will get that perfect outfit for yourself.
That's so unfair, Lakshay. I mean, we have been predicting our winners every single time, and
not correctly,
we haven't
though.
been getting anything.
We haven't been quite accurate with our predictions, you have to say.
But either ways, we need something, right?
Exactly. I mean, we get this outfit IRL. I mean, in real life, I'm going to wear it everywhere.
I think that would be just perfect. Because again,
bored with
you
the
want to
time.
be able to
That
showcase
would be
that to your
awesome.
friends, right? There's no two ways about it, mate. But again, I mean, Fixes, coming back to you, I'm sure all the people are going to be showcasing that love and support towards you guys as well. Because again, this is where the entirety of the journey is going to sum it down to. Well, how is the gameplay been? And then how is it being analyzed? And what can we expect from these teams? These viewers are here as well. The players, of course, will also want to hear. And that makes a huge difference. But move that conversation towards Day 2 of the league plays. It is time to bring up the schedule where indeed yesterday we started things off with Miramar, but today is of course a different affair, and as we just discussed, Group C is going to be having to sit out.
Yeah, Group C is going to be sitting out of the first game today, and the first game is going to be Erangel. So F4, A1, T2K, and XB Blood Legion are going to be sitting out. Out of this group, I think F4 is the only team that desperately need to play all the matches at this point to qualify. Other than A1, T2K, XB Blood Legion, pretty much in a secure spot. They come in decent performances, they make it. But following that, we have match number 2, Miramar, Erangel, Miramar, and then in the end, match number 10, it's going to be Erangel again.
Exactly, and the storyline, I mean, as of now, it is anybody's speculation. There's no two ways about it, because there are teams who are at the bottom that could very well, because we've seen them do so with just one game, bring themselves from that bottom all the way up to the top. Of course, I'm talking about Z3us Esports. Of course, I'm talking about Team F4 as well in somewhat of that category. But eventually, what do you guys think when it comes to the entirety of the day? Are we looking at Nepalian teams? Are we looking at Mongolian teams? Are we looking at... What do you guys think?
The last time I said this, a team actually did really good. So I'm going to turn off my mind again and speak from my heart. I'm going to go with Z3us Esports. They're going to finish in the top 3 in this game. I believe in them, and this is the moment that they need to do it.
For me, I think I'm going to rely on my hunch, and it's going to be R3D.
R3D. Alright. Well, with that, the analysts have spoken. There's no two ways about it. You guys sitting back at home, hashtag PMPL SA in the chat and let us know what team, what region are you guys, of course, rooting and supporting. With that, it is time to get busy with game number 1 of our league play days. This is day 2 of week 2. Move on to our casters, who today are a different bunch. They are going to be joined in with Necro.
Thank you so much for that, Blotter, Johnny, and of course, Fixes, who seems to have forsaken you today, Necro. Unfortunately, you're going to be stuck with me here as we do enter the second day of the league stage. Halfway through, we've seen some teams kind of struggle a little bit. And I want to just cut to the chase here, right? We're talking about one team who, I'm going to say they've disappointed me. I feel like they've even disappointed themselves. Seal have kind of crapped the bed. 2 kills in 5 games.
Yeah, I mean, that's a quite bad start, to be honest. I mean, the way these guys were playing in the last week and even in the Super Weekend, we certainly did not expect such kind of performance.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they have been struggling quite a bit is going to be a question mark for them. Heading into today, of course, we saw Des speak about them as well. You know, Ocean's like, you know what, I still feel they're going to make it. There's still a chance, right? Not many of these teams haven't really accrued too many points. They're around the 40, 50-point mark. Couple of good games, anything could happen, but a couple other teams you can touch upon is maybe Seal9 really stepping up. They've been looking great.
Yeah, they've been looking great, even after the last chicken dinner they got, you know, in the previous day. That was absolutely incredible. The way these guys actually positioned themselves in those late game circles. Wow.
Well, we will be jumping straight into the map. It's going to be the first game of day 2, the final day of the league stage. Again, 4 teams will not make it to Super Weekend, which is why every single game, every single map, every single kill does matter. We're going to be starting all the way down south from the military base and heading over Mansion, ending between Kameshki and Lipovka. And looking at the teams, we don't have Group C playing this one, but where do you expect some of the usual suspects to be dropping towards?
Well, to be honest, of course, StalwartFlex do like to go towards the, military base area. And then Deadeyes, of course, prefer the Rozhawk area sometimes. But again, we have seen Future Station as well going to Nova Rupnoy. And then, just like overall, I really feel like they are going to be having or using this drop spot they've been using since the past times as well. But PN Crew this time, throwing kind of a curveball, because they usually like to go towards the shooting range and Severity, but this time seems like they are going to be dropping towards the new drop spot.
Well, they are trying to mix things up a little bit, and I mean, they might as well, right? It is very closely contested right now if you look at how the top 16 teams are. You can't even see PN Crew in the top 16 because they're not in the top 16 right now. They are languishing at the bottom alongside Deadeyes Guys as well. So it's been kind of disappointing for the teams from Group E, right? We saw Seal9, they've been doing fantastic. 1952 have struggled. They're in the 16th position right now, and that circle has screwed literally everyone, apart from maybe 1952.
I really feel like we've seen this circle in the past as well.
Too many times.
You remember that? The circle actually ended on Primorsk, the edges of the river. But again, seems like PN Crew, wow, Skylight Gaming, of course, spotting out the player of PN Crew, but doesn't really seem like any shots would be taken. But of course, a little bit of shots, you know, just to scare him away, and Legend do not want any fight, so he'll probably be backing off. But yeah, taking a look at how these teams have dropped, of course, Zeus preferring that shelter area all the time. DRS, Yasna Polnia is always happy in their bay.
Well, right now there's going to be early rotations. These teams realize that heading into the play zone later on in the map is going to be a bit of a tricky scenario for them. So a lot of these teams are instead going to be opting to head towards the safety of maybe a Gatka, maybe a Quarry. A few of the teams can even push all the way up north, you know, just north of Rozhok, head towards Georgia Pole and try and kind of build a fortification, so to speak, towards the left-hand side of the island. That is an option for a few of the teams like DRS, maybe a Deadeyes Guys, and even R3D all the way up towards Kameshki.
Yeah, I mean, that will be happening. But again, talking about Carnage, you know, they have been quite colliding against high voltage all the time because they've been dropping quite next to each other. And we have seen Carnage, you know, sometimes getting in trouble. High voltage, of course, one of those teams who don't really like to fight early off. In mid games and in those late games, of course, they prefer to fight. But again, high voltage is not a team who is that aggressive. They only challenge the fight if opponent is pushing onto them. But again, PN Crew, as we were talking about this team, this time they took a quite different shift or a quite different drop because we haven't seen this team dropping at this spot all the time because this is quite a surprise.
It is a surprise, and like you mentioned earlier, it is a curveball, and maybe it could work in their favor. As right now, no early duels taking place. We can take a look at the overall standings and just read through what has transpired in the past, since yesterday, right? We just had 5 games being played yesterday. Z3us Esports, despite the counterparts in the form of Seal kind of struggling yesterday, they have looked very good. 37 points for them. StalwartFlex, they have been looking so darn good yesterday as well. Consistent placings from them, 49 points. We have Skylight Gaming. The most impressive team in the top 5 for me is Venom Legends. They've played 3 games,
Yeah.
and they're in the 4th position. That is a great showing from them.
Exactly, that's absolutely brilliant. And now, one thing I also want to point out over here is that PN Crew is moving quite close to the players of 1952, but again, they are on a move. 1952, not really having the start of their life, so it doesn't really seem like they are going to be taking any shots or probably giving their position away to the players of PN Crew, so just, you know, not going to be letting any fights happen as they just want to stay as peaceful as they can. But again, when we were talking about Venom Legends, of course, had a fantastic start. You know, in the week 1, weren't really doing that great. But this time, in the week 2, their start has been phenomenal.
It has been, and of course remains to be seen if, I'm assuming they should be a shoo-in for the Super Weekend, but even if they are going to be playing a Super Weekend, which is looking likely, they still need to maintain that form. That's something with Deadeyes Guys and the PN Crew struggled with, right? They were looking so good in the league stage, and then they were nowhere to be found when it comes to the Super Weekend. Taking a look at the map, we will have PN Crew. They have made their home all the way towards Primorsk, and I feel like that's a smart play, right? It was so many teams out there moving in, not moving in too deep into the play zone, and PN Crew is like just putting the pedal to the metal, and they're like, screw it, it's just going to be going all the way towards Primorsk. And looking at the circle, again, we could see a recreation of that final Primorsk circle, or even could be ending towards the southern island, in which case they could pick up a couple of boats, head to safety.
I mean, if that happens, then it would be deja vu. But again, now Seal, of course, not really having the time of their life, and this time as well, quite a questionable decision from these lads. Seems like they are just going to be ramming inside the compound where Wires is just waiting for them to walk inside the trap. Baron might get caught off guard. Wires hasn't been given any sound cues away, and yes, Baron going down, and Seal, that's a quite sad start.
I don't know what's going on with them. I mean, that is such a... Look, I don't want to call it brain dead and sound very toxic, but that is not the play. That's a play I would expect from other teams, maybe a couple of other teams, but not from Seal, right? You don't just enter a compound, especially when you know that teams like R3D do like dropping towards Kameshki, towards Lipovka, and they just run on in alone without even your gun out. That just seems a little too, I don't know, like overconfident, just unaware. I don't know. For R3D, they're going to be happy with it, right? They get the kill. But for Seal, yeah, we thought they'd have a much better start today. But again, first casualty in the server, it is going to be Seal that's going to fall. Now 3 members of Seal, they're not going to be trying to go for the trade. Instead, they're just going to be legging it straight for, not really heading straight to the circle. They're going to be taking a long route, heading through prison. As we have a replay of how they lost their player, that is Baron.
The map awareness somewhere down line Seal is lacking this week, because in the previous week they were doing a phenomenal job, you know, overall positioning themselves for those late game circles as well, and this time they aren't really able to show up that much, even lacking about the map awareness as well, as we saw a little bit of glimpse of that in the past. But now DRS as well. Now of course DRS is taking a little bit of late rotation, taking quite their time, but R3D are the team that will be rotating right behind them as well. If they get caught off guard by DRS, but it doesn't really seem like that's going to be happening, because R3D is taking quite a long route all the way from backside of Yasna, so that's pretty brilliant.
Yeah, that is something which we did think was an option for a couple of these teams. However, DRS could be having the same idea as well, and there is a world where they could kind of collide up north of Rozhok, maybe towards Georgia. But for the time being, though, most of these teams are content kind of making their home inside of the middle of the play zone. I'm actually a bit surprised that StalwartFlex have completely relinquished control of the military base.
Yeah.
I thought they'd probably stick around towards a bridge, but I guess they're paranoid that if the circle does shift north, they're going to be bridge camped, maybe, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, 1952 was in those nearby vicinities of the bridge, so of course you would want to get outside the military base as fast as you can, and StalwartFlex doing the right move. And again, now seems like a lot of teams are making the rotation. Taking a look at Skylight Gaming and even Future Station. Of course, the fight was going to happen anytime soon. And seems like this time the fight will be breaking down. As Skylight Gaming taking a little bit of damage. Of course, Chari in a massive world of trouble. But seems like they are not going to be challenging the fight against the players of Future Station, Grumbling Storm. But again, now it seems like Skylight Gaming are in a massive world of trouble. But again, they do have that little bit of compound for themselves, which will at least provide them a temporary bit of cover, which would be enough for themselves.
Yeah, not really looking to overextend, and well, it looks like StalwartFlex's gamble of relinquishing their position towards the military base is going to actually work out for them. The circle is going to be shifting towards the northwestern side. It's going to be towards hospitals, you got ruins, you got Gatka smack center, quarry, and even a bit of Primorsk. Not the Primorsk beach, but quite a bit of it is still inside of the play zone. So most of the teams are going to be pretty content with where they are. And fortunately for R3D, we saw them in the blue. If you can take a look at the map, there we go. They're still in the blue. They're taking a bit of damage. But considering how close the next play zone is, they're not going to be too worried. They're going to be crossing on freely across the Georgia Pole bridges. And they're going to find themselves with pretty much free real estate. There's no one towards hospital. There's no one towards the mountains, towards the ruins. So they can pretty much lay camp there. And Leon has unfortunately been caught out in the open. They're going to go for a drive-by. Finish him off. There we go. Going for the style points as Zake will get a kill to Seal. They lose one and they find one.
Yep, the trade has been made. Probably feeling a little bit better after getting that kill, of course. Knowing that you're not the only team in the lobby with having one casualty on your side. But again, talking about R3D, they do have the entire route for themselves pretty clear. No one's going to be in those nearby vicinities. But of course, Deadeyes taking a pretty brilliant chances and a brilliant move coming from these lads, getting the entire Gatka area for themselves, and that is going to be quite good. But I have seen this circle in the past as well, and most of these kind of circles actually, you know, they are usually in the open. I really feel like, and when the circles are in the open, of course, there are not that many compounds that you can hide yourself, and a lot of fights actually do go down, and a lot of people get caught off guard.
They do indeed. Even though you might have the compound, a sudden circle shift puts you in a very unenviable position where you have to push out from your compound, like 3 or 4 teams looking in a general direction, and that is something that a lot of these teams are going to have to be wary of. PN Crew have opted to leave Primorsk. They're going to be heading into a bit more of a central position, avoiding Quarry, crossing around Quarry, although they have high voltage who are nearby. But right now, we of course have Zeus on our screens, and they're taking a few pots. Godless was quite handy with the Carnage yesterday, as we will have a bit of a closer range duel taking place. And Skylight Gaming, they seem to be so far away from each other, and he's alone here. He's literally alone. Joker, he's got to go big. And there are 3 members pushing him from below. He spots one out. Couple of shots with the AKM. Nade as well, primed and ready. He's going to be tossing on in. He's trying his best to at least find a couple of knocks, maybe get a kill, because backup's not arriving here for him.
It doesn't really seem like they have any chances of, backing Joker up as well. He's quite separated from his pack, and Skylight Gaming aren't really interested to go near him, so they'll probably be making the rotation inside the circle as Joker is in a massive water trouble. It's a 4-on-1 situation just inside this small little house. And of course, in the blue as well, as Joker is taking a lot of damage from the zone, and even this push has came in through from the players of Venom Legends, and that's going to be Joker finally falling down. They actually took quite a bit of time, taking him down.
They did. They were being very, very clinical about it, and because of that, they don't even lose a single player. Venom Legends with their first kill. For Skylight Gaming, they're down to 2 members. It is, of course, Chari and his compadre. It's going to be heading in towards the ruins. Who in front of them, there's, of course, DRS as well. And R3D, we spoke about them heading all the way up from the northern side, and they're going to find themselves in a very comfortable position on top of the mountains. There's no one nearby, and they're going to have a pretty nice nest set up for themselves. As we take a look at Carnage, they are rattling off quite a number of bullets. Unfortunately, nothing really finding its mark. As I say that, 7C, they're going to get off the vehicles and they're going to lay into Future Station.
Yep, the first knock has already been found. The opening they were looking for. 7C getting caught off guard while they were trying to make the rotation. Fear is going to be the casualty, of course. Manish does have the 6X locked in onto the players of 7C, but of course no opening space will be given in from 7C. They want to be as safe as they can. Again, Carnage Money spotting one down, and that's going to be the... that's an incredible shot coming in from the players of 7C. That M24 certainly hit him a lot harder.
Sit down, son. That's got to hurt. Of course, he's got cover, he's got teammates as well, so he's going to be fine. But that's a bit of a reminder that he shouldn't be too overeager in some of these fights. Right now, Zeus pushing him towards Deadeyes Guys. Deadeyes Guys, they have been struggling so far in this event, which is such a shocker for me personally. And Zeus, we know how they like to approach these sort of fights, right? They usually go in these teams of 2, splitting up into a pair, and then just pushing in from multiple angles, and they're so very good at it. However, Icy's gonna fall. Nade's gonna sail on in from... Oh, but the nade from Zio, he primed that nade to perfection. So yes, they get a knock onto Icy, but Wadusur is now creeping around, crawling around. He's gonna try and make his way towards on top, but he can't because he's inside of the house, and he's going to try, and it looks like it's done for Wadu. He's going to be found out. The question is for Deadeyes Guys, do they stick around and fight, or do they just call it a day and just leave this position, just run away?
Yep, seems like running away is going to be the option. Of course, on top, on the move, doesn't really want to challenge the fight against Zeus because he knows they're on a rampage. They're not going to be letting anyone go. And of course, on top in a massive water trouble, of course, in open ground, just has a little bit of cover for themselves. But maybe he will be spotted soon enough as Godless taking a little bit of shots, has that Mosin in his hand, has spotted the players of Deadeyes as well. Just trying to find any skulls to crack, but doesn't really seem like that's going to be the case as Deadeyes are playing it out pretty safe. Of course, they do know they already have 1 casualty down. Now they're just down to a 3-man squad. As
Memo with another M24 knock, he's just conducting brain surgery with that sniper, and it is being quite a thorn in the side of Carnage, though. And right now, a bit of a lull, though. Everyone's just waiting for the next circle to come on in, the next play zone to show itself. But we have a lot of teams still alive here. Every single team is still in contention as we enter the 4th circle.
Yep. And now again, taking a look at StalwartFlex as well. Now, they're taking their quite little time, just to rotate inside the circle. 1952, quite lucky this time. Even P and crew, they are in the center of the circle, but there is no cover for themselves. They are out in the open. And of course, Seal9, they do have the higher ground. They might be spotting them anytime soon, but again, P and crew are in massive water trouble, at least for now. They will have a little bit of hay bales for themselves, but again, they're exposed from all over the angles, and this kill might be found anytime soon. Now again, R3D locking their sights against the players of Seal9, but doesn't really seem like any knocks will be happening as Wires has been spotted, taking a little bit of damage while he was trying to reposition himself. Of course, kind of separated from the rest of his team, but Skylight Gaming again down to a 2-man squad, making the move as well. And it seems like Skylight Gaming for now are looking quite good. The way these guys rotated inside the circle as well, they took a quite long route.
They did indeed take a very, very long route, and like you said, they do have the distinct disadvantage of being down to 2 members. They're going to play this one much more safer, and it's going to work out for them. Fake, letting loose, letting fly a number of bullets to suppress shots, but not quite able to get the knock. And now they need to make a move. The thing is, they were spending the time trying to find a knock, but unfortunately they're outside the play zone, so the players who have managed to escape them are going to be camping the periphery of the circle. Nate sailing in, and Nightwing, he's going to spread his wings and fly away. 7C still sticking around, still looking to take these fights, and they're good for the time being. They have found themselves in the play zone. The question is, for how long can they keep their opponents at bay?
But again, the fight between R3D and C-Line is finally happening. C-Line seems like they are the hunter inside the fight, as they are going to be ramming straight inside the compound of R3D, and that's going to be R3D getting absolutely abolished inside the game. And wow, what an incredible contestation from these lads.
C-Line losing the one player, but they're going to be pretty happy with that. It was a pretty solid knock. And with that, we have lost a couple of teams already, have said goodbye. R3D, they went all the way up from Kameshki. They found themselves in a good spot, but in the end, they came up against boys from C-Line. We have also lost Future Station as well. Not a real good end for them in this particular game. Yeah. They were kind of middle of the pack when it comes to the overall standings, as we do have a bit of a messy affair breaking out here. We got StalwartFlex, we got INES, and we have Seal and 7C nearby to the southwestern side of the circle. This is going to get bloody.
Seal in a massive amount of trouble, down to just the last man is alive from the squad of Seal again. Now Seal not really having the start of their life, and certainly they were not looking for this kind of start for themselves, as Godless finding another player. It's going to be Rafa this time, cracking his skull open again. And now the Godless is doing such a massive work with that M24, as he's not going to be stopping anytime soon. But again, INES in a massive amount of trouble. Those smokes are just going to be providing them a little bit of temporary cover, but they will be fading it out anytime soon, as Carnage do have a real good position even inside the circle. Now, only time will tell. If circle actually shifts away from them, then they will be in a massive amount of trouble, because they will have to make the rotation all out in the open.
All in the open. They do have a couple of vehicles right next to them, a buggy and the UAZ, which they want to hop on board. But right now, it is a waiting game. Everyone just waiting this one out. 14 teams still in contestation. And for PN Crew, it's interesting, right? Like, you can see them in the distance. They have a little bit of a hillock for some cover, a couple of bridges. They, of course, have the hay bales as well. And, oh, look at that circle. And as you pointed out, it's not that terrible for Carnage. It is very close by for them. For a lot of the other teams, especially to the southwestern side of the map right now, it is looking grim.
Yep, indeed. And there's, like, not even that much amount of cover. So that's going to be a lot of exposed place as well. Now, Zeus again. Leo is going to be the only man who's going to be inside the circle. Godless again will try to make the rotation in as well, as PN Crew in a massive amount of trouble. Ayush getting spotted out, even knocked out as well. Now, Probeen going to be the man to put down a lot of lead in their direction, as Venom Legends in a massive amount of trouble as well. A lot of shots have been fired, as the zone is going to be shrinking down. Of course, the fight will be forced, as even 7C being in those nearby vicinities. Now, of course, the team that are on the bottom side of the map, they will have to make the rotation inside. And I really feel like what Carnage will be doing over here is probably wait it out. They would take the late rotation inside the circle, and that's how they would probably find a lot of kills, which would be probably making the rotation. And of course, this is what they will be doing. Venom Legends, Steel Shot getting spotted, even Detron getting spotted as well. Now, of course, it's going to be the last man surviving from Venom Legends, and again, they are not really looking good.
Yeah, they kind of went for a Hail Mary play there. Unfortunately, it didn't quite pan out the way they wanted to. And for Carnage, even though they completely demolished Venom Legends, right now they're getting shot at from above. 7C with a bit of a high ground advantage, and neither of these two teams are safe. They have a few seconds to work with, but eventually the blue is going to be closing on in, so they need to make a move, either 7C or Carnage. But right now, multiple players knocked out. As you take a look at where DRS are, they've managed to creep their way into the play zone. They're just going to be lying prone, and amongst the sheep is a wolf, and he's a hungry one. He's a hungry box.
Now, it's the only matter of seconds when he will get spotted by even Mafia Ninja or any players of DRS. But again, the opening on the Carnage has been found. It's going to be Godless doing a lot of damage onto them, and even 7C in a massive water trouble. They will need to make the rotation inside the circle. Of course, Fear is pinned down by the players of Zeus, and same goes with Carnage. With Carnage again trying to fight back, but doesn't really seem like Zeus are going to be let them find that opening space, as they will probably be lobbing in some nades and utilities. as Carnage again. Jiggle has made the rotation in quite close. Maybe he's looking safe as well, and yes he is. He's quite inside the circle, and same goes with Manish, but they will need to take at least one man down from Zeus just to buy that little bit of time for the rest of the members to actually make the move inside. 1952 in a massive water trouble. Of course, losing out on one player, but again, they are down to a 3-man squad, so they are looking quite good.
Still looking pretty good for the time being. Carnage's Jiggle, like you pointed out, he had pushed in quite ahead of the rest of his teammates, and he had kind of landed in first. And now all 4 members of Carnage, I think it's a miracle they managed to push their way into the play zone. 7 sees the final member of Fear. He's just going to try and heal himself for as long as possible, but he is pretty much done for the time being. Zeus being a thorn in the side of everyone, and here we go. PN Crew finally starting to unload on a few players here.
Yep, of course, Carnage. Now, PN Crew, again, Ayush taking a lot of damage. Lost his helmet, of course. He was popped with that M24. Of course, it was Godless connecting the shot onto him. But again, Zeus, they will probably have to make the rotation in as well. Now, of course, Leos is in, but IC and Godless are nowhere near the rest of the 2. Now, they are quite separated from the pack because they are trying to contest down the players of Carnage. But not going to be that easy as Carnage. Of course, they do have those vehicles, so they'll probably be making the rotation inside the circle as well. PN Crew, of course, they are being quite a lot of trouble for a lot of teams because they are inside the circle. Even DRS and Deadeyes are in those nearby vicinities, and even 1952 are somewhere downline quite close to them. As, of course, Zeus is going to be unloading a lot of mags onto Carnage, and 2 knocks have already been found as Zeus is doing an absolute phenomenal job keeping Carnage on their toes. As, of course, Zeus have got Carnage down to their knees. Now, of course, Jiggle being the second last man alive, and of course, Snipe is nowhere near him. So, Carnage are in a massive water trouble, but Godless somewhere downline, overexposing his body, and he has to pay the price for itself.
Well, it's Godless, and I don't think he really gives a damn. Zeus being a team who just go in for the kills. They have 6 kills to their names. A knock did take place, as I pointed out, Godless on his knees, but the rest should be coming on in. Sandesh, meanwhile, laying down the pain. 1952 are no more, and PN Crew, 10 kills. 4 players still alive. So are Zeus. Seal 9 down to 3 members, but they have 5 kills as well. Deadeyes Guys still in contestation with 3 kills and the 1 member alive. It's Hungry Box, who is still hiding amongst... I don't know who's even hiding amongst right now. Carnage has been wiped out, so he's just... Oh, no, never mind. Jiggle's still there. My bad. I take that back.
It was DRS.
It was DRS. DRS got wiped out, and he didn't even show himself there. And now Jiggle, Crosshairs trained in Zeus's position. He knows where they are, but considering he's all by his lonesome, he's really not going for it. Godless with yet another knock with a sniper rifle.
That's it.
And Hungry Box finally will be found out. We're down to the final 4 teams.
Oh, what is going on?
Godless!
He's an absolute god. He's not going to be stopping. He's on an absolute rampage. As again, PN Crew in a massive water trouble. Zeus has already made the rotation all the way inside the circle. Carnage down to just a 1 last man surviving. Of course, Jiggle being the IGL of Carnage is doing a pretty phenomenal job, not exposing himself. He's probably going to be playing it as safe as he can. But Zeus, of course, they are dominating the entire field. Seal 9, again, still alive till quite late inside the circle as well. While PN Crew, the openings are being found left and right. Even Zeol has been taken down from the players of PN Crew. Now, the trades are happening left and right between these 2.
I just want to stick to Godless's POV. I don't care about anyone else in the server right now. The guy, I mean, he's got like 1 first aid kit, and he's got that sniper, and he is missing nothing. Spots out ahead. Ayush, how does that not hit him? How does it not find Ayush? But now he knows. He knows where the heads are, and this guy, he's been hitting so many shots. Another one whizzes past Ayush, almost giving him a haircut. Sandesh replying back with a few shots of his own. From the M16 Legend, using an opportunity to push on in this play zone. There's not much cover. They've got a couple of few hay bales to work with. For Zeus, they have this cover for now, but they need to push on ahead because IC is the only one inside of the safe zone.
Right now, the only peaceful team over here is, of course, going to be C-Line, but take a look at that risky rotation coming in from Zeus. The nades will be lopped in from Legend, but is that nade going to be connecting, though? No, it's going to be the answer, of course, on the other side of that hay bale, as Leo is still going to be surviving, at least for now. But Zeus are doing pretty risky moves inside the game, as Godless, of course, is going to be the player in the backlines. That smoke will be there to provide him that extra bit of cover. But no, it's going to be the answer, of course. Inky from those right lines going to be taking down Godless. Now, the res will probably be not there because this is quite a small circle. And if you want to be making the move for the res there, that would be quite a risky move from your team.
For Zeus to pull this one off, it's going to require PN to go up against Seal 9. But like I said, the circle is tiny, and right now Carnage is jiggle. He's not going to show himself, just going to be a snake in the grass, hoping that no one looks in his direction. As you pointed out, Godless is bleeding out in the open. Reshin won't be coming in. So Zeus are going to be down to the 2 members. PN Crew, though, they still have all 4 players alive, and they will eventually, inevitably, be going up against Seal 9. The question is, who's going to strike first?
Well, now Seal9 again, not really doing much, but of course Godless finally going down. Ayush going to be the one to take him down. Now, of course, Zeus are just down to a 2-man squad as Jiggle is going to be the one. He's kind of a silent assassin, of course, lobbing in that nade. That nade wasn't really enough to do or get any knockdowns in, but just did a little bit of damage as he probably has spotted Legend. He's quite close to him, but he's probably going to be not taking the shots as he doesn't really want to give his position away. The trigger discipline from this man is just on another level. He doesn't really want to shoot him. He doesn't want to give his position away, but again, the trigger discipline is going to be a massive factor. Now, there are 2 players right next to him. He can get those 2 kills easily and even get contested easily as well.
He can pretty much wipe them out all by his lonesome.
Yeah, he can. Now, again, Leo in a massive water trouble has already been taken down. PN Crew doing a fantastic job in overall contesting the entire zone. And PN Crew are actually dominating this in circle.
They are, as S9, Seal9 finally trying to find that final player off the side of Zeus. They still have Icy alive. He's got ice in his veins. Inky bleeding out in the open. As Sunday will finally be found by Roy. Inky will be finished off by Icy. Icy's outside in the blue. He needs to start making a move, crawling on in. And amongst all the chaos, amongst all the pandemonium, Jiggle hasn't yet fired a single bullet. He's biding his time. Look at how low Ayush is. Now there's only 2 players standing for the side of PN Crew. It's Killer and Legend, and they're on the left and right hand side of Jiggle. When is he gonna strike? He still hasn't made a move yet, and Jiggle is playing the game of his life. He sees them all. He can wipe them out. He's gonna wait for them to bleed on out. Finally. He finds Killer, gets up, spots on Legend. He's going to finish him off as well. What a play! Whoa. What a round from Jiggle. And now the 2v1v1. Zeus, Icy, last man left standing. Seal9, Spooky, and Roy. And of course, the man of the hour from the side of Carnage, Jiggle, with the best play of the entire tournament, in my opinion. PN Crew getting eliminated, 14 kills though. Knock does take place. Roy will be finished off here by Icy. Now it's a 1v1v1, and Spooky gets taken out by Jiggle. It's a 1v1, and it is going to be the clutch coming in from Jiggle. Oh my lord, take a bow, son. That was brilliance personified.
Wow, the trigger discipline on this man was absolutely on next level. The way he was not shooting any shots onto the players of PN Crew, he was trying to find the right moment to strike, and finally he did, and he took down Killer YT. And
I don't know about you, man. I'm speechless. That was probably the best individual play I have seen so far in PMPL Season 3. That was fantastic. That was just unprecedented. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to catch a break. We're going to catch our breath. It's going to be cutting to a very quick breakout, because after that, though, we have the analyst desk to break that spectacular game down. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. And you got a good thing going. You got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We just got done with game number 1 of our Week 2 awesomeness that has started off. And in that, we are in the league play, the final day of the league play when it comes to week number 2. Alongside which, of course, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Vook up your phone. I'm your host, Blotto. Let's move on to the analyst and find out what do they got to think when it comes to this game, dude. That was unprecedented play coming in from Jiggle.
Yeah, and it has to be the play of the week.
It certainly has to be. I mean, that and of course, even Hungry Box surviving till the end.
Yep, that was just perfect play, and with that you move on towards PN Crew, a team that held that small little hill and worked it in their favor for the longest time, and of course with that it is Sandesh right here getting 6 kills and being the MVP of the game.
I mean, right from the very start, Team PN Crew had the center of the circle,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Every single time we've seen in the past couple of matches, they already have the better of the zone, and they even had the high ground advantage, but they still had too much on their plate. It was a high fragging game. Sandesh really played good alongside with his teammates, but that small mistakes sort of did come heavy.
It was just one mistake from their side, but as you mentioned, I mean, this team, they know how to control the circle, they know how to take those fights, and the cherry on top of that cake was the high ground was there while all the opponents were stuck on that low ground. Zeus got in trouble because of that. Seal Esports, they had a good flank going, but they got in trouble because of that as well. But yes, Sandesh, we do see the donut right here in front of us. Good contribution in terms of all the aspects towards his team.
I think the only reason why PN Crew got picked off was being in the high ground, because everybody was just prone down. They were sort of the easy targets. You spot them, you take them down. We did see Godless with the Mohsin Nagat, 2 beautiful knocks.
That was just perfect play coming in from Godless. I mean, throughout actually, Zeus were in control for the longest time, but that is just top-notch play coming in from that team. Let's move on to the top players from other teams as well, and in that, of course, it is Sandesh taking that first, but move on towards Jiggle. Oh man, right here, dude. That was just perfect play. I mean, 4 teams remained, and he was just so disciplined about that.
Yeah, this man is going to go down in history, mark my words. I mean, that was amazing. We always say this. I mean, you see someone, you go for the shots, you miss almost all the shots that you do not take. But not shooting sometimes can be the best decision. He had the entire team of PN Crew in front of him. He knew he was surrounded. He was getting those footsteps, and the trigger discipline was perfect. As soon as 2 of the players from the side of PN Crew went down, he realized it was his opportunity, and even then he waited. He wanted to make sure, alright, I want to see the whole head before I start shooting.
Exactly, dude, because again, as you just so perfectly mentioned, there was a point of time right there where, of course, that lad, Jiggle, was against 4 of the players from PN Crew, but he still just kept that snail pace, just moved on along into the ground itself, and what a perfect play that was. With that is, of course, PN Crew that we're talking about. Let's move on to the entirety of the game and have a look at the match ranking.
Well, you know, PN Crew, of course, getting those enough kills will get them those points. But it is Carnage walking off with the chicken dinner. Now, PN Crew needed this, right? They were sort of struggling in the second half of the table, and this game is definitely going to propel them upwards. But Zeus, again, being Zeus, being consistent, being prolific. But Seal9, I mean, this is a completely different Seal9 if we compare them to the first week.
I like how you just said Zeus being Zeus, because this is their thing, right? They're going to get those kills in any situation you put them in. But yeah, Seal9, as you mentioned them, I mean, they are having a good time this week. This match as well, a decent performance, even though a good performance coming in from their side. And this is something that they did need for themselves. But as we move to the second page of the standing, we have Future Station on the 16th position with 0 points.
Now, considering, Lakshay, they've done with the 6 games.
Yeah.
How on earth are they going to make a comeback? Are they going to miss out this time as well?
Now's the moment the word needs to be brought in. That's an ouch play, mate. That's an ouch play. Because again, I mean, R3D was the first team to get eliminated, but they still did end up walking into the lobby with at least those 2 kills that give them that, you know, those 2 points. And that is so very crucial. Now, you talk about the entirety of the game. You were talking about PN Crew. I mean, that rotation that they made all the way from the right, moving on along through the south and then into the center of that circle was just perfect play. But let's have a look at the zone analysis and find out what the other teams are doing when it came down to the entirety of this game.
Exactly, and it was quite an interesting zone. I mean, it's always an interesting zone whenever we have the circles moving over to the western side of the map. But this time what I found the most interesting thing is talking about those western circles and having the word west in there. No one went for that western rotation. Everyone was coming in from the east or from the south.
And we can't really blame them, right? Let's take a look at those previous circles of Gatka that we had. It used to always pan around towards the eastern side. Not a lot happening towards the southern side of the hospital area. Now, this is where PN Crew had the majority of the zone. Now, they are still inside the circle, but huge props to Hungry Box. I mean, his entire team was dead. He was sort of surrounded by the players of DRS, but that still did not deter him from getting that final kill on towards AJ. He also waited for the last final moment, and then he just got out and went for the kill and got those crucial points that his team needed.
Exactly, and this is where where things sort of get a little bit more interesting for PN Crew, and they get troublesome, because that is what we were talking about. They had the high ground. They had Zeus in front of them, who are hiding behind those haystacks, that buggy being there, but the team is out in the open, although they are a little bit closer to the circle. Trouble for Zeus is they have PN Crew they have to deal with. That is on the high ground. So you get up, you get shot. You get up, you get shot from your right as well, where Seal9 are present.
Exactly, there was Seal9 right there. There was Carnage alongside in that perfect entirety of the game as well. But move that conversation towards all these moments. Let's summarize them together. Let's move on to the open moments and have a look at what went down on this first game of Erangel.
Well, you know, things really didn't start off well for R3D. Just those 2 kills and that was it. And they were just pushed on by the players, I believe, of Seal9. But this is where, you know, Joker made a small mistake. If he had not opened up that ADS, maybe could have gotten a 1 or a 2 kill over there. But this is the fight that we were talking about. Seal9, the kind of an aggression that they are showing. I think they are really prepped up for the Super Weekend.
They are definitely prepped up, and they need to be as well. I mean, missing out on the first one, this time the pressure is definitely there on the team, and they are standing up to the pressure. They are performing really, really well. But as we move forward to the open areas, the open circles of this matchup, things get a lot more interesting. We see Carnage Esports being caught out of position by the players of Zeus, and now as we move forward, this is where sort of the domination from PN Crew come to an end.
It certainly did. And one other thing that has been established is that Godless is not a one-trick pony.
Oh yeah.
He can also be absolutely deadly with that bolt action, and those 2 beautiful quick knocks is a good example of that.
Exactly. And now, I mean, after the 1v1 situation, finally we get to witness the epic pop-off once again by the individual.
And that is so important as well. If you're in the same room, in the same lobby, of course, you're playing all together as a team. It is that much more crucial to have those energies being circulated in the room itself rather than being in different separate rooms. But yeah, boy, I mean, that is just the kind of play they needed, and they have done it so perfectly. I mean, Jiggle has done it for his team, but move that again towards the damage histograph, right? I mean, there are so many of these teams that have moved on towards the 1800-2000 marker, but so many of the teams on the right that have not been able to, well, bring anything towards them.
Well, and most of the teams, as you mentioned, towards the right are the ones that we do not expect to be there. Talk about R3D, Esports being present in that direction. And that is a bit of a surprise. But also, turning things around, PN Crew, the team that got the most kills in this game. Because this is the same PN Crew that we got to see in week 1 during the league play days.
Yep. Yeah. Absolutely, and again, that sort of play, of course, works in their favor because that is going to, of course, push them along when it comes to the overall ranking. And dude, I mean, Carnage Esports certainly taking that chicken dinner, have given themselves a 5 position boost. That is perfect.
That indeed is. And once the day started, it was just those 15 points difference between the 2nd and the 10th spot. Now, after I think game number 2 or 3, we are going to see that clear demarcation between the teams. And which sort of has started to form maybe in the second half of the table. But yes, StalwartFlex dropping down over here. Nothing much to worry about. Seal9, look at that. 6 places up.
Is anyone going to get more kills than Team Zeus? They're sitting at 45 right now.
That's absurd.
45 kill points. Yeah, that is absurd. I mean, they've played 6 matches. 2 more matches to go. Let's see what the highest number they can hit. I mean, this is going to be like a target run for them. But as we move forward to the second page of the standings, PN Crew, as Fixes mentioned, they needed this game. Look at the jump. 7 positions up.
7,
wow.
And along with that, I would like to bring our viewers' attention to Seal Esports. 6 games played, 2 games remaining, just 10 points. And considering Deadeyes are at 23, they desperately need a chicken dinner and another game in which they go bonkers.
Alright, so we've been talking a lot about Seal, how they're not performing. F4, same thing. R3D, same thing. I want to talk about 1952 because this is the team that we have ignored for a while now. They're sitting on that 18th position. They missed out on that first week as well, and it seems like they're the only team that are, well, that haven't adapted to the meta right now. And, well, the struggle is still there, but once again, it's that one game that they're looking for. Best part about if you are 1952 right now is that you have games in hand.
They certainly do. All of them, of course, do. But with that, we've got 1 game done when it comes to the league plays. Week number 2. Let's move on to the schedule and find out when it comes to Miramar. What are we to expect? Because this time around, Group B is not going to be a part of it, which implies, of course, Skylight Gaming is not going to be there, Future Station is not going to be there, Z3us Esports as well as StalwartFlex.
Yeah. So quite a lot of competition is going to be out basically because StalwartFlex, you talk about them, Z3us Esports, Skylight Gaming, 3 teams that are sitting in a really good position inside of the top 8. So there's going to be opportunity that the points these teams are going to be missing out on, the teams at the bottom can probably try and grab for themselves.
I mean, considering it's a Miramar right now, this is one of those games where you would imagine StalwartFlex to again get that lead, but they are sort of missing out on this. And again, if you have to ask for my predictions, which you will, I think I'm going for a Pakistani team this time again as well.
Well, R3D or F4, which one?
R3D again.
R3D,
I believe
all right.
Well, GG's to that, because again, I mean, you look at the stats itself, which is on our screens right now based on the map of Miramar, it's a different conversation coming in along where indeed, of course, you look at Carnage Esports, they are looking that much more in control, and hopefully, I mean, could it be the second chicken dinner coming for them?
Maybe we're going to see the second chicken dinner come in. And, well, if that happens, they are, well, we're going to try and contest Zeus for the first position, go into the Super Weekend with a really, really strong momentum in their favor. But I don't think I'm going to do a prediction for this match.
Dude, I mean, again, there is no need to predict, because after all, when it comes down to Zeus conversation, right? You know that it is going to be a team that will always and always work towards those damage histographs. Alongside that, they get a kill. They're, of course, giving themselves the cherry on top. But any single moment you look at Zeus, every single player of that team is going to be working towards just bringing down the aggression towards the entirety of the lobby. Now, talk about aggression not working in teams' favors, because that is where a few of these teams do need to be pointed out. Right now, we are, of course, going to be looking at Team F4, going to be chiming in. Now, when it comes to the team, of course, Khan, we know Wolverines play. I mean, these guys are, of course, very, very skilled. But what can we expect from them on the map of Miramar?
You want to go first?
I mean, I think it's going to be really important that they have a good position inside the circle, a high ground advantage with a few compounds like you would want for yourself in Miramar. And if they do that, I think they might have a good chance.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Fixes would agree with the point that I was going to add is, like you were talking about aggression, there needs to be a little bit more of that, because we have seen F4 and R3D, both of them in fact, take sort of backstep from the level of aggression that we did actually see from these teams.
Absolutely, mate, because again, you combine all of it towards that damage histogram that we just noticed. I mean, INES was there, F4 was there, but boy oh boy, this is just the start of League Play 2 in Week 2, indeed. But with that, it is finally time to get busy with the second game of the day. It is, of course, going to be taking place on Miramar. That's implying let's move on to our wonderful casters that are going to be none other than XP, joined in with Necro.
Thank you so much, Blotter. Of course, it's going to be a pleasure having Necro here with me. We are going to switch things up, but let me just say one thing before we get started with Miramar. My oh my, that last game, Jiggles Trigger Discipline, I know we're going to keep talking about it again and again because it was that classic. I mean, you were there casting it. How did you guys feel? I mean, I saw you guys just losing your minds.
That was actually pretty insane. You know, whenever he actually did spot one player down, my mouth was just, it was open all the time. I was like, when is he going to be taking those shots? But the Trigger Discipline was on another level.
And well, he did get the job done, getting the chicken dinner. However, can they do the same in this game? Of course, I do believe Group B are going to be setting this one out, so we are going to have a little bit of a shuffle in the teams, but it is going to be Miramar, and of course, normally I know you're used to pairing up with Fixes, but I'm going to ask you, I'm going to put you on the spot right now. What can we expect in this map?
Well, to be honest, a little bit of early skirmishes, you know. I mean, we have seen in the past as well some teams, you know, change their initial drop spots, but again, maybe this time we might see a little bit of curveball being thrown as well.
Alrighty, well, we're going to have to wait and find out, and looks like not for long because the big bird is going to take to the sky once more, and this time we aren't flying over the plains of Erangel. In fact, it's going to be the deserts of Miramar, and if we have a look at the plane path, pretty much we are going to be dissecting the map in half. Of course, we are flying from the northwest to the southeast direction. La Cabrera is going to be right below us in the beginning, and we're going to end at Puerto Paraíso. And as always, can you please take us through their favorite drop spots?
Well, I mean, to be honest, all the time, Zeus, they do like to go to El Azhar. As again, now, if you take under consideration Las Leones, of course, more kind of like a popular spot. If you even look now, even sometimes a lot of like 2 to 3 teams are always a place where they like to go inside Las Leones initially. But Zeus this time seems like they are going to be taking an early exit from the plane, and it doesn't really seem like El Azhar is going to be their spot anymore.
Well, it looks like it could go through R3D Esports. They also love dropping down at El Azhar every once in a while. And of course, as they are going to be dropping down, you're going to be surprised to see our faces. We're going to have a little bit of a switcheroo. I guess more screen time for us.
Yeah.
I'm not disappointed. Can you guys see me though? Is the camouflage working?
Well, to be honest, no, not anymore, because there's no grass behind us.
Aha, smart. See, you got to pick your camouflage according to your background, right? So I kind of messed up here. But anyway, of course, the lobby is going to be rehosted. We're just going to be back in action in a few minutes. And before we do that, I don't want to bring up the last game again, but let me just quickly talk about Miramar. Now, we have seen over the course of even yesterday that, you know, we either have those early skirmishes because those drop spots are hotly contested. I'm going to throw a question at you. Again, put him on the spot.
Yeah.
Why do you think teams aren't really comfortable going to the smaller places and the smaller compounds? Is it because they really haven't traversed the environment enough to know the nooks and crannies of the map?
Well, to be honest, I mean, taking the fact into consideration, Miramar is a massive map, and there's a lot of cities as well. So, I mean, you probably do have a lot much more free cities for yourself. For example, 7C, you know, used to like to go towards LSR, but when they realized Zeus is going to be the king of LSR, they just changed their drop location to Tora Amuda. Now, that itself just shows that there are so many vacant cities as well.
There are a lot of options, and of course, we did kind of see yesterday, as you did mention, 7C, Turu Love was kind of separated from his teammates, and the first 10 minutes, all he did was just drive on one of those scenic routes all the way up north. But again, as the map is going to be reset, I want to bring up Carnage Esports once again. Now, they've been on a tear. Now, we love the entire clutch situation that Jiggle kind of just showcased in the last game, but keeping that aside, even yesterday was a good day for them. Hard-hitting, and they've been going for those frags.
Yeah, exactly. And even Carnage yesterday, you know, managed to pull off an insane fight comeback against 7C. Now, of course, they were pinned down inside a small compound, and Carnage single-handedly took down with just utility usage. They did not use their guns at all. All they were doing is just using Molotovs and nades, and that's how they took out the entire squad of 7C.
All right, now I'm going to talk about the opposite spectrum. I'm going to bring this up again. Seal Esports.
Wow.
What is happening? I'm sure all of you have your theories sitting back at home. And I was kind of going over the comment section. There's one word which kind of stood out, and that word is prank. Now, I get it. They are at the tippity top as far as the Super Weekends go. However, if you do not kind of qualify for the next one, it is going to push your chances just a little. It's going to make it that much harder. But again, you know, while we speculate about all of this, I know you're probably sick and tired of seeing our faces, so we'll do you one better. We're going to take a quick little break. It is going to be a quick one. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Yeah. Ready? Strap up. Yeah. We wanna have this ready for what I'm pitching. Hey, the heaters is in the pick 'em off from a distance like. About to get the drop on. Roll up with the squad on. How you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide or run. Try to stall, but your time will come. We gon' ride it together better than riding alone. Stuck inside of the zone, but before we head home, I don't right with my scope and never know where to go. Yeah, if I miss, I don't quit, so best stay in the zone. Yeah, coming at you like I got nothing to lose. Hey. Clearly I might be missing a couple rules. Call me the handyman, cause I'm known for carrying tools. Ain't a problem that I can't fix, please don't get it confused. Yeah. million ways to try, which will you choose? Many hope to stop our team, but we refuse. Act like you want it, bet y'all get it. Winner, chicken dinner is about to get barbaric. Can't call medics, I embrace pain and walk it on. Meanwhile, these cowards are praying, we call it off. Never not at all. In it to win it, we'll keep trying. While the zone's closing in and we're watching the sounds flying. No loud sirens coming to save you, you better forfeit. Artists with the shotty, I paint a portrait that's pretty ugly. This ain't funny, but they nearly struck me too. They must be feeling lucky, spraying anybody that move. About to hit these dummies, get them money before they getting you. Revenge is coming, so one of us will take out your food. Bring it back. Enemies ahead, about to put her in it, they chapter. Survival of the fittest, the only mission that matters. My sharp as a dagger, my mama ain't raised a slacker. Coming in hot and heavy to break them and make them scatter. They made a platter that's ready for what I'm pitching. Nothing but heaters, listen to pick them off from a distance. Man, listen, got the drop on them. Roll up with the squad on them. Hey, how you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide over. Try and stall, but your time will come. We got the drop on them. Roll up with the squad on them, and we going hard. You survive the night, we ride. You try to hide and run. Couldn't call, though your time is done.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back. We did promise you it's going to be a quick break, and well, the action is going to start on our screens very shortly. Of course, you are going to see us for a little bit of a glimpse. There you go. We are out, as once again, the plane is going to be flying over the deserts of Miramar, and of course, in proper fashion, Necro, my man, is going to take us through the preferable drop spots.
Of course, I mean, Zeus, again, I did say in the past as well, they do like to go to El Hazar. Talking about TDK, in the past, they do like to, we've seen them go towards lower Las Leones. But again, there is, of course, going to be that surprise factor where these teams, just change their drop locations at the last second.
Oh, yeah. And
just, absolutely surprises. But again, I really want to see if Zeus is going to be dropping inside El Hazar or 7C would be taking their stance this time. Because, again, we did see in the past them changing the location towards Dara and Muda.
Well, there you have it. I think option A is correct. Yep. Zeus are going to be calling El Hazar their home this time, which means 7Cs, well, they are not going to have any issues since they're not going to be playing this game. I do believe Group B is sitting this one out, so it is going to be all for themselves. Now, the question is, of course, where is the first circle going to form? Because you kind of have seen this pattern that, teams, as they are dropping down to the ground, they wait for the circle, and that's what you're talking about. They change their drop spot. So I like the fact that they are versatile and they're flexible in a way. But of course, I want to see some early action. I want to see some bullets flying and bodies dropping right at the get-go. But of course, we are going to be waiting with bated breath as to where the first circle is going to form. And there you have it.
Wow. Near Chumacera, of course. I mean, now that's going to be quite tough to elongate your parachute near Chumacera again. And now taking the factor in consideration, Seal dropping quite next to Carnage Jiggle, but I don't really feel like Jiggle is going to be spotting him down, so for now he'll probably be safe. But just take a look at what Snipe is doing. He's trying to run him over. Zaki in a massive water trouble. Snipe, are you going to be doing it? No, he's bobbing and weaving, but also he's getting spotted and shotted by Jiggle, and maybe this time we would finally see this happening, but no, Snipe is missing him all the time. And yep, Zaki now finally would be taken down by the car. Tried a lot of times, you know, missed a lot of times as well, but finally, if you keep on trying, you will succeed.
A for effort, absolutely. But of course, you don't want to go up again. The action is going to continue now. We are going to have a little bit of reciprocation over here. It is going to be the revenge, as Manish is going to find himself amongst the enemy. And, well, you can't really do anything when you have a Winchester aimed at you and that buggy just circling around you. But again, I like the fact that both teams have lost one member each in such fashion, which means we are going to see some further action between Carnage Esports and Seal here at Picardo, something that, of course, everyone was anticipating and looking forward to. But again, talking about Seal Esports, I don't want to use words like lackluster, but that's what they've been this week. And again, I'm going to bring this up to you. Is it by design, or are they just not in their element?
Well, to be honest, judging from the past, the way these guys have been playing, they usually try to, you know, put themselves for a real good position inside those late game circles and then try to take down those teams which are probably making the rotation in as well. But now, what I am seeing inside this is over here is that they're not really able to position themselves for those late game circles, and somewhere down line, that might probably be the case why they're lacking down inside week 2. But again, now Wally spotting down Probeen as well, as Probeen is down to such low HP. Probeen on a run. He doesn't really want to die. He loves his life. Of course, everyone does. And Probeen again hiding behind that little car. But he has been spotted out, so he's in a massive water trouble, and even he doesn't have the HP favoring him as well.
Well, I think he just passed himself up. But again, now, this is going to give the remainder of Carnage Esports enough time to kind of, you know, gather some loot and hopefully mount an assault on the boys from Seal Esports. But again, this is all speculation at this point. One thing that did kind of pop out when we were seeing the teams jump out, high voltage. Now, normally, correct me if I'm wrong, they call Chuma Serra their home. This time, they opted for Puerto Paraiso, which kind of tells me, dare I say, they're not trying to just play it safe. They want to take it a little bit slow at the beginning.
Maybe playing Flypath was also had a massive hand in the change of the drop locations, because it was quite far away from Chumacera originally, and Miramar, of course, being that massive map, it would have been quite a challenge for them to get there. So changing it was a quite interesting factor. But we see a red zone inside the game.
That is something that you're not really used to.
Yeah.
However, I guess a little bit of laps. Well, I'm not complaining because it is going to add to the excitement.
Yep.
Of course, that is one place where teams do not want to find themselves in. But of course, we are going to still come back to that little bit of a face-off between Seal Esports and Carnage Esports. Now, on paper, it kind of looks like Seal Esports are not in the best of positions because they are kind of pushed back in this one particular corner towards the northwest, if I'm not wrong, where you don't really have a lot of loot and the houses aren't, you know, multi-storied. So that could be an issue, but I like Killer's position over there. Of course, the question is, do Carnage Esports want to focus on looting up and running away to fight another day, or are they going to take the fight to Seal Esports right now?
Well, only time can answer our questions, as Seal is probably just going to be locking their sights down. And even Carnage do have their eyes locked onto the players of Seal, but of course, no one is quite exposing themselves, as the positioning is still a mystery for these teams. And now they'll probably be wondering, you know, where these guys have positioned themselves. But just take a look at where Probeen has positioned himself. Now, even a little bit of mistake from any players of Seal, he might punish them down. But Seal don't really seem like they're quite interested in showing their body or exposing their body. So they'll probably be playing it out safe this time.
Safe indeed, and if you quickly have a look at the map, all the teams are going to be in the circle, but have a look at this. Icy is trying to pop a wheelie with that pickup truck, and Rayon was trying to shoot him. However, he is going to get out of harm's way, and now that's going to be tricky. He is going to get the high ground. I wonder if he's going to stop his vehicle and be like, hold on a second. You did your thing, I'm going to do mine, as Zol is now going to come in, and Rayon obviously has an idea what the enemy is, and Zone has an idea too, because I do see a grenade coming in. That blew up just a little bit too short, or else Rayan, instead of being on his belly, he would have been on his knees.
And yep, Rayan, of course, is quite separated out from the pack as well. He is hiding that inside the small little garage, but for how long is going to be the question. Of course, he has been spotted. Zeus do know that he's inside that little garage there. But Ryan will probably get spotted as the time will be passing by as well, and he will be taken down. But again, Z3us taking it quite slow. They do not really want to push and, get a casualty on their name, so they will probably be playing it out slow, taking their time as long as they can, and probably, try to use some utilities to flush him outside of his position. We did see in the past they did lob in a nade, did a little bit of damage to Ryan.
The fact that Rayon is staying silent, he is not stirring, not a single muscle twitch is being twitched right now. He's making sure that his backup comes in before they do anything, and that is the right call over here, of course. We are going to expect a few more grenades to be going off. Have a look at Leo's position. He's coming in, but now the thing is, Z3us Esports, they currently have the high ground. That is something that is going to be pivotal in this fight, and this is going to be something that both teams, again, they are biding the time. They're trying to make sure they don't make any mistakes, but the question is, are Blood Legion spread out too thin? Because I kind of like the fact that Ziol is not really pushing in because he's not aware, but now he's definitely going to see the enemy over there as Rayon comes out and puts him down on the ground. Now Icy does spot the enemy as well. This is where we're going to have a little bit of a crossfire, and now this is when the rest of Blood Legion can move in.
Exactly. Now, Ryan, of course, finishing the kill. Z3us in a massive water trouble, lost out on one of their players. Blood Legions are ramming their vehicles inside the compound as well. Now, Z3us in a massive water trouble. It's a 2-on-2 situation. Again, the Blood Legions aren't really, quite next to their teammates, as Gyro and Leo are going to be racking up from those hilltops. But Godless is there in the backlines as well, so Godless might be taking care of them. But for now, there's a fight breaking down between Dominic, Rayan, Leo, and Z3us Icy. Now, of course, Z3us, they are looking quite comfortable. If you take a look at their position initially, they do have that entire building for themselves. But Blood Legions are on a move as well. Now, Blood Legions do want that blood, as they do know that Z3us are just locked inside that little compound. But they do know, but do they know where Godless is?
There you go. That is what I was going to bring up, because his position right up there, he can literally rain down death as Dominic is trying to move in for a little bit of a maneuver on the right flank, as Rayon is still going to be holding down the fort. Now the blue zone is going to come in. Not a lot of damage, but this is where they are going to have to face one another, as Icy is going to go in, but Dominic is going to make sure the door, I beg your pardon, is going to be blocked outside as well. Rayon is going to get taken down. Dominic goes down to Icy as well. Again, this is the calm, composed gameplay you expect from Z3us Esports. Now Leo's is going to put up a fight against the last remaining member. It is going to be Gyro. Is it going to be enough, though?
Look at the aggression coming in from Gyro. They're, of course, not scared of Leo's for even a certain moment, as Leo, again, in a massive water trouble, down to just 50% of his HP. The zone is also cutting off a lot of damage, but again, the knockdown has finally been found. Gyro was looking for it since a long time. Z3us, again, falling down. Now, the situations are just down to so equal as well. Now, take a look at Blood Legions. They are, of course, getting the resin as well. Now, Z3us, they don't have anyone to get the res in. Of course, Godless kind of separated out. We did mention in the past as well that the nades will be lobbed in. And trying to find any kill or any knockdowns from those nades, maybe an opening will also do it, because Blood Legions are suddenly down to low HP as well. Now, Godless, of course, going for that safe route, getting the res onto Icy. Finally, Leo has been taken down, and that's going to be a shutdown. And wow, Z3us taken down early by a squad like Blood Legion. Now, that's a massive statement.
Talk about going out for blood. That was just beautiful. That was pristine. In fact, how the tables turned, because it did look like Z3us Esports had the upper hand, especially with Godless for that little flank. But again, it was a bit too late for him to do anything now. Again, if you focus back to Picardo, we still have that stalemate between Carnage Esports and Seal Esports, and the circle has kind of shrunk in on itself. We still have Picardo, we have Monte Nuevo still in contention. Of course, Ladriera is where the epicenter of the action is going to be, and in fact, quite a lot of teams are converging in on that little dusty town. Have a look at the map over there. Of course, dead smack center, you are going to see a spectrum of colors. It's like somebody just opened up a Skittle packet and just threw them all over the place. But again, something that's going to be interesting is have a look at High Voltage's position. They are coming in late, but they have no opposition, which is something, well, that could work out for them. But again, I love the fact, I kind of like the fact we have the red zone over here. That element of uncertainty is something that kind of excites me.
Exactly, of course. You always got to watch out from that red zone, you know. And it's quite random, so you never know when it's going to be bombing or how things will be panning out in your favor. But this was how Z3us got eliminated. And finally, the opening has been found from the players of Seal. It's going to be Killa opening things up. But again, the trade is there, as Jiggle going to be taking down Baron. Now, things are down to a 2-on-2, or it may be a 1-on-1 as well now, because the trades are happening just left and right. Now again, Carnage lobbing in a little bit of nade, but already Seal doing a fantastic job in repositioning themselves. Baron has been taken down. Baron tried to make the rotation towards Wally, but certainly got caught off guard in those open grounds, and Carnage doing a fantastic job contesting or taking down Seal as well onto their knees. Now Seal, of course, down to just a two-man squad. It's gonna be quite an interesting choice if they want to challenge the fight or maybe just play it out safe.
See, this is when doing your homework is very, very important. Of course, Seal should have realized from the last game that these guys have the trigger discipline of a ninja,
Yeah.
of a samurai, and they'll just be in that one position. So if you think they've gone out, chances are that is not the case. Of course, Killer is going to probably meet his maker. Now, Snipe-wise, he has to be a little careful because he is going to get shot in his back. Of course, Wally hiding behind the wall, waiting for the right moment.
Wally, of course, being the silent assassin, striking at the right moment. And finally, Wally's on a move, trying to play it out as safe as he can because he's already found the opening onto the players of Carnage, but the nades will be lobbed in from Jiggle. Jiggle, of course, a brilliant player from Carnage, of course, being the IGL, did a fantastic job in the previous game as well. Now, Wally, again, on a move, doesn't really want to get contested that easily, so of course will be repositioning himself. And Wally, again, wow, he's just running away. He doesn't want to fight.
I think it's the right decision at this point because, you know, they tried their best, and you now want to get those position points and try and make it just a little bit higher up on the table. However, you got to keep one thing in mind. This is game number 7 for SEAL Esports, so they are running out of chances. And, well, as the circle is going to shift further down south, Chubacera Ladriera is going to be where we're going to see some action as well. On top is going to spot the members from Team F4. Will Waltrux make it? Yes, he does.
Wow, barely hit dead. Now, Wolverine, of course, got caught off guard in open grounds, taking a lot of shot as well from a lot of teams behind him. And of course, Deadeyes being the one putting down a lot of pressure onto the players of F4. F4 again not really having the start of their life inside week 2. Trying to find the best spot or the comfortable spot inside this zone as well. It's going to be quite a tricky thing for them to do. But for now, F4 do have that little bit of temporary cover. If the zone shifts do favor them, then maybe they would be looking quite comfortable. But for now, again, another fight panning out between the players of P and Crew and Venom Legends. As Legend did take a little bit of shots, but will be patching himself back up. But Venom Legends seems like they will be backing off. Maybe, you know, they're probably like, okay, we're going to be taking a fight for another day, not right now.
You know, just having a look at all those team stats on the right-hand side of your screen, it's kind of funny looking at Zeus all the way at the bottom being eliminated in the first position, sans any kills. That is not what they're made of. But of course, I love the fact that the Blood Legion is finally out for blood. And, well, this is going to get exciting. Now, we have a lot of compounds in and around the new circle, and of course a lot of height differences and variations, right? Because we have a lot of these little hills basically sprinkled all over the place. I like the fact that XP Blood Legion, they went down south, in fact, drove around Wally and Carnage Esports, didn't pick a fight with them, and basically just drove right through. And I like the fact that well, I'm not going to bring it up, but Gyro looks like he is going to open up a fight with 1952. That is something I was talking about because, again, now, as the teams are going to be driving past one another, that's when bodies are going to be dropping out of those vehicles. And imagine if we had a red zone on top of this. Oh, my goodness. That would be carnage.
Well, I mean, that would be quite unlucky as well. A lot of teams would not be happy after that one. 1952 getting eliminated. Of course, Blood Legion putting that final nail in the coffin, as Leo is going to be the man. 1952 again, not really having the start of their life. Even in the week 1, they weren't really able to qualify. But Wolverine and a massive water trouble, getting caught off guard in the open grounds. On top is going to be the one to put down a lot of lead into his direction. But Wolverine has finally made it out inside the cover. Has a little bit of ridge onto his name.
Luckily for him, he is going to, like you just mentioned, he has the ridge so he can regenerate himself. And no adamantium bullets in this game, so that is going to be something he is going to be happy about. But now, again, their positioning is not ideal because look at that. The circle is going to shift further down towards the southwest, and it is going to be pretty much hilly terrain, which now will give teams like High Voltage a good vantage point because look at that. They are going to go for that high hill right up top, and they can potentially be shooting down at anyone and, well, everyone who stares down below. But T2K, again, not the best start that we expected from a team like this, but they still have a few games in hand today.
Yeah, indeed. And I also want to point out the way High Voltage, you know, rotated all the way. They took the longest route they can, and finally it seems like it'll be paying off this time for them as the care package is on the map, and it's going to be the MK14.
Because, mind you, High Voltage did drop down at Puerto Paraiso, and they went all the way down south along the beach. And again, as long as you can make it to the circle, why you want to pick a fight. But right now, DE on top, sir, is going to be in a little bit of a predicament as he is going to deploy smokes, but Shifu is going to get the better of A1 Esports Sinister, as it's not just one, not two, but three teams that are trying to go up against one another, as S9 is going to be shooting in from behind as well, and that could be a devastating grenade, but Dante is going to be taken down. It's that staggered formation. I love that.
Wow, Carnage going down on 14th position this time. We definitely do not expect such kind of performance from Carnage, and even Zeus again, not really able to show up. But for now, A1 Esports doing quite a good job, at least surviving for now, as Deadeyes did push onto them. And they are still surviving. But C9 again on a tear, going to be taking down one player of A1 Esports. The opening has been found, as Spooky will probably be making the move. Of course, they've wanted that opening to be found, as that would probably be buying a lot of time for them to make the push onto the players of A1 Esports. But Dante seemed like somewhere down line, he has realized what C9 is doing. And finally, that nade is going to be so damaging, as it's already going to be taking down one player. Now, A1 Esports in a massive water trouble. Sinister down to low HP.
I love the fact that Spooky was already up there, and they were using their vehicles as a distraction, because, well, Dante was kind of aiming for that car, and, well, they paid a heavy, heavy price. Now, they are back on the feet. 6ix9ine boy making sure he has the right angles as C9 are trying to breach their compound. Mind you, they are going to be rotating a bit around towards the left at this point, which is going to give them the advantage. Have a look at that ridge cover. This is where Deadeyes Guys, if they push in as well, it could be lights out for A1 Esports.
Wow, that third party would probably be so detrimental for A1 Esports, because they would probably get sandwiched from both the sides. But C9 again, they are doing a quite fantastic job in overall keeping A1 Esports on their knees. Now again, they are making the push as well happen. Now C9, of course, getting real up close and personal, throwing down those nades as well. A1 Esports are just in a massive water trouble. 9ball again getting capitalized from that nade. Incredible nade coming in from Spooky. That's going to be doing the job, as the finish will be there as well. RxJax going down in the process. Sinister, the last man surviving, but no, not for long, as he has also been taken down, and that's going to be A1 Esports getting down and dusted.
I think we kind of saw that coming in, because Deadeyes Guys, they realized, wait a second, we might have a chance to come in and steal a few kills. Of course, A1 Esports out in the 13th position with just that one kill. Now, we do have Hungry Box and we do have Shifu, sir, but the question is, are they going to pick a fight at this point? Because remember, we are still in the circle. If you have a look at the map real quick, we are fighting at the tippity top. This is, of course, happening at the north, but the question is, where is the circle going to take us? Because Seal9 are looking good, and they are waiting for the enemy to come in. Those grenades are not going to do anything. There you have it. A drastic shift down south, and only one team, dead smack center, DRS.
A lot of teams are going to be upset after that circle shift, and wow, he just got, he just, died to the play zone. Pretty unfortunate stuff for Hungry Box there. And now again, TDK are on the move, as they would probably want to get themselves situated in a pretty comfortable spot inside the circle, but seems like they have been spotted down. Now there's a fight popping out between the players of Venom Legends and Seal as well. Now Seal, of course, Wally is going to be the last man surviving for them, but Venom Legends are looking pretty good on the players' count. But again, Rafa spotting down Wally in a massive water trouble, and finally Wally has been taken down, and that's going to be Seal Esports getting eliminated on the 11th position.
I really didn't see that going anywhere else, because it kind of looked like Wally was like, you know what, I'm not playing hide and seek with you, I'm just coming straight at you. And we kind of saw him coming as well, but it is what it is, and it looks like Seal Esports have been sent packing once more. But now the action is going to continue. It's going to be a high voltage affair, as High Voltage are picking a fight with Seal9, and have a look at that. Seal9, I beg your pardon, are going to be fighting R3D. In fact, not just fighting, they are tearing them to shreds.
Seal9, wow, I don't really know what has happened to them inside week 2. They're doing absolutely phenomenal in all those games, and they're probably one of the most consistent team inside as well. But now again, Seal9, they are on the move, as INES is in those closer frays of High Voltage. Gajor has been spotted, shots been taken down from Moonki, but doesn't really seem like any shots will be connected by INES again in those clotheslines of High Voltage. Assassin has probably spotted him down. The nades will be thrown as well. But Assassin, taking his sweet little time, doesn't really want to lob his nade in, as utilities he does know in those late games are quite precious.
Oh, without a doubt, without a doubt. But of course, Seal9, these guys are out for blood, it would seem like, because the moment they hear any kind of gunshots, they go right for them. And looks like INES could be in trouble, as Venom Legends are going to be cutting into them. And wait a second, in the split second, in the blink of an eye, what just happened over there? INES, bye-bye, but I want to know how they went down.
Venom Legends was putting down a lot of lead into their direction, and it seems like finally Venom Legends got success. But take a look at Myunki getting real up close and personal against the players of High Voltage. He has pushed in quite a lot much more. Of course, the backup will be there from the rest of the players of Seal9, but again, they are in a massive water trouble. Seal9 has already gotten a casualty on their name. Aussie putting down a lot of lead in their direction as well. Now, High Voltage Assassin getting burnt down. And, yeah, probably will need to heal himself up, as he will probably be doing that, backing off.
I just want to add a point before we continue this action. Let me just tell you something. Venom Legends took out INES over 220, maybe 240 meters. That is long-range precision shooting. That's why I was like, wait a second. They are nowhere in the vicinity. I did not see any grenades coming in. I mean, that is the accuracy you want to have. But right now, Extreme is going to be laying down some shots against Spooky as Seal9 are trying to move in. Of course, Monkey with that grenade could find them in a tough spot because the blue zone is going to be a detrimental factor right now for High Voltage.
Exactly. Spooky bobbing and weaving wasn't really able to connect any shots. High Voltage in a massive water trouble. They're getting contested down. Cooney going down with that Molotov. Beautiful utility usage coming in from the players of Seal9. But again, they are pushing in. The High Voltage in a massive water trouble. Aussie has been taken down, even getting spotted. Assassin in a massive water trouble. He's pinned down just behind that little smoke. And now take a look at these utility usage. Nades are lobbed in left and right. Now the situation are down with just the one last man standing for Seal9. Raw is going to be the one, but Assassin has been taken down as well. And that's going to be Seal9 going down that easily?
That is it. I mean, we were just talking about it. Good thing Assassin held on to his utilities against INES because it definitely came in handy over here. Aussie, of course, getting that Grenadier title. Now, Seal9 been doing a lovely job so far. However, High Voltage, man, these guys are on fire. These guys are literally sparks coming out at the end of their fingertips the way these guys are playing. But as the circle is going to shrink in even further, 4 teams are going to be alive. And have a look at what's happening on your screens. Venom Legends have the high ground. They have the ridge cover. They are looking nigh unstoppable.
But they will have to make the rotation into that circle as well, and so does High Voltage. Now, High Voltage, we did see, they did a phenomenal job in overall taking down the entire squad of Seal9. But take a look at Extreme. Seems like he will be probably doing that heal battle, which is quite questionable. But again, he has a lot of dead bodies in front of him. That means a lot of loot as well. So he'll probably be racking up a lot of first aids from those.
I mean, 14 first aid kits right now, down to 13. The amount of time it's going to take him to get out of the blue zone and possibly get spotted, I think that's the right call. But the thing is, he is probably hoping that all the teams suddenly just clash with one another ASAP. I mean, of course, he is going to get a guaranteed 4th spot finish in this game, and those kill points are going to add to the total points as well. But of course, you want to be higher up. But now, we are going to see some action breaking out as an airdrop, in fact, is going to fall in a little bit of no man's land. But looks like PN Crew are going to have their full fray on it. Venom Legends, we did talk about they had to move in. They have moved into the circle. And wait a second, did I just see here an empty magazine? Looks like Nightwing did kind of reload his weapon at the right time. As we are going to have a little bit of a Mexican standoff, as I like to call it, between Venom Legends, DRS, and PN Crew. But the question is, who is going to come out on top?
Take a look at Rafat's position now. Of course, kind of separated out, but he's playing in those backlines of his team, more kind of like the lurker role. And now, of course, if he gets spotted out and if he gets taken down, then that's going to be it for Rafat because he's quite separated out from his pack. But again, if he's not spotted and if he used that trigger discipline onto his perfectly, then that would actually work out.
I like how he's kind of inching towards the driver's seat of the buggy. He might just go for a last-ditch effort, and suddenly you see a buggy flying out of the blue zone. And let's see,
would be heroic.
We've seen miracles happen in the last game. We could see something similar this time as well. Looks like Rafat has been spotted out. That grenade, in fact, just overshooting his head, not doing the intended damage. And, well, he does realize that, pops the smoke grenade for a little bit of deception as he now crawls his way a bit to his right. Again, DRS are going to be holed in. They are still in the circle, but PN Crew's position, dead smack center, is going to be something they need to work around. Now, of course, DRS won't really budge as far as PN Crew pick a fight with Venom Legends, and it looks like High Voltage are finally going to have to bow out the game. 4th position, 5 kills, not a bad outing.
Exactly, not bad at all. But again, taking a look at DRS, now of course already got 1 casualty on their name, Mafia Ninja going down, but AJ will probably be getting the res onto him. As seems like DRS, of course, they are on a man disadvantage, as all these teams have 4 of their men alive. Of course, PN Crew have 4, and even Venom Legends have all their players alive. Of course, DRS should be the team who would not really want to challenge the fight, maybe take a little bit of passive step inside the fight. It seems like probably that will be the call, as they have smoked themselves out.
Have a look at Legends' position from PN Crew. He is making sure that their left flank is never exposed, and oh my goodness, had that grenade been an inch further, that could have been devastating on the other side of the wall. That would have been two casualties. They are going to burn. You got to drop and roll if you want to avoid getting knocked out, but that is a lucky escape for the boys from Venom Legends. That steel shot was almost going to go down, but now DRS are back up, and have a look at this. Sandesh making sure the pressure is applied all around. And Rafa, of course, is going to do his thing. However, he does get spotted, and that could be quite devastating.
Rafa moving in a little bit too close, of course, not realizing that he has exposed his shoulder. And finally getting caught off guard as the Venom Legends are making the rotation in, and that's how they will probably be falling down as the opening has been found on the PN Crew. Ayush going down, steel shot as well, proning down in the right nick of time. Now, of course, surviving right onto the edge as well. Now, steel shot will have to make the rotation inside the circle as well, and I really feel like he's quite exposed in the position that he's right now.
You know that smoke is going to dissipate sooner or later. He might have to deploy a few more if he wishes to survive. But when Mafia Ninja is trying to lob a grenade right on your face, it could be quite devastating. Is there a grenade in there? No, there isn't. They're actually quite lucky right now.
Yeah.
As Nightwing is going to make his way in. I wanted to see a rush coming in from the right, but of course I did talk about Legends' position. That was impossible. But now we are going to still have a man advantage, or two-man advantage as far as PN Crew goes. But the thing is, they still have 4 people that they need to murder if they wish to win. Mafia Ninja realizes the grenade comes in fact, at the flashbang, just to kind of make them move from their position.
Wow, these are a lot of baits going in, and again, Venom Legends making the move on the players of DRS. AJ taking down one, but from the backlines, it's going to be Steel Shot taking him down. Mafia Ninja is not getting involved in the fight. Of course, does know if he goes down in challenges, maybe he will go down, or it's a 50-50 chance, or he can take down the other player. But again, Steel Shot healing himself down, but Mafia Ninja finally dropping down from his initial position. PN Crew making a move, the last match surviving for Venom Legends. Steel Shot, of course, being the one, and Steel Shot in massive water trouble. He's getting peppered down by the squad of PN Crew. They are pushing in, and they are getting real up close and personal as they are probably finishing down all the kills that are knocked in as well. Steel Shot trying his best to defend himself down, but finally has fallen down as well as PN Crew making their name and coming out on top.
Making their name, of course, and doing it with style. They realize right at the end that, you know, a fight has just broken out, and before the survivors can kind of patch themselves up, let's just go and mop them up. That is what we're going to see, of course. I like the fact that they are all smiles, but there's always that one member who has that steely demeanor. But now it looks like we did kind of break him, and he is going to smile just a little bit. Of course, winner chicken dinner is going to go PN Crew's way in Miramar on day 2 of the second league. Beautiful, just beautiful. Clinical gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, PN Crew, you know, fantastic utility uses as well.
Oh, yeah.
We did see the Molotovs were doing so much damage to Venom Legends, and finally, when they had to make the rotation inside as well, they got caught off guard, of course, in the open grounds, but PN Crew did a fantastic job in overall holding them down.
And the fact that, again, you know, you got to have that presence of mind. You got to know when to push, because had we had that revive, you never know. 2 against 4, we've seen bigger odds, and, you know, people go up against. We've seen David and Goliath moments in PUBG Mobile, to be honest with you. But again, clinical fashion, and that is the way you want to do it. Making sure that you have all 4 members still alive till the end. It sounds easy. Yeah, it sounds easy, but it is actually quite tough. But again, I love this match. I love the fact that we had action right from the beginning, right till the end.
Yeah, I mean, even talking about Blood Legion going up against Zeus, wow, that was like 2 Alpha Titans clashing against each other.
Blood Legion, I think, you know, it was just the moment they got Zeus, they were like, we can do it. They were infused with something, and then they just went out for another team. But that is kind of gameplay that we do want to see from winners of PMCOs, of course, especially. So, you know, I mean, all in all, it was a lovely affair. One thing that was kind of interesting and exciting for me was that red zone. I wanted to see some action over there, because it's like, all right, I'm hiding, I'm good, and suddenly you hear something.
Especially if you have a sniper rifle and you have someone locked in into your sights, and then the red zone bomb just comes and bombs you down.
Well, you know, as I'm going to let my imagination just run away a little bit, why don't you take a quick little breather? We're just going to take a quick short break. We'll be back after this.
That was good. Right? That was, yeah, that was good.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. What's the word on the sea? Kicking
welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We just got done with another game in this week 2 of this perfect league play, and in that, it is of course a huge thanks for making it all happen, well, to none other than Oppo F19 Pro. For Wook Up Your Fun is the hashtag. Of course, go ahead and do start hashtagging that. Along with that, of course, I'm going to be your host, brother. Let's move on to our analyst and ask them what do they think when it comes to this game. Dudes, I mean, just the perfect play. Woo!
Yeah, perfect play from a lot of teams. I mean, talk about PN Crew having a really good day today along with Venom Legends. But if we talk specifically about this match, XB Blood Legion, this one was theirs.
Right off the bat. I mean, you talk about a first Mongolian action coming in. It was Zeus against XB Blood Legion right off the bat. And dude, I mean, you guys were talking about it as well. And boy, oh boy, that was just a perfect synergistic performance from XB Blood Legion.
Indeed, it was. I mean, even we've got to give props to Venom Legends, having that survival instinct in the map of Miramar. And Steel Shot is a perfect example of that. I mean, look at this lad, 6 kills, 732 damage. So the conviction is always there. He goes in for the knocks, confirms the kills.
Exactly, and as you said about surviving, I want to focus on the fact that PN Crew, they had a lot of pressure on Venom Legends. I mean, the Molotovs coming in, the utility coming in, but Venom Legends, they held on for so long, and in the end it was Steel Shot who was left all alone. He had players surround him from every single direction and then finish him off. But yes, contribution towards the team, it looks really good.
Indeed, it does. I mean, in terms of damage, he's dished quite some number over there. And it was a 3-1 split towards the end, where we did have Rafid being isolated from his team. And he tried, to be honest, over there. He almost connected the nade, but before that, he just got taken down.
Yeah.
And, there were a few other fights, especially, you're talking about Blood Legion. That was a fight that we have also seen in the past, a team going against Zeus and just completely wiping out the existence that was needed.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would have been a complete Zeus supremacy coming in. You need to make your presence felt. Hey, we're not gonna back down so fast. You're not the only good team over here. So
and dude, again,
that
I mean,
needs to be delivered.
What better way to make your presence felt than to take down a team that is known for their aggression, for they are the lads who always end up being in the top players. So let's, along with that, move on into the top players itself and find out when it comes to this game.
Yeah.
Well, of course, Steel Shot ought to be there with 6 kills that he was able to get for his team, but followed in very closely by 2 players coming in from S9, Steel 9.
Well, talking about teams like Seal 9, well, this has been their week perhaps. Every single game they are racking up the kills, they are racking up the position points for themselves. So they are looking pretty neat, and I'm pretty sure we're gonna see them this time during the Super Weekend at least.
I mean, the way this game went and the way the game before this one was, I mean, Seal 9, yes, as Fixit said, they are going to the Super Weekend and they need to make sure that they continue the same play style that they have right now. No changes, because this one works out, this checks out.
This certainly does, because I mean, again, you talk about C-Line and the way they were able to just dominate in those fights against A1, against another team, one after the other. They were just in control, and that, of course, brings them down with wonderful points working in their favor. So, well, talking about points, let's have a look at the match ranking itself and have a look at, of course, Venom Legends were the ones dominating, but Seal9 not that far behind.
Exactly, 11 kills to both these teams, and in the middle we have the team with the chicken dinner, that is PN Crew, 21 points coming in for them. But as we move down the standings, XB Blood Legion, look at that, 8 kills!
Yep, 8 kills right off the bat. I mean, taking down teams like Zeus and then right after going after 1952. But one other thing, I really want to point out, 2 games gone, 42 points for PN Crew. I mean, how massive is that?
Exactly right. That is, I mean, perfectly working in your favor. And the way any single game is going to be working in anybody's favor is going to be how that zone's going to be formed and how those rotations are going to be brought in from these teams.
We missed out on someone in this game. We missed out on Carnage. They had a nice time as well. I mean, yeah, Extreme was with, he was trying to heal battle towards the end, but they got those position points, right?
They took up Seal this time around. Seal Esports is what Carnage took up all along and were able to, well, get 3 players dead and get that 3 points confirmed.
I mean, right now, I think we can pretty much assert the fact that we're not going to witness Seal anymore. I mean, even if you get a chicken, which is very highly unlikely, but getting back to the circle that we have in hand, we've seen those circles shifting towards the northeastern side of Chumasera, but this time the case was completely different. You got that hilly area right on the western part, but look at how the circle panned out onto its DRS. But what I really love about PN Crew is that every single time they take the circle so beautifully. And you might call it down towards the prediction or how they move in, but I mean, one time maybe lucky, but twice every single time, that's not luck, that's pure read of the game.
Exactly. Okay, I messed up as well. I wanted to say Extreme from High Voltage, the man for the hill battle on top of that hill.
But he could have gone in, right?
Exactly. That is what Fix was saying. But
circle.
Exactly. But you have to look at it this way. There's the high ground that he is on, the blue zone is there, and then he has to think about going down all the way towards that the downside of that cliff where the teams are fighting. It was a tough situation. I mean, even if I wasn't in his shoes, I would go with the exact same thing that he did, just like keep popping first aids.
Exactly, that is true, man. And that was important for that lad, of course, to be able to do so, because again, I mean, he was anticipating that maybe there'll be a compound fight that'll take place, and perhaps from that fourth position he could very well get his team in the third. But that was just that one point that we're looking at when it comes to the game. I mean, there were just some incredible plays throughout the game. Right off the bat, of course, it was XP Blood Legion taken on down towards Zeus, and the aggression continued along. So let's combine it all together and move on towards the opponents.
Well, you know, you've got Baron getting those knocks like that, even having a gun like Winchester, and this is the fight that we were talking about. Blood Legion completely annihilating the existence of Zeus, and this is the kind of a confidence that you need entering inside the Super Weekend. Now, coming down to the point about Blood Legion, now they're not the best team in the lobby so far, but still they are making their presence felt with all these small little battles that they take, and the kind of shenanigans that they pull off that always tend to, you know, force their fans to keep believing in them.
This is one of my favorite fights from this match. I mean, Seal9 just pinning down A1 Esports. A1 Esports before this, they were creating a lot of pressure on the players of DE, but here comes this third team with the perfect usage of utilities, and well, they just completely shut them off, pick them off first, move forward towards the players of DE, and then, well, High Voltage is what was basically the kryptonite to the squad.
Yeah, indeed it was. But look at PN Crew. They were so much in control. They had their players alive, which is a really good task. I mean, in those final circles, if you have 4 of your players alive for you, you've pretty much won 80% of the game. You get that numbers advantage rolling for you. And Venom Legends, well, their position was compromised. We did see them being burned alive for a moment. And they did create those smoke paths. But that was just about it. They just set it up for the boys from PN Crew. Of course, DRS did put up a valiant effort, but that was just pretty much it. PN Crew just wiping out all the leftovers from the battle.
Well, indeed, and now as we look on to the damage histograph right here, I mean, this is, I believe, the first time ever that peeps joining from the Mongolian region are going to be absolutely like in a question mark phase. That, dude, seriously, is this what? Wow. But because again, you look at Seal9 bringing in that perfect aggression and completely taking over another team that was, of course, Zeus bringing in those dominating towers for themselves.
Well, they have been completely shut down. The towers have been destroyed this time, and well, it was XP Blood Legion. I mean, for Z3us Esports, that was the shutdown, and for Seal, the players from the side of Carnage. And well, for Carnage, it was quite an interesting situation because they got delayed as well because of that.
Indeed, they did. But this time, you know, if you compare it with the first game that we had, that was in Erangel, it was sort of a even graph where you had the teams in the bottom half also getting a few kills for themselves. But this time around, it was not the case. You know, the majority of the kills went to the teams in the top 5. You know, you've got 22 kills already from Seal9 and PN Crew, and you also have Blood Legion taking those 8. So there were a few teams that really stood out and few teams that could not really perform. Not the way that we have seen Miramar, to be honest.
Absolutely, mate. Again, I mean, that's just one point, bringing in these few teams coming in from the top 5 to the top 8. But again, we've got 20 teams in total, right, that are, of course, trying to dominate and chime in the best of the best that they can. And that, of course, will reflect onto the overall rankings. So let's just move on to the overall rankings and find out when it comes to the top 16. After game number 7, what are we looking at?
PN Crew, they are well, it's impressive. 2 games back to back. The first one was 7 positions up. Now it's 6 positions up in the second game. Impressive performance from this team today.
I mean, Z3us Esports at this point, they really have nothing to worry about. They've already qualified, they're not getting anything just being on the first spot. So, yeah, pretty much. But as we sort of move along further, I mean, this is the page that I really want to have my attention towards. This is where ACDE Esports, just that 1 game remaining, and they have the whole world to conquer.
And INES as well don't want to be in a situation just like the last time wherein, oh, they are done with their matches, they are inside the top 16, and when we are done with our day, they basically get taken out. So they need 1 good game. As I say, just to be a little bit safe, hit that 50-point marker, and that, I mean, that makes the probability of you making it to the Super Weekend go a lot higher.
It certainly does, mate, because again, I mean, this is the second game coming in from INES that has not been able to work in their favor. But again, I mean, I'm keeping my fingers crossed because, again, the entirety of the lobby is going to be working towards themselves and getting themselves the perfect placement for which they will, of course, be a part of the Super Weekend. But alongside that, we have rewards set up for you guys. That is going to be the in-game rewards when it comes to the league plays. But boy, oh boy, that is also going to be quite a crunch because you can very well be getting all these perfect goodies for you. All you need to do is chime in to the PMPL South Asia awesomeness through the Esports Center in-game. As you do so, you will start collecting points. As you start earning those points, you can then start, well, guessing weekly winners. If things work out even better for you, you can then multiply them, and top three stand a chance to get that perfect, awesome outfit, and that'll be yours. That'll be yours for the taking. You can showcase it to your friends. I mean, guys, we've been talking about this again and again and again. If only we had that on the desk.
I mean, to be honest, an exclusive outfit all to yourself, that's bragging rights for you.
Yeah.
True, mate. But now, as the bragging rights have continued along, so many of these teams that we were talking about that were at the, well, not in the limelight, so to say, have now finally picked up the pace and showcasing that they are deserving to be in the limelight. Let's move on and have a look at the schedule, where indeed, till now, we've got wonderful 7 games done. As we move on along, what are we to expect from this game of Erangel, guys?
Well, it's going to be quite an interesting one because now we have a few teams that have the momentum going strong in their favor. Group B once again is not going to be playing. So a few of the teams that were, well, they had the momentum are sitting out. So Stalwart, once again, StalwartFlex is not going to be playing 7C, Fute Station, and then we have Skylight Gaming. So these 4 names are not going to be there. Again, they're going to be playing the next 2 games after this one.
True.
But now, things have gotten a lot more interesting, especially in the case of INES and ACDE.
And Fute Station as well, kind of, I would say.
Yeah.
They're on the 16th spot as of now.
Yeah, they're still sitting it out though. I'm kind of excited to see what they have to offer in the next few 2 games that we have. But, you know, taking a look at the map chance, we have seen this. But in the PMPL, it comes down to nothing, to be honest. When you talk about a map like Erangel, it sort of pans down to where the circle is and who gets it. And majority of the times, it has been the Nepali teams and PN Crew, to be exact, and also DRS. And does reflect over here as well.
Exactly. PN Crew, I mean, we did see them sort of get taken out as far as the map chance is concerned during the Super Weekend. But let's not forget, this team has had, well, they have had a lot of good Erangels.
Yes, every single time, and every single time they've always focused on having those 4 lads alive till the end, and that makes such a crucial difference when it comes to these games, because you know for a fact, I mean, Fixes, you were talking about it, just to expand a bit more, that in that final circle, if you've got 4 members of your team, if you've got 3 members of your squad, you have that much more of a better opportunity than if it being just that one man. But that also, when it comes to the PMPL, awesomeness is being shattered, because you know, jiggle sort of players, you know, you sort of players, they just, that one lad is what they need.
Exactly, but those plays happen rarely.
They do.
They're really, really rare.
And therefore they remember that much more. But with that, of course, any predictions coming in from you?
Well, I think I want to go with INES this time. I want them to play the Super Weekend.
Most
Maybe
certainly.
a chicken dinner can help them to do
I'm
that.
going to join Fixes. I'm going to be with them.
Alright, well with that, the analysts have decided it's going to be INES. What do you guys think? Hashtag PMPL SA in the chat and let us know what team are you going to be rooting for. With that, let's move on into this 8th game. That again is going to be on Erangel. And finally, we've got the Erangel duo back on track, and they are going to be, well, XP and Blade taking us through this game.
Thank you again, Blotter, and of course, gentlemen, merry, good-looking gentlemen on the stage. XP, well, I don't know why you're so excited to be with me. I'm not that excited to be with you, honestly. I was actually enjoying it with Necro, to be very honest. But we're going to be jumping into the 3rd game. I love you, man. It's alright. I love you. We're going to be jumping into the 3rd game.
Yes, sir.
We have 3 more games remaining here, and for a couple of these teams, it's literally do or die if they want to play the Super Weekend. A couple of names come to mind. Are you reading my mind?
I am, and I'm going to take you back to yesterday, before the show started, before the first game in the 2nd league week started. I was kind of joking around, you know, it can happen that Z3us Esports had a wonderful Super Weekend, but they might not make it to the next one. And
You
Turns
jinxed
out the crystal ball is actually back in action.
Yeah, Seal, man. Like, I feel like it's been the biggest surprise for me, considering how dominant they were in the Super Weekend. There's a very real possibility they won't be playing here in the second Super Weekend, but we can talk about that later more in detail, or rather the desk can break that down, because right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping into the third game of the second day of the league stage. Everything on the line for a few of these teams. Again, 20 teams playing over the course of 2 days, of which 4 of them won't be making it to the second weekend. And looking at second Super Weekend, and looking at the playing path, XP is going to be starting right left of Quarry and heading, or rather ending, right over Nova Repnoi.
Now the question is, are we going to see a similar circle as, you know, what we did in game 1? Of course, the playing path kind of gives you a hint. I mean, that's what I have always believed. But of course, teams are going to be jumping out. Venom Legends are going to be heading down to Primorsk by the look of things. And Z3us Esports this time around, they are not going to be heading towards the shelter. They are going to be heading towards Georgiapol. And keep in mind, of course, Z3us Esports, this is the last game for them in this league week 2. So again, you know, hypothetically speaking, one big game, like a 20-kill game, I mean, yeah, it can propel them, but I don't see that happening.
You don't see that happening, right? It's the final game as well for the guys from Group A.
Or maybe that is what they want to do.
They don't want to play the second Super Weekend?
I mean, no, they might just come on with a big game right now, probably wipe out half the server and be like, you know what, we were just messing with you guys.
It could happen. It really could happen, because we are entering the kind of like the final stages here. And again, Carnage Esports, INES, Seal Esports, and Z3us Esports. These are the 4 teams who are playing their final game here. They've played 7 maps already. They're going to be the 8th and final one in the league stage. And looking at that circle, it's pretty much going to encircle the entirety of the military island and kind of like the central area of the main map. Venom Legends, it just jump out to me. They either like dropping towards west of Primorsk or they like dropping towards Military Power. And looking at the plane path, they opt this time around to drop a little early.
And although if you have a look at the circle, it is a little bit towards the south. It is rather central. A lot of the military, Sosnovka military base is going to be there as well. And something that you did just point out, Seal Esports, after a long time, are finally heading to the military base, which means we might see some action break out between them and PN Crew. Now, of course, you've got to remember one thing. StalwartFlex, Group B, are setting this one out. So you did kind of mention one time before that, you know, there are 3 things that are certain in life. Death, taxes, and the fact that StalwartFlex go to military base. Since they're not here, well, it looks like the mice have come out to play.
Mice have come out to play, and PN Crew, you got to, even though they were struggling in the first Super Weekend, so far today they have been on a bit of a streak, 5th position right now overall, and they still have a few more games remaining to be played, so they're looking really, really good, and they're going to be potentially going up against the side of Seal here on the military island. We have Venom Legends on the left-hand side. We got Z3us taking a long tour all the way towards South Georgia, where they usually like dropping towards. The difference here this time around is they do have a bit of company. It is going to be their the teams, their group mates, INES, who are also looking to be calling South Georgiapol their home.
And also, you got to keep one thing in mind. They are on the 13th position. Now, of course, I am talking about INES. Now, we weren't really accustomed to seeing them over here in the last Super Weekend because, well, they weren't there. So now this could be something we might see this weekend because Georgiapol normally is not a contested place because, you know, Seal Esports, they used to love hanging out towards the north side of the city, and Z3us Esports every now and then would come and take over the containers and Western Georgiapol. So this time I am kind of excited to see whether we're going to see that same level of aggression from INES. As, you know, once the ball starts rolling, these boys can be heavy hitters.
I'm taking a look at the overall standings here, XP, and the one thing which does stand out to me is if you look at the 8th place team, that is Skylight Gaming, and then you go all the way down to the 13th position, as I pointed out a while back, INES, the difference is a measly 6 points. It's 46 for Skylight Gaming in the 8th place, and INES with 40 in the 13th place. That's a 6 slot difference. But the points, again, separating are just 6 points as well. So it is very, very closely contested for the time being. And again, bear in mind, a few teams below the 13th position are yet to play a couple more games. So I feel like this is much more closer and much more cutthroat compared to the first week league stage.
Right. I mean, I guess you are right, of course, because the competition is going to get a lot more closer, right, as we are coming towards, well, I mean, if you think the competition is tough now, wait for League Week number 3. That is when everything is going to be on the line. But it does look like INES are going to be preparing for a little bit of a push by Z3us Esports. Now, of course, as we wait for the action to break out, something that kind of stood out was, remember PN Crew and Seal Esports both headed down to the military base? So what happened is PN Crew, that's not their favorite drop spot, right? They were kind of pushed down south. Now, there you have it, talking about the two teams. They have been pushed down south, and Seal Esports are out on a hunt. Looks like they are playing like the boys from Z3us.
Last chance for the side of Seal to have, they can't just even have an okay game. They need to have probably one of those 30-point games, and they're already on the hunt. And they're going to be facing off against PN Crew. Ayush immediately putting the pedal to the metal, flooring that UAZ behind that house to provide a little bit of cover. Now, Sandesh is a bit of a distance away, so if Seal do take this fight right now, they will have the man advantage for the time being, because it is going to be a 4v3 scenario. And it looks like PN Crew are opting not to go for it, which is, I feel like, the smart play. PN Crew they don't really have too much to lose, but considering the streak they're on right now, they want to continue, and you don't want to leave anything to chance, but we do have a fight finally breaking out. You did point out earlier, XP, that INES seem to be looking to want to take this fight against Z3us, and Z3us right now, top of the leaderboard, facing off against INES. Again, group mates, and they have more to lose, and look at Newt's position right above. He's in a crow's nest, and he's going to be rattling bullets from above.
However, the thing is, when you get spotted out, it is quite tricky to get down from said crow's nest, so that is something he's got to be careful about, of course, as Icy is going to lay down some shots, and Salu Vaiti goes down in a flash.
Salu, the first casualty, and Newt, you said it. You said it. Newt, how is he alive? Wait, I can't even see how much health he's on. It's not even a sliver, a pixel of health keeping him alive. He goes prone in the nick of time, not a millisecond too early rather, and he will have enough time to, he doesn't have, he's got bandages, alright, he's going to pop a couple of energy drinks to help that healing process. He's going to be taking his sweet time using his bandages, meaning he's going to be out of the fight for at least, close to a minute right now, and that's an opportunity for Z3us to push on in and make life quite miserable for the remaining members of INES, but a perfect nade from Gazor, and he's going to get the first knock. And Seal are pushing PN Crew into the water. They're keeping them pinned against the seas, and they're not letting up.
This is what I kind of expected from Seal initially when we saw them in that little bit of first skirmish. When, PN Crew were in that compound, I was expecting them to kind of engulf them like an amoeba and just, cut them off. It looks like they are doing that now as well. If I have a look at the kill feed, but Killer, he almost jumped his way out of harm's way.
And Zeki wants this kill desperately, and he notices someone else as well. Killer will be finished off. Baron, meantime, finding Sandesh as well. And PN Crew are getting completely annihilated, and they will be wiped out. Seal! Is it gonna happen? Is it happening? Is it happening? We'll get back to it real quickly, because INES, they're trying their desperate best to keep the other Mongolians at bay. Gazor barely alive. That nade doesn't do any damage because of the little bit of an elevation over there. IC bleeding out. Zol almost knocked down, a point of health, and he's getting pushed here, and he should be finished off. Indeed, no, he can't. It is going to be Godless coming in with the clutch and the save, and Z3us, Sure, they lose a player, but they wipe out their opponents.
It seems like the Horde is out on the prowl right now, as the Mongolian teams are the first to draw blood, wiping out PN Crew, wiping out INES in an instant. And of course, the fact that Seal Esports literally hunted their enemies down, that just goes to show maybe it's all about the storylines, right? Because we already know that these guys are at the top. Are they trying to give hope to the other teams?
Maybe.
Is that what it is?
Maybe they're like, all right, guys, okay, we've given ourselves a handicap. I know the Super Weekend was boring as hell. We're half asleep, like 4 or 5 chicken dinners. Let's not even plug in our phones for the first 7 games. No sound. Don't even look at it. They're literally not even they just randomly, they get their, maybe they have some cats or dogs at home. Maybe they're allowing them to play. And now they're like, all right, boys, plug in the chargers. Let's, put our phones in high performance mode. Let's start to play. And they just wiped PN Crew so efficiently.
I love that you and I are big nerds and we let our imaginations run wild every once in a while, but it does kind of seem like that these boys are now out to make a statement that, you know, like you said, we have a massive handicap, but we can still get the job done. Of course, it is all about those fairy tale stories and, well, the Mark 14, again, one of the most common guns I've seen dropping in the airdrops throughout the course of this event, to be honest with you. And let me say one thing. People are using it to perfection. I mean, forget the long-range sniping, using it as a DMR. I mean, when you go full auto, it could be quite devastating.
And devastating it is going to be for the side of Seal. They weren't expecting a 1952 to be holding on to Bridge. And Killer's going to come rounding in. The guy's a lunatic. He's just going to push on into Magnet, but Magnet is going to get the knock. He is! Killer! That was a free knock. That was a free kill for him. Instead, he pushes in all by his lonesome, even though there is a bit of suppressing fire being dealt by Wally. He's too far away, and all... Oh, this is looking grim. This is looking bad for the side of Seal.
I like Wally's idea, though. He did deploy that smoke, kind of giving them an idea that he's going to be coming in, but now he's going to go high up on that little house to the left of Magnet. He's got to be careful because any second now we are going to get some shots being fired down south. That is when Zay can move in, but Killer has been obliterated.
Magnet, he doesn't need any vision. That smoke, it did bloom, but it's not going to be very effective. And Zeke, he's going to have to turn around, and Magnet, he wants his kill. Zeke is still going to continue to drive on ahead. It's almost going to be impossible for him to escape, but the shots from the UMP not quite finding its mark and Seal. Yeah. Look, this has happened so many times. At this point, I have to start questioning them, right? That push into PN Crew, great job. But again, how many times have they walked into uncharted territory for them without really being careful about it, without scoping it out, without knowing for a fact that there's no one there? They've lost so many duels and they've been wiped out multiple times in the past couple of days from plays like this. So I'm kind of holding my head in frustration.
Talking about getting wiped out now, of course, had they been playing the way they were playing, but wait a second, Wally has ideas of his own, almost getting the double knock, but now he's going to be taken out, entry, making sure none shall pass. But of course, it is what it is. 1952, let me just say one thing. 3 kills for them right now, taking down Seal Esports. I'm happy for them.
Yeah, not bad at all. Not a bad showing at all. And they're going to be the last man standing. Matt, for a moment there, I saw that wipe at P and Crumb, like, oh my god, it's actually happening. But nope, it's...
I mean, my jaw almost hit the ground and you had to help me pick it up. That's why we were like just looking at each other in bewilderment that, wait a second, is it actually going to happen?
Well, I mean, we did see Jiggle from Carnage pull off that clutch. Well, like, what was that, right? And Zake, we know, is very capable. It's still doable. There is still, you know, some parallel universe out there where you can pull it off.
I love the fact that you are such a dreamer. That hope is alive in you. But have a look at this Magnet. Perfect timing, getting Baron before he even knew what happened. And now Killer, we did think that he's going to be the killer from Manila coming in, getting the job done. But unfortunately, Magnet, boy, oh boy, his personality is not only magnetic, but the bullets seem to be finding their mark as well.
Yeah, but just every single bullet finding its mark. As we take a look at the next zone, this is interesting. This is actually interesting. And if I'm Zake, I'm like, oh, thank God.
Respite.
A little bit of respite from what has been a very rough couple of days in the office. XBC will have been. I don't want to keep touching on it. I know we've kind of, we sound like a broken record right now, but you can't deny it.
Would we be considered Seal fanboys?
I'm a fan of Seal 9, though.
Oh, yeah.
Seal 9 have been great so far, but, I mean, how can he top the Super Weekend so comfortably?
Maybe it's a Freaky Friday situation, if you know what I mean.
Could be.
Could be.
I wonder how many people actually got a reference. Great movie, great movie. Speaking of Zake, okay, Zake, all right. He's gonna, well, they know where he is. They know where he is. It's a 1v4. He's done. He's done for. He is done for. And with that, Seal, look, I haven't done the math yet. I don't have the overall standings out. I don't think Seal's qualifying. I think they're not going to be playing the Super Weekend with that. They get 4 points. It's not enough.
Maybe they were making themselves, you know, you talked about handicap earlier. They want a handicap in Super Weekend 3. They're like, you know what, it's too easy. I mean, let's give somebody else another chance. That could be it. Or maybe it just wasn't their day. But again, Seal is out, so we're going to stop talking about them for a split second. We're still going to bring them up. But have a look at this. I like the fact that all the teams are going to be coming in to each other's vicinity. Everyone's going to get a little bit uncomfortable right now as Zeus Icy finds himself at the wrong end of Destroyer's M4.
M4, F4, and F4 are a team who have they have struggled a bit, this entire tournament. I guess you could be forgiven for saying that they're one of the weaker teams so far this event, right? They really haven't been able to deliver.
Can I do one of my silly jokes again?
Oh god.
That vehicle should have been with T2K's blah 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 because it had Dracula on it. Just saying.
I wonder if that's what he named himself after. It should be, right?
Blah blah blah. Anyway, coming back to the game.
Almost my name's. Oh, that nade is almost good, Dominic. You're doing a good job moving away from the trajectory of that HE. And DRS, they look comfortable. They haven't really been having. Oh, hold that thought. The other Mongolian team, that is Zeus, are in a bit of a pickle. They've already lost a couple of members. All at the top of the leaderboards right now, so this game, it's not going to really shatter their hopes if it doesn't quite pan out, right? But Godless and Zeol are pinned down.
But it looks like Respite might be coming for the Mongolian team as somebody's coming behind them. Have a look at what's behind them. Seal9 coming in to help their fellow countrymen, and now Train to Kill, they're going to have to avert their attention from Z3us Esports, which might give them a chance to just get out of harm's way. I love what Jane's doing. It is risky because he still can be shot in his back, but, well, Seal9 made a little bit of their presence felt. Is Roy going to make it? Yes, he will.
For now. And we spoke about this guy a while ago. It's blah, blah,
Man,
blah.
you are dark.
Right now, a bit of a lull, but not for long. F4 are joining this fight. It's almost a three-way fight. F4 pushing up, making life a little rough here for DRS, but you also have Blood Legion who opt to get away from the position, and F4 is actually taking a fight to high voltage as well. Take a look at your radar, ladies and gentlemen, right-hand corner. The three teams in that one hill.
I like the way that they are positioned, but right now I like Blood Legion's positioning because, mind you, this is taking place just south of the school. Wait a second, as High Voltage are going to be picking a fight with Zeus. One of them has been taken down. Cooney coming in. Is it going to be enough, though?
Oh, Zeol left alone. Zeol, Aussie getting shot at by the other team, and Aussie and Zeol now, it's basically a 1v1. Aussie's going to try and finish off Godless. He's rattling off bullets with Zeol trying to keep him at bay, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Godless will be taken down, and Zeol is going to be left alone in a 1v2. Now, if he goes to the push right now, he could take out both Aussie and Cooney, and that's going to be it here for 5 Voltage, and down to just these two members. And Zeol, what's he going to do? He has to make up his mind. He's got a nade ready. He's cooking it, and he's going to toss it. It's a little too deep. Oh, but he's still almost finds a player. The Molotov's going to be it. It has to be it, right? But is it too deep? No, it's not. It's actually too deep, and barely alive are Cooney and Aussie. The second nade is going to find its mark, but Cooney will fall as well. Zeol will finish them off without having to face them. He's going to take them down with the nade. I still don't know how Zeus are in the running so far.
Talk about trench warfare. That was just beautiful, but that's what I was trying to get to, because all this action is taking place just west of Potato Hill, just south of school, and in fact east of Pochinki. We don't have a lot of ground to maneuver in because we do have this massive slope, barely any trees for cover, and now we do have these big warehouses down below, which is actually occupied by Blood Legion. There you go, shots are going to be fired, but it looks like Mafia Ninja is going to recoup with his teammates. I like the position that they're in, but the thing is, if teams come by and basically take the high grounds to their north and to their south, it could be problematic. Teams like, have a look at that, Carnage Esports, they have their compound, but they are going to probably have to move sooner or later. And now, XP Blood Legion's position is what I was talking about. The twin warehouses are currently occupied by them, and it's going to be hard to push them. Of course, the zone is the only thing that can play spoil sport as far as they go, but A1 Esports have spotted out Carnage, and well, a few shots have been let loose.
A lot of these teams in contention, still alive in the server right now, they have a lot to lose by being knocked out here, right? Like if you look at R3D, you look at Blood Legion. C-Line have been looking pretty solid though. Then you have T2K, F4 down to just one member, 1952, all four still alive, Deadeyes Guys. This game means a lot for a lot of these teams. It could be the difference between not playing the Super Weekend and making it. So everyone's going to be biding the time. We have multiple teams on the periphery of the play zone right now. No one really making a move. 1952, Deadeyes Guys next to each other. They got to be wary of Rated Sir behind them. I do believe he is the lone surviving member of T2K, and he's being very, very quiet and looking at that circle. That's a massive shift. That's a massive, massive shift, XP.
You know, you kind of said that everyone's on the periphery because it is literally no man's land down there. We do have the farmlands basically where the circle is going to form, and the only bit of cement and concrete to hide behind are currently occupied by the boys from XB Blood Legion. So now they have their work cut out as well, because expect a few teams to just pretty much drive right up to their front door. They're not going to knock, they're going to go in, guns drawn.
Guns drawn, kicking it down. As we do hear gunshots in the distance. A nade? Was that a nade? Oh, well, the nade doesn't find its mark, but doesn't matter. Player will be finished off from Carnage Esports. And Carnage and DRS aware of each other's positions. You can see nades and smokes being deployed. Meanwhile, bullets are flying thick and fast. 1952 going up against Deadeyes Guys, also been joined by R3D. That nade was so close.
Now, the best and the worst thing about this particular zone and this terrain is, yes, we have these hills, but we have these little dips, and you never know, there might be someone snaking around in one of them as well. Spooky has been spotted out by DRS's Nima. A few shots were let loose, but again, they've got to be careful because they are firing all these shots. Carnage Esports could literally sneak in from behind. There you have it, Blay. They're coming in. But the question is, does Mafia Ninja know? Yes, he does.
Mafia Ninja has he's got to make up his mind. He takes the fight, or he runs back and he heals, right? And he's going to do the smart thing. He's going to fall on back because Nima is going to come to his rescue. I think he's going to be dropping him a bit of some bullet kits as well. That second nade, a little too deep. Yalden needs to heal himself as well as AJ continues to pepper Seal 9 with a DPS of his, and he is being quite problematic for the side of Seal 9. The good thing for Seal 9 is, even though they are being knocked down, there's no one in the very immediate vicinity, so they can't heal themselves, they can res. And Carnage opting not to take this fight, but they are taking so much of damage.
They are taking a lot of damage indeed, and remember, there's still one member from F4 behind DRS that they have to be careful about. Of course, Wolverine might just come out with his claws unsheathed, but look at Carnage Esports are going to be pushing in. Seal 9 getting eliminated in the 10th position. That was something that was very unexpected, and now finally A1 Esports are laying down the herd. Maybe a bit too late, but let's see if it's going to be enough.
That's if it's going to be enough. It's indeed the question here, as Snipe running and gunning. He's going to find Sinister, and Carnage, they have managed to still keep stem the bleeding. They still have 3 players alive. They're going to be pushing on up, but they're doing a pretty decent job deploying smokes and pushing on in, but they're out of utility, and Manish is still sticking on around, and he's going to be spotted out by Gyalden, finished off as well. Carnage down to 2 members.
Well, as they come down to 2 members, let me point something out. There is a reason why the fight is taking place in this particular direction. Remember I told you about those 2 warehouses which are occupied by XP Blood Legion? Now, going down on foot is pretty much impossible because you are going to get shot at. That is why this is where they have to go. And if you remember, before Seal 9 was where A1 Esports is now, DRS's AJ was still shooting at them because they realized then that is the course they need to take.
Well, Carnage Esports, they tried their best to stay alive, but they were getting shot at by a multitude of teams, and unfortunately, they finally will fall in the 9th position. We have F4 joining them as well. Wolverine, unfortunately, not able to heal himself up. It looks like his healing capabilities has kind of faded away. Deadeyes Guys, now, they have 6 kills, they have 4 alive, there has a bit of a depression and a decent bit of cover as well, a lot of exploded vehicles as well to work with, but right across them in the neighboring trench is 1952.
Also, just off screen on the right is DRS, who have a little bit of high ground, which is something that they are going to have to work out for. Look at that positioning right now. Have a look at AJ. He could literally be shooting down lead at them without them even knowing. That is why we have all this smoke cover on that side as they pick a fight with 1952.
And nades and Molotovs, they are being bombarded with incendiaries from the side of 1952. Again, 1952, they only have 3 members alive here, but it will suffice. A 4v3 is still a pretty good fight, and Magnet's going for the play! He's going to spot a Hungry Box. That's a huge play from him. Perfectly timed. He's going to get the kill as well, but while he does that, he will be knocked on down. Now Sharp is right next to him, and these bullets from Udyok, if he finds him, it could be huge. He's going to indeed find Magnet. There's another player still alive, though.
However, they've got to be quick because R3D realize this is the time for them to move in, as Deadeyes Guys have wiped out 1952. Now the question is, can they recuperate quick enough before R3D Esports comes in and joins the fray?
R3D, they're going to be getting into that. Oh, it's smoking! It's smoking! It's smoking! It's smoking! They're still alive! No one's shooting them! They're going to get off the nick of time, and they're going to have to take the fight. Unfortunately, the fortification from Deadeyes Guys as Shifu, he is going to riddle them with bullets, and R3D Joker, he's alone. He's got a sandbags for some cover. He can blow up the buggy to make life miserable for Suyok, and look at how low the other 2 players are. Wadu and Shifu both Very low HP. Another nade will be tossed on in. It's not going to find anyone, however, and Joker is going to be the last member alive for R3D. They went for a Hail Mary play and are actually very lucky to even have one player alive.
Talk about a player's unknown battleground. They are in a battleground and so many bodies scattered around. You have no idea who is who, and it's just an onslaught, one after the other, as now DRS are finally picking the fight against A1 Esports. Dante is the last man standing, and just as I say that, he is blown to smithereens.
Getting perforated by the shrapnel from that exploding UAZ. And Joker, well, what does he do? Is he going to push on in? Like, he's just going to play a waiting game? No, this one's done for the side of R3D. There's Joker. He's going to at least try and maybe get a couple of kills before he falls. He's going to confirm a couple of kills here. And here we go. The zone will finish him off. And with that, R3D will bid us adieu. We're down to the final 3 teams here, XP. And we're down to 10 members left in the server. It's a 4v3v3.
Everything looks like it is going to be in favor of Deadeyes Guys. And this is what I was talking about. DRS, with that high ground, can get a few shots in, but the fact that they don't have any vehicles could be problematic as they're outside the circle. And mind you, till now, XP Blood Legion have been quiet. They've been listening. They only have 3 kills to the names, but they have all 4 members alive. And that is something that could be devastating. Also, mind you, they have use of vehicles, so they can actually cover that distance in a split second. And this is what DRS Gaming need to look out for.
They're going to use the smokes, and they're going to drive in through the smokes. That could actually work in their favor. It looks impossible, but the problem is they might get shot by 2 teams, and that is exactly what's going to happen. And Deadeyes Guys, they are going to be taking the fight.
This is what I was talking about. DRS, they realize that Blood Legion are moving in, and they're going to push in now. Deadeyes Guys, they've got to keep their wits about them, and they are, as Shifu is holding down the flank on one end, while his teammates concentrate on the other.
Trench Warfare, XP, you said it earlier, and indeed, Deadeyes Guys just riddling both the other 2 teams with bullets. No one's knocked. There was a knock earlier, but the res has come on in for the side of Blood Legion, but they need to push on in, and they have one player who has kind of pushed the periphery of the play zone, but Deadeyes Guys, they're well smack centered. They have that cover. The question is, can they stay alive against the HEs? Because you might have the depression, you might have the cover, but that's not going to be good enough against the nades, and that nade was very, very close.
Vardy could be in trouble, but that nade is going to be just a bit too short. Now, I like the fact that DRS and Blood Legion are not really messing around with one another, because the name of the game right now, the whole focus is going to get Deadeyes Guys' position. But Deadeyes Guys, they can utilize this to perfection, because now as the smokes are going to dissipate, DRS is going to be like, wait a second, I have some movement on my right. There you have it. He spots something and he shoots.
Mafia Ninja from the corner of his eyes, and Blood Legion are getting shot at by both the teams now. Both Deadeyes Guys and DRS just laying down the pain, and Blood Legion, well, they are very fortunate to still have 3 members still alive, but the bullets are just whizzing past and past the ears. Ryan's going to be spotted up by AJ. He's going to get the knock as Gyro falls to the play zone, and Blood Legion, unfortunately, this could be it here. They have just a couple of players still alive. They're outside of the play zone as well, and I feel the days are numbered.
The days could be numbered indeed, but now the thing is, if DRS kind of push in, they might just pick their teammates up, because now, there you have it, we are going to have a DE versus DRS on our screens as AJ has been taken down, and Shifu is now going to focus his attention on Blood Legion, and he gets them! Last bullet in the magazine, and out goes Blood Legion.
And he gets in the moment Galson gets a knock onto him. That nade, if he was in the right spot, could have literally sealed the deal here for DRS, but it is going to be a bit further away. The second one is close. The second one is really close, but he is so unfortunate not to get the knock or a kill. Waru's going to reposition himself as he tries to heal, and now the 3v2. Galson's position here is spectacular. He's got that one rock for safety.
I cannot pick a team right now. Have a look at this. Deadeyes Guys with 13 kills. You do not want to go up against Mafia, Ninja, and Galson, but they are going to have to make some moves. The zone is going to force them to come out, and they are going to be low on HP. Deadeyes Guys could be in trouble. Now, this is when they need to move. Galson has been blocked out by the smoke. This is when they just rush around and basically overpower the enemy.
Overpower the enemy, that is what they're going to attempt to do, but they still haven't spotted out Mafia Ninja behind that bush, and Galson still hasn't moved from that rock. Smokes haven't deployed, and Mafia Ninja finally getting spotted out, and now it's all down to Galson holding off the onslaught from Deadeyes Guys. It's a 1v3, it's doable, it's winnable, but he needs to get some knocks, but he's taking damage, and Shifu run around the corner, almost gets a knock, but he's going to be dropped in amongst all the chaos. Somehow Galson still alive, and in the end, it was a fantastic attempt from Galson, but Deadeyes Guys, they come and they mow
There you
down
have it.
every single one in their path.
They are silencing their opponents right now, and what a way to do it. I mean, I've said this before, I've used words like clinical, I've used words like pristine, but when everything comes together, I mean, like I'm a nerd, I love the fact that everything happened around that trench. They had to hunker down, and they held their ground play.
They held their ground, and I just love how they didn't budge even till the very last second.
Not one, not two, not three, 5 teams trying to take their position away, and they were like, they're not going to do it this time. The Ayo Gurkhali, you cannot beat these boys. I'm just saying that. Wow.
Ayo Gurkhali, indeed.
Wow.
The Nepalis have really come into play here today. And yeah, like, we have 2 more games remaining here. Unfortunately, XP, that is going to be the last time, at least in the league stage, we're going to be seeing Carnage Esports, INES, Seal, and Z3us Esports.
However, what you are going to see is a couple of more games. We are going to take a quick little break right now. The action is still going to continue. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We're in week 2 of the league plays right now. We just got done with match number 8. That implies only 2 more games remain. Oof, only 2 more games remain. And when it comes to the overall standings, we're of course going to be working towards the top 16 that will be a part of the Super Weekend Awesomeness. With that, of course, let's move on with the MVP as well as the analyst dudes. What do you guys think about this game coming in from Deadeyes?
This was an incredible performance coming in from the side of Deadeyes Guy, and it was impressive. I mean, Sifusha, look at the stats, right? The 7 kills, 802 damage being dealt, 1 assist also coming in, and 438 healing done. So quite a decent fights taken by the lad, and it was an impressive performance from the side of DE. And once again, we have been saying this for the past couple of days. DE, they weren't looking the same, but this is the squad that we know.
Bang on.
I mean, sort of takes you down to those World War days when you had all those fights happening around those trenches. And, well, Deadeyes did a very good job at that. I mean, holding off against so many teams pushing. We've not really seen a lot of Pachinki circles lately, but taking a look at the donut that we have in front of us. So, the survival instinct was this time there. Now, this was the only problem, I believe, with Deadeyes, is about surviving. So, every single time we see a player isolated, one of those players, I think majority of the times I've seen Hungry Box being the last solo survivor trying to do things, but this time it was the full-fledged squad. They had that perfect trench to work things around. They've got DRS over here, they've got Blood Legion with their pants down. All they had to wait was just for the right opportunistic moment to strike, and once they had that, they did.
Exactly.
They certainly did, mate, and that is the kind of play that was needed from this team. But with that, of course, they've showcased that top-notch performance. Let's move on towards the top players. And boy, oh boy, I mean, both these teams, they were just phenomenal in this game.
We were warned before this tournament started, right?
Yeah.
We have to watch out for this lad, Seog.
Our brother Ansh did say about this kid, and you know, this is the first time that he's playing. Nobody knew about him before that, and what a performance. I think being in the top layer itself is going to instill that amount of confidence. We've seen even better performance from him while I was casting the scrims, so I think the pressure is of course mounting, but Deadeyes, considering how they've been playing in the past, struggling with the right lineup, and this chicken dinner, I think, has sort of solidified their minds as to what they want to intend and how to pull this one off.
Absolutely, mate, because again, I mean, it's not only the chicken dinner that they got, they did get themselves a lot of kills as well. Now, combine them two together, you're looking at points that are going to be just ludicrous, and that's going to give them a humongous boost when it comes to the overall. But talking about the match rank in itself, they're walking away with 30 points.
That is an impressive performance. I mean, 30 points from a single match, as Blotter, you said, that's going to be giving this team a big boost in terms of the overalls. But let's talk about the surprises as well. This time, Seal Esports. I mean, so we know this, right? These guys were just supposed to play 3 games today. Their 3 games are done. And, well, some fates are going to be sealed. Not just theirs. Along with them, INES is going to be there. Because they are from the same group. I mean, Group A right there. And, well, INES, they have 1 point. Seal Esports, they have 4. So... No is going to be the answer.
Well, and right now, you know, high voltage. Let's talk about this team, for instance. So, the first Super Weekend and even during those league days, they were so consistent. But somehow down the line, apart from that Miramar game where I did see them getting those top 4 positions, they've been a bit off.
Yeah.
And this sort of continued today as well. Now, you have to talk about INES. Now, this is one of those teams that has potentially lost out on a chance of qualifying for the finals, because now they're not qualifying for the next Super Weekend. After that, we just remaining with one.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult.
It's
not impossible, but difficult.
That's the word, mate. It's not impossible. Right, and that is what these teams need to look forward to, because again, I mean, there are going to be situations that might look like impossible when it comes to the rotations, when it comes to the skill. They all need to just plan it all together and work it out.
And look at Seal. So this was a move set out from desperation. Like, this was quite interesting to see how they actually approached this game this time around. But moving in from the southern to the northern side, especially crossing over towards the main island side, that was it. That was their game in total, because they were taken out quite early on.
Yes.
I mean, if you have to talk about Team Seal, this was a conversation that I was having with Necro, and we both sort of agreed on the same point that they are taking longer rotations this time. And instead of going for those head-on fights that we know that they are capable of pulling it, kind of trying to rotate around. They've been caught off guard on multiple situations. They're getting those kills, but not those quad wipes, not being in the right points. Now, this is one of the circles which is iconic, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to take you back to 2019 maybe, where we had all those C teams participating, where you have that dominance coming in from RRQ. So, in circles like that, now that was Erangel 1.0.
Right.
Now, once you come down to 2.0, you've got those terrains changed up. You've got those new bunkers being added. You've got those trenches, so extra bit of a cover, because this area entirely was opened up. You just had that wizard tower to play around with. Now, considering you have got all those elements in place, now we can see some more interesting fights, and that is exactly what we saw.
Exactly.
Mate, I mean, when it comes to these games, they are just top-notch rank right off the bat from that first second till the final circle itself. There are just fights taking place all across the board. I mean, we were talking about Seal Esports. They're the ones who started this fight as they went down towards military against PN Crew. Let's combine those together in the opponent, and here we are.
Before we move on in that direction, I mean, it is going to be quite an interesting fight that broke out between INES and Z3us Esports right there. And then it is the fight that Lakshay, you were talking about, PN Crew versus Seal Esports. Yeah, the kills did come in for them, but I think this team, had they gone on to the usual drop location, they would have been happy this time.
I believe so.
I mean, to be honest, Seal missing out sort of is giving me that villainy vibes where, you know, a team that used to be topping, that is the top in terms of Super Weekend scores, is not going to play in the second Super Weekend anymore. And how often do we see that, Johnny?
Quite often. This has been sort of like a curse going on with every major tournament. You do good in the first week and you, well, I don't know what happened to the teams, but they end up failing.
Is this a reason why in which teams sort of start reading your plays?
Yeah, that is...
You know, that might be the case, but this time, you know, in terms of taking fights, Seal have not really been looking that gloomy. But in terms of rotations, which we've already been harping about, I think that is one area that they really need to work out with. Because in the Super Weekend, we really thought that, okay, so this is one of the teams, they are ought to win. Nobody can stop them. But once you enter into the second league days, you've got teams like Zeus finally understanding the mistakes that they committed, finally stepping up. But these are the fights. This is where everything just broke off.
Not just this, before this as well, Deadeyes Guys, they were under so much pressure. 1952 comes in, Hungry Box get taken out, and then R3D comes in. They deal with both of them, focus on DRS, and well, they absolutely destroy them in those final moments and get that chicken dinner. Absorbing all that pressure, specifically when you're out in the open, you're stuck in that ditch, you have teams closing in from the back, you can't move up front because you know you have been spotted out. This was a wonderful, wonderful play being made by Deadeyes.
Exactly, and I mean, this is the first time I believe when it comes to the PMPL league plays that we're looking at a number that high. We are looking at 3090. Wow. Wow.
This is preposterous. 3000. I think this
Amazing.
is the first time that we did see that 3000 marker being crossed. But despite the fact you've got just 8 kills to back you up, so not the kind of outing that DRS would have expected, but it's still good considering, you know, this is one of the maps where DRS tend to flourish every single time, at least in terms of positioning, so that's fine. But you know, one other thing that I really want to point out is Shifu yielding the Groza. The moment he did that, and he just went ham. There was this car striking right in front of him. He just sprayed them down, 2 players directly falling off. Then eventually in those end fights as well, he pushed in, got a few kills, did get knocked out, but the job was done.
Exactly, as the job was done, the story continues on, and based on this game story, well, there is going to be a lot of changes when it comes to the overall standing. So let's move on forth and find out what the story card has been thus far when it comes to the first page of this leaderboard.
Oh, well, DRS, they close in 75 points, sitting on the second position. So these teams have basically made their way into the Super Weekend already. But Deadeyes Guys, so with this amazing performance, the 30 points coming their way, they bounce up 8 positions. They are in the top 8 right now.
I do want to commend XP Blood Legion's gameplay as well. Because again, I mean, you're not talking about, of course, the kill-hungry awesomeness that they bring into the table, but you're talking about consistency. And this time around also, they held that compound. They were only able to walk away with 3 kills. But again, you combine those points together with the placement points. Here they are on the 8th spot, and they, well, looking good.
So this time we are witnessing a lot of different things, right? This time it's just not one team that's absolutely dominating. Of course, Zeus does have those points to back them up. But at the same time, look at the chicken dinners. Everyone has got a few. But taking a look at INES and Seal Esports, things definitely have gone awry.
So, alright, here's the deal. Seal Esports, their fate for the Super Weekend is sealed in the sense that they are not going to be there. But for INES, again, the coin has been tossed up in the air, and they're going to have to wait the next 2 matches to see if they make it or not.
Nail-biting. Nail-biting, treacherous. It's treacherous because again, I mean, you talk about Seal Esports, yes, they've been a part of the first Super Weekend and they've been absolutely ludicrous when it comes to the gameplay. But you talk about INES not being able to participate in this one, I mean, again, Fixers, you were talking about it, that will make it really, really difficult for them to perform and outperform the competition in week number 3.
Again, the same problems with A1 Esports. Look at them. I mean, 15 points, 23 kills, and INES, again, it's going to hurt them. That we know for sure. But, you know, taking my attention to R3D, we have not really been having that conversation about them. But this is one of those teams. You've got such beautiful players, and you can absolutely... in the first week, we did see, you know, all these players getting so many kills for themselves. I mean, you talk about players like Virus. We've seen Edgar also performing, but this time just 6 kills is not acceptable by the standards that they've set up.
Exactly, but the same things happened in week 1 as well, where both these teams, A1 and R3D, the teams in question, weren't performing before the last 2 matches, and then they go on to destroy the lobby in the last 2 games.
Absolutely, mate. And with that, again, talking about the last 2, that is what we are left at because we just completed match number 8. Of course, there are in total 10 games that do end up playing throughout the league plays. This is the final day, and in that, match number 9 will be on Miramar, where group number A is going to have to, well, take a backseat.
So, talking about Group A, 2 teams we talked about specifically earlier on. Seal Esports, well, out already. INES, coin toss is there. They might make it, they might not make it. We won't find out until the end of today. On the other side, Carnage is there and Zeus is there. These 2 teams, again, wonderful performance throughout the week, sitting in a really good position right now, and, well, there's no way they get taken out.
Absolutely, mate. And with that, you move towards the map chance coming in for the side of Miramar, where the stats clearly state that Venom Legends are here to, well, bring this on in their favor. But again, I mean, it is speculation based because it is stats that we're talking about. There's PN Crew right there as well, and the performance from them, the graph from them, has been on an upward slope when it comes to week 2.
Exactly. And Venom Legends specifically, I mean, they're doing really well in week 2.
You talk about Venom Legends. This was a team that used to absolutely dominate, annihilate teams in the map of Sanhok in the last PMPL. This time, however, Miramar has definitely been one of those maps. But considering Venom Legends having such a good outing, they've not yet got a chicken dinner. And getting back to their past performances, I think this might just be the game in which they might be bringing that one home.
Well, that is of course going to be a conversation that we shall take after the game is done, because right now, of course, we've got 2 games remaining. They have all the opportunity to be able to convert not only this one, but the next Erangel map also in their favor. And again, with those hopes, we move on along into match number 9, hashtag PMPL SA, and of course, follow the teams that you are rooting for. Well, enough banter, let's move on with match number 9 on towards our casters, who once again are going to be none other than Blay, joined in with Necro.
Thank you once again, Blotter, for that, as we do enter the penultimate game of the league stage. We have a Miramar, the final Miramar remaining. And I don't know about you, Necro, but there's a lot on the line for a few of these teams, especially the ones who kind of haven't really guaranteed a spot for the Super Weekend.
Well, I mean, indeed, and you know, even in the group, in this one, Group A is not going to be playing. So that is a massive thing. Against Skylight Esports, they are probably not going to be making it if they're going to be playing just the way they are right now. They will have to step things up. But again, I want to point one thing out from the previous game. Now, Zeus didn't went to the spot they actually like to go. They usually prefer the shelter area, but this time they went to Georgia Pool and wiped out the entire squad of INES.
Yeah, they did, and we could, of course, talk a little bit more about these guys, but we won't be seeing INES anymore. We won't be seeing Carnage Esports, nor will we be seeing Seal and Zeus. Seal are pretty much out of contention for the second Super Weekend. INES, they are in the 14th position. I'm not too sure about their position either, as we do hear word from the from production that we will be coming back because it looks like we have a couple of players who haven't been able to connect into the server. So we're going to be taking a couple more minutes before we're going to be jumping into Miramar. We can talk a little bit more about the teams who can make it. R3D, for example, they still have a couple of games remaining here. How do you fancy the chances?
Well, to be honest, it's looking quite wiggly, to be honest. The way these guys have been performing, not really consistent. But I mean, somewhere down the line, I do believe. We have seen them in the past, you know, put on some phenomenal performances as well. Maybe this time they will actually step up and they will wake up, you know, you never know.
All right, I'm taking a look at what I have over here with my useless notes, but I'm taking a look at the 10th position, right? So we got Skylight Gaming in the 10th position, and we have them at 46 points, and we have R3D on 31. So it's still very closely contested. But right now, we're going to be cutting to a very quick break, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be back with the action very, very quickly.
Yeah. Ready? Strap up. Yeah. Free corner, had us ready for what I'm pitching. Ain't nothing but heaters listen to pick them off from a distance like. About to get the drop on. Roll up with the squad on. How you gon' survive on the ride? You can't hide on. Try to stall, but your time will come. We gon' ride it together better than riding alone. Stuck us out of the zone, but before we head home, I don't like with my scope, and there ain't nowhere to go. Yeah, if I miss, I don't quit, so let's leave this home. Yeah. Coming at you like I got nothing to lose. Hey. Clearly I might be missing a couple screws. Call me the handyman, cause I'm known for carrying tools. Hey. Ain't a problem that I can't fix, please don't get it confused. Yeah. 6 million ways to try, which will you choose? Many hope to stop our team, but we refuse. Act like you want it, bet y'all get it. Winner, chicken dinner is about to get barbaric. Can't call me, so I can race pain and walk it on. Meanwhile, these cowards are praying, we call it off. Never not at all. In it to win it, we'll keep trying. All the zones closing in and we're watching the sounds flying. No loud sirens coming to save you, you better force it. Artists with the shotty, I paint a picture that's haunted. Pretty ugly, this ain't funny, but they nearly struck me too. They must be feeling lucky, spraying anybody that move. About to hit these dummies, get them money before they getting you. Revenge is coming, take one of us, we'll take out your crew. Bring it back. Enemies ahead, about to put her in and they chapter. Survival of the fittest, the only mission that matters. My sharpest a dagger, my mama ain't raised a stacker. Coming in high and heavy, the breaker and make them scatter. Made a platter that's ready for what I'm preaching. Nothing but heaters, listen to pick them off from a distance. Man, listen, got the drop on them. Roll up with the squad on them. Hey, how you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide over. Try to stall, but your time will come. We got the drop on them. Roll up with the squad on them, and we going hard. You survive the night, we ride, you try to hide.
Well, that was a quick break as we are ready to be jumping straight into the game. My name is Blair, and of course joining me is going to be Necro. I've had a question for you, Necro. Where did you get the name from?
Well, to be honest, I was just playing CSGO, and if you wonder, in the past there was a player called Lekra.
There is a player called Necro. I do believe it's still playing right now. I think it's in NIP right now. But so, and you went with the N instead of the L. All right. I thought it had to do more with like dead bodies or something of that nature, Necro and all of that. We're going to be jumping in straight into the game. They're not going to be wasting too much of time with useless trivia. And it is going to be Miramar, the final Miramar of the league stage, the penultimate game of the league stage as well. A lot on the line. Group A will be sitting this one out. And it's going to be starting on top of Impala and heading all the way to Via Del Mar. What are your thoughts on where these guys are going to be dropping towards, Necro?
Well, to be honest, taking the fact into consideration, Z3us is going to be sitting it out this time. 7C, of course, do like to go to the El Hazar area, but this time Z3us isn't going to be going there because they are sitting it out. So maybe we might see 7C, preferring the El Hazar area. But it doesn't seem like they are quite going to be going there. But again, Carnage is also not there. That means Picado might be clear as well. So, I mean, I don't really know how these teams would probably, go towards the drop spots, but again, we might see a little bit of curveballs being thrown. And of course, Blood Legion doing the same thing, going towards Puerto this time.
They could indeed be going for that. I'd like to see a few more. We did see a water circle, final circle, in one of the few Miramars we had. I would love to see that again. I'm a fan of Chaos. Not an agent, but just a fan of it. If it does wind up towards Los Higos or Via Del Mar or Minas del Sur, I'm going to be a happy camper, Necro. We do have Blood Legion dropping towards Puerto Parayo. We got a lot of the majority of them heading up towards the northern side of the map, which is actually going to favor them. El Azahar, we've got Tierra Bronco, Torre Amuda, way up north though, but I'm assuming the majority of them are going to be potentially heading towards San Martin and Hacienda del Patron. Venom Legends though, they have been on a tear so far in this league stage, and right now they're looking for more. Spooky is going to be running away with his tail tucked between his legs as Detron is looking for that kill.
And of course, the opening has already been found. 1952 entry, you're going to be the one to take down Hungry Box. Deadeyes, of course, did win the previous game, but again, this time having quite a hurtful start for themselves, of course. Already losing out on a player, and this is quite a risky move coming from Hungry Box. But yes, he made it back to safety.
The timing of that, it couldn't have been any better. He waited for 1952 entry. He got maybe a little too paranoid. It's like, maybe there is someone stationed nearby. He almost gets taken down there, but he has somehow managed to crawl himself to some semblance of cover, but it's still a distance away. He's crawling desperately towards his teammate, but he is leading all the members in 1952 towards Wadu's position. And Wadu, he's got no helmets, he's got no Kevlar, he just has those 2 guns to work with. So I'm not sure how he's going to be able to hold off this onslaught from 1952.
Well, yeah. I mean, Deadeyes, of course, already losing out a player now. They would want to get the res onto him, but Sharp already denying the chances and taking him down now. The first blood has been found by the players of 1952. It seems like they are on a hunt. Wadu Sir, of course, being in those nearby phrases, as they are trying their best to find his position out, but he is not giving any footsteps away or neither any sound kills. So Wadu is doing quite a fantastic job, and as long as his position is not getting compromised, the chances of him staying alive is of course going to be there on the board. But again, Wadu Sir trying his best not to get compromised as well. Now, of course, the sound cues are given away a little by little, but 1952 don't really want to aggress in that easily, as the nades are being lobbed in, and maybe that would do it, but a little bit too far away. Oh, that's a smoke.
The smoke, nade sailing in though, as the other 2 players of Deadeyes Guys trying to help a teammate out, but there was a bit of a gap there. And with that, Waduser will be spotted out. Suyok does manage to reply back. He does get a knock. Still, player advantage here for the side of 1952. And considering how far away Suyok and Shifu are, I don't really fancy Wadu's chances of crawling his way to safety. A few smokes have been deployed, but it's going to require a miracle here. The res has come on in for the 4th member of 1952, and Wadu is trying though. He is attempting to make a run for it, but you can see Sharp and entry ensuring he doesn't get away, he doesn't escape. And as they continue to push on ahead, and Deadeyes Guys are being extremely passive, which is surprising. I mean, they had a fantastic game earlier, and right now 7th position as well, 55 points, tied alongside Blood Legion. Maybe they just want to play for the placements. Maybe they don't want to go up against 1952, who basically have nothing to lose.
Well, I mean, to be honest, Deadeyes, again, already short on 2 players, and 1952 have all their players alive. And that would, of course, be a massive factor inside the fight as well. So Deadeyes taking a little bit of passive step and backing off from the fight, which is a pretty brilliant decision. Of course, you would want to play it out for positioning if you don't really have the fight panning out in your favor. So backing off and taking that passive step is going to be a massive factor. But again, High Voltage getting back to their spot inside Minesdale Valley this time. But also, I want to point one thing out, DRS. Now, DRS, again, kind of separated out from a lot of teams, and there are no teams in those nearby phrases. But talking about teams being in those nearby phrases, F4 going up against PN Crew and Sundish in a massive water trouble has spotted out Wartrux getting in those close lines, but that Tommy gun is doing a lot of damage, but no! Sundish taking him down, but there is Khan from the back lines providing that essential cover for Wartrux, and finally taking Sundish down, and that's going to be Wartrux getting saved. But just take a look at the heroic entry coming from Ayush, ramming the vehicle straight inside, and Khan in a massive water trouble, getting capitalized from both the players of PN Crew. And that's going to be F4 taken down on their knees.
Oh man, Khan, he should have heard that, right? He should have heard the vehicle, the buggy ramming in, but he probably wasn't expecting Ayush to just hold that forward button and push on in like a madman. Now, a knock has taken place for a member of PN Crew, but the rest should be coming on in. But F4, Destroyer is going to be the last man standing here. And F4 probably wondering what the hell just happened. The tables getting flipped straight in their faces and bloodied and battered. Destroyer has to choose. He's got to make up his mind. Does he try and go for the res? The res is looking impossible. And considering he's going to be in a 1v3, I feel the right ploy here is to basically replicate what what Deadeyes Guys did earlier. Basically, just run away, run to the hills with the tail tucked between the legs, because this one's a fight you're not going to win.
Well, I mean, he is going to be doing the exact same thing. Now, again, another fight panning out between Skylight Gaming and for Skylight Gaming, Heaven is kind of separated out from the pack. TDK being the one putting down a lot of pressure onto Heaven. Heaven, of course, metting himself back up, and blah, blah, blah. Don't really seem like he has any clue where he is, but finally has spotted him down, and that's going to be Heaven going down as well. Skylight Gaming off to a real bad start. And now TDK, again, they have capitalized onto the players of Skylight Gaming. The Murado has been busted down, and that's going to be Leon as well, taking an exit. TDK doing a fantastic job in overall taking down the players of Skylight Gaming one by one. And quite a lot of mistakes being made from Skylight Gaming as they're trying to make the rotation inside as well.
And F4, Well, F's in a chat for them, ladies and gentlemen. They have been wiped out. The one player who I thought would manage to extricate himself in the position, he has been found out as well. And F4, well, they're no more. They have been F4'd in the 16th position. And with that, I believe that is going to be it from F4. We're not going to be seeing them in a super weekend. They're going to be joining Skylight Esports in sitting this weekend out, which is an unfortunate end for them, but hopefully they do bounce back in the in week number 3. Right now, though, we still have 15 teams. You can take a look at the map and the way High Voltage are taking a long route around El Pozo and probably looking to head in through La Cobreria. The only problem being, Future Station, they're lying in wait.
I mean, taking a look at the bottom side of the map, of course, StalwartFlex, XP Blood Legion, and Venom Legends are right behind each other, making the rotation inside the circle, taking their sweet little time. We might see them ramming into each other if they keep on going inside the same route, but again, the chances of that happening are pretty low because it seems like they are finally going to be separating away. But take a look at the middle of the circle. There are so many teams inside. Seal9, A1 Esports, 7C, and even PN Crew and R3D being in those nearby phrases. A lot of fight might be panning out as the zone will probably be shrinking down. And of course, it's going to be favoring down the players who are initially in the center of the circle. But again, a fight panning down between 7C and A1 Esports. Again, 9boy putting down lead into Nemo. And finally, Nemo has been taken down.
He's crawling away. There's got backup right nearby, but they have to get out of the vehicles, and here we go. There's 5 in A1 and 7C. Both these teams have quite a lot to lose, especially A1. Both the teams actually run at 17, 45 points, A1 on 38. They have only 2 games remaining here, and there is a real chance both these two teams, or one of them, is not going to be making it to the Super Weekend. So this battle is everything right now, as Sinister is taking bullets from Rig, who will get the knock. The nade is going to fall shy of Riggs' position, but the vehicles could be a potential problem, as well as 9boy gets pushed from above. He was so tunnel vision that 7C grouping up together, and A1 are getting bullied from afar, and up close as Seal9 joined the fray, and A1, this is not looking good. Dante, he's going to be heading straight for the 9th circle, and A1 Esports down to just a couple of members.
Well, just like that, A1 Esports in a massive water trouble. Again, Seal9 and 7C. Seal9 from the back and 7C from the front lines, taking them down barely as well. Now Nemo, of course, spotting down the players of Seal9, taking a little bit of shots, but doesn't really seem like any of them are going to be connecting. As Nemo again. He's quite confident. He's looking quite confident. The way he's moving around, the way he's trying to loot as well. Now Nemo, of course, does have himself that loot boxes to loot, and maybe he'll find himself a pretty comfortable spot as well after that fight. Now 7C are on a move. They probably want to get themselves, you know, a much more comfortable spot because there's a lot of teams in the center of the circle. Seal9 being one of them, PN Crew being one of them. So 7C might be in a little bit of trouble because they have their grounds pretty exposed.
They are exposed. There's Miramar, where the terrain can be quite rough indeed. As you pointed out earlier, most of his teams opting to head towards the center of the next play zone, just trying to play the odds towards between El Azahar, Crew, the Valle, and DRS and High Voltage, opting to go for a more of a rounder approach, going all the way around, all the way up north. Or DRS, they're going to be making entry alongside Future Station. Now High Voltage is going to be pushing in from the northwestern side, where they are on a trajectory with Deadeyes Guys. So a lot of these teams on the western side, eventually they will have to get off the vehicles and take a fight. The question is, will they? Like, some of them would just opt to continue ahead, right? They'd rather head towards Crew de Valle or towards El Azahar, but it is going to get messy. We have lost a couple of teams already, but still a lot of these teams have all 4 players still very much alive.
Well, again, as you did mention, High Voltage is moving quite close to the players of Deadeyes. And if they keep on moving in the same direction that they are, they might actually get inside and fight against them. But again, Future Station, Gremlin, Storm missing a lot of shots onto the players of R3D, but finally taking down Edgar, as he was caught off guard in the open ground with Joker as well, finally making it back to safety in the nick of time. But the buggy will be blown as well, and of course the damage has been dealt onto Joker, but Joker will probably be backing off, healing himself, trying to find himself in a comfortable spot, as Edgar has been taken out of the game. And the kill will be confirmed by Badrev. Of course, Badriff kind of missed those shots initially, but finally did manage to connect them. So the kill will be found there, but R3D again in a massive water trouble. Now, we did have a little bit of hopes going in for R3D, but doesn't really seem like they are going to be the one to, you know, maybe take the chicken dinner, because they're already off to a real bad start.
And the woes might just continue because Anubis, he's being pushed here real fast by Eva Live. Bullets will rain on in, but two players from Future Station, and they're going to find it. They're going to find the knock, and with that, yep, I have to agree with you, R3D. They look a little discombobulated. All these players far away from each other. And Joker is going to be the last man standing here alongside Virus. They still have two of them alive, and that M24 not quite finding his mark, but considering how he's out in the open, he's getting shot at by multiple teams. He's not sure where Turulov is shooting him from, as we have lost yet another team. It looks like A1 Esports. Jack's trying his desperate best to keep the flag of his team flying high, and he will fall as Detron will also fall to his knees.
Detron going down to fall damage, quite a questionable thing, you know, to witness inside this lobby. But again, DRS spotting down the players of High Voltage, making the rotation onto the hilltops. High Voltage, of course, preferring that high ground for themselves, but Galzen doesn't really have the HP favoring him, so he will need to heal himself. And certainly seems like he will probably be doing that, as he's going to be backing off towards his teammate. And Nima, of course, a player of DRS, you know, Nima, he has been performing quite well in the past as well. But for now, Extreme taking... Wow! That was that was quite a stunt from Extreme there, but again, Entry taking down.
Okay, listen, production. All right, I'm going to put you to task. I want a replay of that. I want that zoomed in. Can you do that? Can you zoom into that barrel roll he did? Because that, I've never seen that. That was like at least like, I don't know, like a 6, 7, 8
yeah, that was
rotations. Yeah, I want a replay of that later on, zoomed in as well. I want to highlight that. That was, look, I know he died, but my oh my, what a way to go out.
Yeah, that was more kind of like a style, you know. That was a swag way to go down as well. But now again, 1952 have spotted down the players of High Voltage, but Sharp doesn't really seem like he is going to be taking any shots though. But again, taking the fact into consideration, Blood Legions are taking...
hold on.
Oh, there we go.
Look at that. Let's look at that. Oh, Extreme. I mean, he's living up to Extreme, so I guess he's into Extreme Sports, X Games, and all of that good stuff. But man, like, yeah, sure he died, but I
mean, we'll probably remember that till ages.
Yeah, for me, like everyone's talking about Jiggles, that clutch he pulled off in the early game today. Yeah, I feel this one beat that. This is spectacular. All right. Let's make things a little bit more serious here. We can take a look at the circle. We can take a look at the circle and see how it's going to be panning on out. It's going to be between Del Patron, Hacienda Del Patron, and the water treatment plant, and Cruz de Valle. And it's kind of out in the open.
Yeah,
you know, there's a road smack in the center, and all these teams, they are slowly going to be congregating to where the next play zone is going to be. Gotta say, I'm calling it right now here. A lot of vehicular explosions, a lot of vehicular manslaughter, a lot of people dying in this rotation.
Of course, I mean, a lot of teams will have to make the rotation inside as well, because the circle is only favoring some certain amount of team. Of course, Seal9 being one of them, TDK and PN Crew and Future Station, of course, just made the rotation inside. But now 7C are on the way as well, as StalwartFlex are going to be following their footsteps right behind them. But R3D, again, off to a real bad start. Virus and Joker are the only last two men surviving for them, as a lot of rotations are being made and a lot of fights are being forced as well. Now take a look at Blood Legion, of course, being in those nearby phrases of Joker. But will the fight be going down? Joker, I don't really feel like he is exposing his position away, but yep, finally his position has been compromised, and Blood Legion putting down an end to his life as well.
Blood Legion, a lot to lose here for these guys, and they are they have everyone alive. It's been a low fragging affair for most of these guys so far, apart from PN Crew, who got that wipe. But they of course lost a player in turn, and Blood Legion are playing this one pretty safe. They haven't lost a single player. Dominic is going to be the reconnaissance guy for them, going on ahead of the rest of the pack, as they are getting closer and closer where the play zone is. And keeping a look here. And if you can probably have the map up for a quick second production, we can probably try and paint the picture better. And there we go. Thank you very much. And this is interesting, right? A lot of teams in the center, they've kind of found their own compounds. They're pretty comfortable right now. And right now, everyone's just kind of coming in from the the outside of the play zone. So everyone's kind of found a spot. There's no one immediately next to each other. Although I say that, we still have 7C next to R3D, Virus that is, the lone man surviving. But I feel like there's going to be a bit of a lull in the action before the eventual chaos, because I don't really see barely any compounds or houses apart from the one Seal 9 have called home for the time being.
I mean, again, Seal9 do have a pretty good positioning for themselves, but Blade going down to Rig, wow, what an absolute laser beam this man is. That Mini 14 doing a lot of work, and wow, well, seems like quite an interesting choice of weapon to take him down, but finally the kill won't be found, as StalwartFlex Johnny, of course, being in those nearby phrases, but StalwartFlex already do have a player as a casualty for them, and they probably do want to get the res onto him as well, but he's quite separated out from the pack, and yeah, finally StalwartFlex are making the rotation onto him, and Blade is going to be the one who has went down, but True Love finally spotting the last member of R3D. But will he challenge the fight, though?
I mean, they really don't have much to lose here, and might as well. But Virus, so far, as you all know, Viruses are resilient. They can survive a lot of things. He can even go dormant and wait out till they find a more comfortable environment. And right now, he is doing the same. Virus out in the blue. Then the blue is going to be starting to deal a bit of damage. He needs to sneak on in, but like you pointed out, 7C keeping him at bay. Looking at the circle now. PN Crew, they had a bit of a compound in S9's warehouses. It's still in the play zone. So PN Crew and S9 right now are feeling pretty mighty happy.
Yeah, exactly. But again, TDK is right behind PN Crew as well, and even Skylight Gaming are in those upper phrases as well. Now, these guys do have the higher ground onto PN Crew, and PN Crew might get in a little bit of trouble as TDK, you know, maybe they will just charge right in. But 1952 entry, of course, the last man surviving for them, and he's in those nearby phrases as well. He might create a little bit of problem for TDK initially, but fights breaking down left and right as Dominic getting into massive water trouble. Rick is going to be the one to take him down, and even Future Station, Gremlin Storm into massive water trouble. Fights are happening left and right as the zone is going to be shrinking down, and of course, the ground is quite open, so a lot of teams do not really have the cover for themselves.
Virus will be, well, he gets taken down. And he did try his best to stay alive for as long as possible, but like you said, yeah, the circle is starting to shrinking further. It's starting to constrict. And that means a few of his teams are going to start to asphyxiate as the bullets will be riddling their lungs. Gasping for breath as they try to survive 7C. Even though they got a few kills, they will be losing members as well. They have a couple of players knocked down. Rez hasn't come in. Make that 3 members down now for 7C. 1 man left standing. It's going to be all down to Rig. Now, he can try and go in for the Rez, but there's so many enemy members nearby that he really can't go for this. He just has to try and stay alive for as long as possible. It's open terrain, and none of these teams are in the play zone, apart from Bad Rev and his team that is Future Station, but they in turn are taking a lot of bullets, and it is going to be Gyro who is being a bit of a thorn for S9. He is going to cook that nade, tosses it in. Don't think it's going to find its mark, though.
Yep. And 7C finally getting eliminated on 11th position. And wow, a fight breaking down as DRS already have the casualty onto their name. Mafia Ninja going down in the process, and Deadeyes, of course, doing a phenomenal job keeping DRS onto their knees, as Nima will also fall down. Now, the smoke grenades will be there to provide that temporary cover and get the resin as well, as AJ has finally gotten the reg onto Mafia Ninja, and Galson will probably be the stick in the res onto his teammate as well. Now, again, DRS were not looking that good, but Deadeyes being in those nearby phrases, and of course, just that last man surviving for Deadeyes as well. It's going to be Seoxer getting into massive water trouble, but seems like he is going to be backing off. He doesn't really want to challenge the fight, but DRS are just going to be aggressing in through, as another fight is pointing it out, and it's going to be StalwartFlex going up against Future Station, Gremlin Storm. Bad Rev being in those closer phrases, getting into massive water trouble, and wow!
Okay, StalwartFlex, they just wiped out a team. They in turn got wiped out by Bad Rev, and Bad Rev gets knocked down. It's when Future Station, if I'm not mistaken, are 1 player away from being eliminated. So everyone's taking turns wiping out teams, and it is going to come down to this 1 man left standing for the side of Future Station. Tamim, he's alone. In the meantime, S9, they are in a bit of a pickle as well, and Roy needs to go big, but he gets spotted up by Steel Shot, as StalwartFlex will be eliminated, as Venom Sorry, Venom Legends are on a bit of a tear. S9 gets taken down. Tamim, the last man alive, he's burning! What a perfectly placed Molotov there. And as he tried his best, he hit, he hoped no one's gonna spot him out, but Nima's like, have fun with this, Molly. And he will burn to his death. 5 teams remain. Necro, 14 still alive.
Exactly. Now another fight breaking down between the players of TDK and PN Crew. Of course, PN Crew getting in a massive water trouble, but again, TDK doing a fantastic job overall, capitalizing onto each and every single player of PN Crew, but TDK are getting flanked. They are getting routed from the back lines as they are getting third parties as well. Now, of course, PN Crew are looking quite decent in the position they have. They have a lot of cover for themselves. They are not exposed as well. Their backlines are covered as well. Now, of course, they are just down to a 2-man squad, but TDK are looking quite good initially as well. Now, of course, they are not getting capitalized from the other angles. That nade is going to be hurtful, taking down Sir. What a perfectly cooked nade, as Ayush is going to be making that heroic entry, but doesn't really seem like he will be taken down with Sarga, but Usarga retaliates back in fashion, and that's going to be Killer YT finally putting the final nail in the coffin, and that's going to be TDK going down.
That was so close. If he could pull that, if it pulled that one off, there would be PN Crew getting knocked out and him clutching out their 1v2. But unfortunately, like you said, T2K, they will finally meet their makers as we're down to the final 4 teams, 9 live. DRS have all 4 players and they are looking real solid right now, pushing up towards Rafford. Rafford lying prone, hoping the smoke will provide him a bit of cover, but it won't. He will be spotted out, gets taken down and finished off by AJ. Now 1 member remains here for the side of Venom Legends, and it is going to be Steel Shot. He has those nerves of steel, hiding again in that plume of smoke. And DRS, though, they're not getting tunnel vision. That's one thing I like about the way they're approaching this. They know where he is, but it's not all 4 players looking his direction. They're also wary of the fact that a couple of players nearby. Steel Shot will be found out by Gyalzin. He could not hide for any much more longer. And now DRS and Tari gets run over by Ayush, the absolute lunatic. Vehicular manslaughter in the final circle. It's a 1v4 basically right now. And PN Crew, well, they're not quite done yet. Killer is going to get the knock onto Mafia Ninja. Garden and AJ, they know exactly where he is. And this road, it's a road of death. And Killer, how long can he stave off the inevitable?
I mean, we have seen Killer in the past, absolutely pop off on the same map of Miramar as well. But now again, Killer YT going to be the last man surviving for PN Crew, but DRS are racking up from behind him as well, as he's getting contested from all the angles, and that's going to be DRS getting that chicken dinner in their hand.
And they do it in a very convincing fashion, right? Keeping almost all 4 players alive at the end over there. That was an entertaining game of Miramar. Like, we saw some barrel rolls, Necro. We saw Ayush just running over a player at the very end there. But in the end, it was going to be DRS who would not be denied. They have looked... I feel like they're one of the most consistent teams we've had in the entirety of PMPL Season 3.
Well, I mean, exactly. DRS, again, I have pointed out in the past as well, they have some of the most precise utility usage. And we did see a little bit of glimpse of that again. And even all the time, whenever I see these guys use those utilities, they never make a mistake.
They never do make a mistake. Who else doesn't really make too many mistakes? It's our desk. And the analysts, of course, they're going to be coming up after a very quick break. So don't go anywhere. We still have 1 final game remaining here in the league stage.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We just got done with match number 9 and that was an exhilarating affair indeed. And of course, alongside this, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F9 Pro for making it all happen. Book up your fun. With that, once again, a huge thanks to Oppo for making the PMPL events and sponsoring them. With that, let's move on to our analysts and find out what do they think about the map of Miramar right now.
Well, I think instead of having tumbleweeds in the game, it's a good compensation to have tumbling buggies.
It always is.
And you know, in those last few circles, we did see DRS completely controlling things over, and this is not the first time they're doing that.
True.
So being really consistent every single game, making it to top 3, and finally getting this chicken done for themselves, I think this is where they want to be.
Absolutely do, and with that, when you move on towards the MVP coming in from this game, you are looking at, of course, Killer YT from Pre and Crew, and this lad, again, I mean, yes, he was the final man surviving, it was a 1v4 situation, but the way he was able to just capitalize on those situations, 5 kills, 936 damage coming in from just him.
Yeah, good game coming in from the side of PN Crew as well. Well, it was a tough situation in the last sort of scuffle where you are stuck in a 1v5. I almost wish that the grenade actually did connect on the two players where the revive was happening close to the airdrop, because had that happened, then I guess we could have said, oh, a clutch might just occur.
Absolutely
right. We certainly missed out on that, and the nade was also perfectly lobbed. It was just the players of DRS backing off at the right moment, and maybe if it would have been in the previous version where nades were not nerfed, I think that could have connected and would have done some decent damage.
Either that or had it been a Molotov.
Well, you know what? No complaints though, because again, when you talk about the aggression coming in from PN Crew, they started the aggression right off the bat against F4, but move that along towards the top player list is where the entirety of the saga will move on towards after match number 9, where of course Killer YT with that incredible amount of damage, 939 with 5 kills, is taking the pole position.
Yeah, and well, following him is going to be Galzin from the side of DRS. We have Johnny from StalwartFlex, and then Myunke from Team Seal9. So overall, a good performance. But if I have to spot out the teams that have been consistent in the match so far, it's going to be the players from PN Crew and DRS. They are having good games back to back.
They most certainly are.
You know, considering how PN Crew have been playing in the first day of their league days, I think this is a really good comeback made by the boys. And you would expect them to do so. But at the same time, I must emphasize on this particular fact that they need to step up in those super weekends as well.
Yeah, I completely agree with that.
They probably will. They probably will. Because again, I mean, of course, week 1 was a different affair. You move on along, you get warmed up that much more to the entirety of the lobby. And that is how you start clutching those situations in your favor. And that's what these teams are showcasing. With that, let's have a look at the match ranking coming in from this match number 9 that just took place on Miramar. And well, indeed, it is DRS with 9 kills and 24 points to them. But PN Crew, well, early aggression did give them 9 kills as well.
Well, not just them, it's Venom Legends as well. So Venom Legends sitting on the 3rd position. These guys have surprised us this week specifically because the way Venom Legends were playing in week 1, it was decent, but not anything that's going to be grabbing your attention. But this time, they are doing really well for themselves. On the other side, let's talk about Skylight Gaming. Because now, this team, I mean, they did get themselves in the top 3 as far as the exit from the match is concerned, but not getting enough kills, just 11 points coming in. We have to see how far they can go.
Now this is where I'm starting to get really worried about Team F4, R3D, even High Voltage for instance, because High Voltage is one of those teams that was one of the most consistent from the lot in the first week, and now heading on towards the second week, something seems off about them. Just that one Miramar game where they did get that top 4 finish. Apart from that, they have sort of been fizzling out from the action. But Future Station, this time they sort of had a good game, getting those 10 points. But these 10 points are going to be deciding their fate if they are going to be making it to the Super Weekend.
Exactly, mate. But while things working for them, that is of course going to be the zone, the rotations. Because again, when you talk about Future Station, every single time we've had a conversation about the team has always been based on, well, are the rotations working for them? This time around, we saw HV, that is High Voltage, also take a very, very light rotation that again fizzled out and not in their favor.
Well, this is going to be quite interesting because this happened to, it happened to Carnage in the last Miramar that we had, wherein they were delayed with their rotations and then the punish came in. But this time, High Voltage, they managed to make their way inside the circle. And, well, sort of as fate would have it, the opponents that were there on the edge also moved in. So that sort of allowed them an easy entry. But then, from there on out, well, rotations did not work out.
Not at all. Not at all indeed.
You know, someday during the interviews, I would really like to talk to the coach of PN Crew. how do they do that? Or maybe the IGL.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, his calls are so precise, and this is like the third time we do see them inside the circles in the end zones. I mean, that's precision. This shows how well prepared you are, because at the end of the day, it's all algorithms, right? You need to know in these certain circles this shift might go here, and that comes from pure experience. Now we know that PN Crew is one of the oldest teams hailing from Nepal, and finally stepping up to the occasion, finally rising high. This is exactly what their fans would expect from them.
Exactly, mate. And not only that team, but so many others as well that were able to slowly and steadily, of course, bring in some wonderful moments for us to be able to enjoy. So let's combine those moments together and have a look at the Oppo moments.
Well, starting things off, the aggression or the fight that happened between 1952 and DE. Now, that was an interesting situation, but then F4 today, things again not working out in the team's favor.
Yeah, I mean, they are just tumbling down up until the point they're finally done. Also not getting a lot out of this match as well, with just one more game remaining. And so many teams have that sword hanging over their heads. And if they do not really perform well, then they're pretty much sitting it out. So Pakistani teams, apart from StalwartFlex, have sort of been disappointing this weekend.
Yeah, but I mean, I want to see one thing. So we are in our open moments of the game. I want to see if we get the moment of the, well, the tumbling buggy.
Are you talking about that vehicular
Oh,
manslaughter?
that's it.
Oh,
there it is.
We've seen this in the past, and Extreme has to deal with the aftermath of it. And this time there was actually someone inside the buggy.
Yeah. This time there was someone in the buggy. Plus, he was quite close to the opponents as well. And as he said, the vehicular manslaughter. I mean, that is definitely going to be there towards the end of the game. But before that, a lot of fights to get inside those circles, especially considering like open areas are going to be part of the situation. You tend to get caught out every single time you go and peek the ridge.
This time T2K was also off to a good start, but this is what we were talking about. Now getting the conversation back along towards T2K. So they are also one of those lineups that you would have high hopes from, and this time they were getting those kills. But in terms of positioning, they were also there, but completely being outplayed by the players of PN Crew, and especially Killer Whitey. And after that, we did see him, making those moves, dancing. He knew the fact once it came up, he was the MVP.
Absolutely was, Matt. And with that, you move on towards the damage histograph right here.
Yeah.
Oh,
perfect play. I mean,
well, this was a close game.
It was. So many teams right here, so many towers right here, and every single team was able to, pretty much every single team was able to chime in to the aggression. That's a good thing.
That is definitely a good thing. I mean, but for teams that weren't able to secure those kills, especially in the early fights, I mean, it was just the fact that positioning, just small little mistakes getting punished.
Exactly, mate. Because again, I mean, you talk about teams like A1 right there, R3D right there. Fixes, you wanted to join in as
that
well?
was a perfect Miramar graph.
Yeah.
This is where you have those damage numbers going up, but not the right amount of kills. You've got those ridges to play around. So yeah, I really like the graph this time.
That is true, but yes, with that, we've got 9 games done when it comes to the league play, week 2 of PMPL South Asia. That implies only 1 more game remains, but of course, that is all going to factor on based on what the overall ranking states, because this is where we'll find out what teams are going to be in that loophole for now.
Well, Z3us Esports have been taken over on the first position, but I mean, again, these teams are pretty much moving forward. Kudos to DRS, they have a game in hand, they have the most placement points. Look at that, 61 placement points.
It makes sense. I mean, this game, they of course got the chicken dinner. Last game they were looking at 2nd position. The previous one, they were on the 3rd. So again, I mean, combine that together, DRS is in top shape and form. But as you move on towards the 2nd page, that is where we need to see a lot more synergy from these teams.
Right on the verge, Future Station right on the verge of making it or breaking it. And it is going to be between them, 1952, R3D, and Team F4. So F4,
yeah.
I mean, do we say?
The ship has sailed.
Yeah, it is gone. But R3D and 1952 are there.
Well, again, on the other side, as you guys were mentioning earlier, INES, they certainly have their luck locked based on other teams' performances, but they're looking pretty comfortable as of now. Talk about Future Station, they've moved up 2 steps. As the day started, they were on 16th, and right now also looking okay, and they've got games.
So if A1 Esports, Future Station, and 1952, all 3 of them, or R3D, 3 of these teams do good, INES, that's when they will be taken out. But as far as the sort of the performances, the recent performances, and I mean today specifically have gone out for the teams, they need to somehow manage to finish in the top 5 with at least like 3 to 4 kills to their name.
True, mate. That's going to be very important. Very,
There's
very
like,
important.
There's
Just
like a
one more game
75%
remains.
chance. I'm going to give them that. There's going to be an 80% probability INES are moving to the Super Weekend this time.
Well, again, you're talking about stats. Let's move in along with the stats itself, because again, right now we're going to be moving on and having a look at what map it is going to be. And of course, it is once again Group A that is not going to be a part of it, and it is, to close the day off, going to be on Erangel.
Well, I mean, looking at how many teams and which teams rather, it's Nepali domination this week entirely with a majority of the chicken dinners. Bangladesh and Pakistan region need to step up apart from a few different teams that we have. Apart from StalwartFlex, maybe the Pakistani teams seem off. And the same can be said for Bangladesh region, where you just have Blood Legion and Venom Legends performing. But heading on to the final game of Erangel, we did see that Pachinki circle, we did see that trench warfare. I really want to see something like that this time, or maybe around the prison area, because that has been reworked completely. And we were really close to a prison circle, but we pretty much did not get that. So I'm actually hoping for a prison circle.
See, either a prison circle or go up north, keep passing by, like go straight from Yasnaya, the Stalber Kamishki Mount. It's been a while since we have seen those circles.
True, once again. But again, you guys know, we do need to ask you, when it comes to any predictions.
Should we go with the Nepali team again?
Let's go with Bangladesh this time.
Alright, well, it is any Bangladeshi team that will able to chime in and move in along.
Future Station, I'm going to go with Future Station.
There you go. Now that is that much more of a confirmed, concrete approach to this prediction. Once again, hashtag PMPL SA and let us know what your prediction is going to be. With that, let's move on into this final game. And that implies, let's move on to our commentators, who are going to be, well, XP joined in with Necro to take us through this final game.
Once again, thank you so much, Blotter, and I really love the fact that you don't put us on the spot as far as predictions go, so you know, we are safe. Grazie. Thank you. Anyway, coming back to all this action, it is going to be the final game in League Week 2, and if you had a look at the latter half of the overall standings, it could get dicey. INES, again, they are done with their 8 games, but their position, I don't know. Do you think they're going to make it?
It's quite risky, to be honest. I don't really want to say anything at this point because...
you want to jinx it?
I don't want to jinx it because, I mean, even in the past, we did see the same situation going for INES.
I mean, they were in the 13th, 14th position last time as well, and then somebody just toppled them over just by a few points. It is going to hurt, but of course, they have done their best, and now they are going to be hoping that the teams that are below them, just by a few points, don't have a good game. Now, of course, that is not what sportsmanship is all about, but we are going to have to wait and see because, well, the big bird is going to take to the sky one last time as we fly over Erangel. And if you have a look at the plane path, well, kind of opposite from what we had earlier on. We are going to go from Novorepnoy and Milta all the way over to Quarry and Primorsk. Again, it is going to be a southern flight path, but the circle, is it going to play spoil sport?
Well, to be honest, a lot of teams might be screwed over here at this point because Deadeyes do like to go towards Rozhok area, and this circle fly path, this plane fly path is going to be quite questionable. Now, how are they going to be approaching this game? That is going to be an interesting factor because certainly going towards Rozhok is going to be quite a tricky thing to do. And maybe Deadeyes will reposition their drop spot. Let's just see.
Well, we're going to wait and find out because Melta is definitely going to have the same kind of teams that do love dropping over there every once in a while. XP Blood Legion. Now, I did kind of see a little bit of a pattern in the Super Weekend last time around that they were kind of targeting Deadeyes Guys in Rozhok. So, you know, I wouldn't be too surprised if they do try to head out a bit further up north. Have a look at that. They are going to be moving towards the shelter area. So they might just pick up a few cars around the mansion and head over to said city. But now, the question on everybody's minds, where is the circle going to form? And it shall be answered in about 3, 2, 1.5. And I messed up. My timing is completely off. But of course, I like the fact that StalwartFlex are the only team in military once again.
Oh, well, look at that.
There you have it.
Well, I really feel like this is a deja vu again. But we did
Wait a second.
the same circle.
They're not same teammates, right? Do we already have a little bit of a chase going on?
Yeah, wait, this is quite confusing. DRS just passing right next to the players of Blood Legions. And yeah, of course, they don't have any guns, so the fight wouldn't be challenged. Now, the shelter area is pretty clear because Zeus is not inside the game. We all do know Zeus like to go for those shelter areas. So even if one of those teams, you know, do want to go for the shelter, so it's going to be quite open for them. But again, F4 Voltrux getting stuck between the players of Blood Legion. He's the only man in those nearby vicinities, and of course Blood Legion have two of their players right next to him.
And of course, this is the prison area that we're talking about. The remainder of Team F4, in fact, are heading over to Lipovka, which is going to be a little bit tricky for Voltrux to basically reassemble with his teammates. Now, of course, a few shots have been fired, so I won't be surprised if Blood Legion have an idea of where this gentleman is. And the question is, do you cut your losses and, you know, just give up, go in for the kill, or do you back off slowly? But looks like Gyro might have an idea where the man is as he's positioning himself, ready for a little bit of an ambush. But ooh, Voltrux is going to be throwing a nade, cooked a bit too much.
To find an opening going to be quite a risky task, and Voltrux trying to find it, overcooking a lot of nades, and utility precision not there, but the gun precision will be there as he's going to be landing all of his bullets onto Gyro there. And Gyro, of course, going down now. Blood Legion's in a massive water trouble as things are just down to a one-on-one. F4 do seem like the backup has arrived, so the cavalry will be there to back Voltrux up, but they are quite separated out from each other, so the cavalry will be there, but Voltrux is getting inside the building where Dominic is hiding initially. And if the fight will be challenged as Destroyer taking a lot of shots from Dominic, the fight is breaking down between these two lads, and even Voltrux showing up inside the fight, and Dominic getting into massive water trouble. The kill will be finished as well instantly. And F4 off to a flying start.
Off to a flying start indeed, and I like the fact that Destroyer went in to kind of help his teammate out while we have the remainder of the two members, basically Wolverine and Khan up top, trying to provide that essential cover. Now, we are going to have a revive coming in as well, as Leo has made his way to his teammate. Destroyer giving a couple of cues away with that sound as Voltrux is going to make sure that the flank is secure. A grenade comes in, and in fact, Wolverine up top. We were talking about it. They were in a pristine position to lay down some lead, and well, it seems to be working out for them.
Well, exactly. And even Gyro doesn't really have any meds to heal himself up. So, of course, he's just going to be surviving on that sliver of HP, and F4 taking him down instantly as well. Now, Rayan from the backline is taking Khan down. Beautiful positioning coming in. And Khan didn't really expect Rayan to be in those backlines and doing a fantastic job overall contesting and taking down the players of F4 one by one. But again, Blood Legion in a massive water trouble as Rayan is just going to be the last man surviving. Now, Rayan is, of course, a class master. Even yesterday we see him, you know, with the DBS doing a lot of work. But F4 going straight up against Rayan, and that's going to be Voltrux putting down the final nail in the coffin as Blood Legion taking an early exit this time.
An early exit, and let me just point something out. Voltrux switched away his AKM for that Uzi. Of course, you want that high rate of fire to make sure you get the job done, and, well, they definitely did good over there. One team is already out of this game, and again, in proper Erangel fashion, that is something we do come to expect, but it looks like S9, Seal 9, the boys are traversing across the map. And they are going to take a few shots off by T2K, but have a look at the Starsgrass position. He is going to get obliterated as Inky knocks him down. And, well, Inky and Roy realize that he is all by his lonesome, and they are going to go in and confirm that kill.
I mean, one thing we definitely do know that Seal9 have their confidence boosted up a lot much more higher inside this week. And again, Venom Legends, Rafath getting caught off guard, initially separated from the pack in a massive water trouble. Rafath, of course, will be taken down from the backlines by Ayush. Beautiful contestation from these lads, and again, they are getting shot at from the backlines by Steel Shot, but doesn't matter. The opening has already been found. Venom Legends are short to just a 3-man squad, as Legend has already went down as well. But the smokes will be there to provide that little bit of cover and to even get the res in, as Nightwing is getting real up close and personal. And he's also separated from the pack. If the frag on the Nightwing will be found, then Venom Legends would be off to a pretty hurtful start. And certainly you do not really want those kind of starts. And that nade looks good, but no, onto the other side of the tree. But Killer YT exposing himself a little bit too much, and the rotations are quite questionable from the side of PN Crew, exposing themselves a little bit too much.
Well, we know the 762's back quite a punch, and unfortunately he's going to get taken down by Sandesh. Again, a lot of time taken for the cavalry to come back in, but Detron does make it in the nick of time, making sure the revive is going to come in for Nightwing. However, my question is, where are the remaining members of Venom Legends? Of course, one of them is on his knees. One of them is going to be coming in just a bit too late. See, again, it's that presence of mind. You got to be quick on your feet. The moment Nightwing was picking a fight when Legend was down, well, he is definitely going to bleed out. There you have it. he is being taken out of the game. Ayush down on his knees again. This is when Venom Legends needs to apply the pressure because Killer and Sandesh, they can hold their ground, but I look at that. I do believe a flank is going to be going on the right. Have a look to the right of your screen right now as Killer is taking on D-Tron, who's going to come on top. The switcheroo comes in, and down goes Killer YT.
Well, exactly. Steel shot is in those backlines, and that's going to be the end for PN Crew. Beautiful, beautiful strategies coming out from Venom Legends, and that's going to be enough to take down the entire squad of PN Crew. But again, Venom Legends is doing a fantastic job, and seems like TDK Rated Sir has spotted down the players of Even Esports, and Even Esports taking a lot of shots onto him. Not going to be able to connect any, as Rated Sir will be getting outside of that situation without any trouble. But StalwartFlex, of course, being in those nearby vicinities as well. Rated Sir is quite in a massive amount of trouble. First he was getting contested by the squad of A1, and now StalwartFlex.
And it's kind of surprising the way StalwartFlex, in fact, have made it to the mainland so quick, because normally you see them on the military island and, you know, they take their sweet time in coming in. In fact, sometimes they even basically brave the blue zone. And they are trying to up the pressure. Of course, they want to make sure that they have their spot secured for this super weekend. But now all the teams are going to be coming in close to one another, and it does seem like Gatka could be where this action might end again. The votes for T2K are not over as in comes StalwartFlex. Rated taking down one, almost getting the knock on Johnny as well, but it's not going to be enough as Johnny is going to put him in the ground and the revive shall come through.
I mean, props to, you know, StalwartFlex. The way these guys have been playing inside week 2, wow, it's just been phenomenal to witness these guys, you know, absolutely pop off inside the week 2. But again, now StalwartFlex being from the Pakistani region, and the rest of the Pakistani teams are, you know, looking quite stumbly. And StalwartFlex certainly, somewhere down the line, doing an absolute phenomenal job.
I mean, if you talk about nationalities and all that, of course, they have been carrying the torch forward as far as Pakistan goes. But again, this is a team game and anything can happen. Mind you, we still have another week left for them to make it or break it. So, you know, it isn't too late for anyone. But now the circle is going to shift, implode in on itself just a little bit. We are still down towards the southwest. Looks like we might see a Primorsk or Quarry or a Ferry Pair circle once again. Not that I'm complaining, I love all the action, but I do want to see some action on the military base. Unfortunately, doesn't seem like my wish is going to come true this time. Now, have a look at high voltage. This is what happens. You know, now we have a number of compounds scattered in and around Gatka, and of course, first come, first serve. It's as simple as that. So expect a lot of vehicular manslaughter as A1 Esports are going to be first to this compound, which is currently occupied by one man from T2K, and that is blah, blah, blah. The question is, can the Count hold himself against them? Well, the answer is no.
Well, I mean, T2K was looking off sync since the start. So, you know, the way these guys were separated out from the pack and from each other, of course, not really showing up inside this game. So T2K off to a real bad start, getting eliminated in those early offs. Now, the fact inside over here is that Deadeyes, of course, do have DRS on the back, racking, following their footsteps. And the fight might be panning out anytime soon. Of course, Suyokser might get caught off guard, but Nima has probably spotted him, going to be getting outside the vehicle as well. They do not want to clash directly in, so Nima probably stopped his vehicle. Maybe, you know, he was thinking that he will probably be able to find a knock onto him, but doesn't really seem like that's going to be the case, as Deadeyes are going to be getting away from DRS quite safely.
You know, you got to keep one thing in mind. The new meta basically shows us that, you know, everyone must have their own vehicles, because A, it's not just to get about on the map. You want that cover in the later stages of the game. So, you know, you can't really, once you stop and you start shooting, yes, you might get a few shots off, but you're a stationary target yourself. So it's a little give and take that we've got to talk about. And have a look at DRS's rotation. They are not taking any chances going all the way from the north, in fact, which is pretty much uncontested property. So I think that is the right call as far as that team goes. Now, however, if the circle shifts further down south, I mean, they're going to have to go through a lot of bodies.
I mean, take a look at Venom Legends, you know, already positioned themselves inside Miramar, so maybe they think that the circle will probably pan out, just like in the past it did. And, of course, a hard shift might be the case, but it's quite questionable, you know. I don't really feel like the circle would probably be hard shifting. I really feel like the circle might favor the Quarry side. But again, A1 Esports squatting down the players of Deadeyes. Shots being exchanged from both the sides. No shots will be connected. As Deadeyes, of course, their position has been compromised. A1 trying their best to find the opening. But again, now these guys are, you know, pinning down each other in those similar compounds.
Absolutely, and you want to realize one thing, they don't have to move anywhere as of right now. Now, of course, when the next circle shifts, we'll have to see whether anyone's going to have to basically leave their fortification. Now, Deadeyes Guys, if you had a look, they were high up on that mountain, and of course, just south of them is A1 Esports. North of them, we do have high voltage, but again, they're at the tippity top of a mountain, so basically, right now, they need to hold down their position and not give it up. But any second, the circle is going to implode in on itself. The question is, are we going to have a big switcheroo? Yes, we do. Oh. There you have it. We are going down south, and it looks like StalwartFlex and Venom Legends kind of knew this was coming.
The hard shift again. We see the circular strike. And now DRS will have to make a long rotation, as we did mention. And getting punished for making that too long rotation inside the circle. But take a look at the airdrop 2. It's going to be Groza. In the past, we did see, Deadeye Shifu Sir doing a lot of damage with the Groza. Will they be going for that again?
And, I mean, I don't know if they're going to go for it, but somebody definitely should, because when you are in those CQB situations, oh my goodness, you want that weapon in your hands. That high rate of fire will just decimate your opponents. And wait a second, that buggy is possessed by the devil himself. But Memo was like, you know what, I'm just going to step out, let it just wander off and gets back in. We don't want a repeat of the buggy flips from the last game.
I mean, yeah, certainly you did learn from the mistakes that others made. But again, F4 Wolverine making quite a bold rotation right in the open, and it seems like the entire squad of F4 will be making that, as Wolverine has made it to safety finally, but his position has been compromised and given away, and even Skylight Gaming taking a lot of shots. It's going to be bad drift, putting down a lot of lead, but doesn't really seem like any shots are going to be connecting. We are seeing a lot of teams missing a lot of shots onto those vehicles that are making the rotation inside.
You just got to remember, you have to lead your shots, because against moving targets, well, of course, that is a joke, because these guys are professional players and they know a lot better than I do. But it looks like Deadeyes Guys are picking a fight with F4. They are exchanging a few knocks. Seox is going to finish off Wolverine, as we have a little bit of a stalemate up over here. A1 Esports Dante has an idea with the enemy from high voltages, but it's a good decision. He's not taking the shot yet, because he obviously wants to make sure his teammates are aware of the situation. Now again, with A1 Esports, they are high up on that mountain, because at one end, they've got Seal 9, and at the other, you have high voltage. And we've kind of seen one thing that, as soon as shots are fired, as soon as people are aware there's a fight taking place nearby, everyone keeps an eye out on the kill feed. And if they think that, maybe they're a bit depleted, maybe they're low on numbers, they'll go in, not just for the kills, but to take all that precious loot that they leave behind.
Of course, loot is going to be a massive factor, but just take a look at how many teams are going to be in those nearby vicinities and are on the shore. Of course, being on the shore, you're not going to be provided with a lot of cover, and Deadeyes getting in massive water trouble, taking a lot of shots from StalwartFlex. But again, F4 Woltrix is quite safe right there, not really making any sound. Doesn't really want to give his position away, because of course he does know if his position gets compromised, that's going to be it for him, because Deadeyes are in the nearby phrases.
Talk about compromising your positions. You don't really want to be getting in the driver's seat of a vehicle at that point, because of course, 150, 160 meters out, if you have a good sound sense, which I'm pretty sure everyone in this game does, you are going to be spotted out. But right now, Steel Shot does see some movement in the distance, and it looks like DRS Gaming have made it in towards the lower southern ends. And I'm having a look at the circle right now, and I am losing my mind. There you have it. We have a little bit of a shift due east, which means, well, we were talking about A1 Esports' position. It is going to be hotly contested, because we're north of the ferry pair, and mind you, it's the only high ground that's left in that particular zone.
I mean, we are seeing a lot of hard shifts from the circle, and again, Team F4 getting knocked down. And now they weren't really able to show up initially, as DRS Galton has spotted down Ditron and finally taken him down, as well as Nightwing is making the rotation in open as well. But doesn't really seem like his position will be compromised. But Crypto taking down a player of Future Station. And finally, they seem like they are making pretty risky rotations as well, but Crypto doesn't really seem like he will be finding anyone else though, as StalwartFlex off to a dominating start inside those late game circle as well. But now Venom Legends on the shores. Of course, I did mention you do not really have a lot of cover for yourself, and certainly somewhere down line they are struggling a lot much more as well. But Nightwing from the backlines is doing a lot of work, already taking down Galzen from DRS. Now DRS did a quite phenomenal rotation inside the circle as well. The way we did guess that they would be having a hard time rotating inside, but they made it look quite easy.
It did look easy, but looks like things are getting a bit tricky for them as 7C are going to be going up on their position. In fact, a couple of them are going to be knocked out. They are trying to give it their best, but I doubt it is going to be enough as the remaining two members from DRS have moved out. And of course, those members are Nima and Mafia Ninja. You know, sometimes you got to run away to basically fight another day. But I like the fact that we have so much of beach action. Literally kind of reminds me of Normandy, especially with all the little clutter just scattered all around, as Mafia Ninja is still going to be in the line of fire. However, this time it's the boys from R3D Esports. Again, we were talking about the Pakistani teams early on. They haven't had the best of outings so far, but we know they are such a capable team.
Yeah, StalwartFlex, of course, you did mention they're carrying the torch forward. Now, 7C, of course, making those rotations inside the circle as well. But now, Skylight Gaming, Leon is going to be in those nearby phases as 7C are quite close to them. Now, StalwartFlex, we do know that this team is on a tear as they spot anyone down, they'll probably be taken down because they're hungry for blood. And even Future Station, Gremlin Storm are on those shores, don't really have a lot of compounds for themselves.
Talking about hungry for blood, I just noticed something now. We are seeing R3D kind of give DRS a little bit of a chase for their money, in fact. But I saw Hungry Box trying to come in with the blue zone. Deadeyes Guys, Lost Hope, still alive and kicking. But the question is, can he survive all these teams in front of him? In fact, he picks a few shots and down goes Nima, courtesy of Hungry Box. There you go. He's going to confirm the kill on our screens again. From out the blue, he is raining down lead inside the circle, and finally he does get taken out. But kudos to him for going out with the kill to his name.
Exactly, doing a lot of work from those backlines as R3D are getting contested down from the players of High Voltage, of course, spotting them down. But now, those nades are lobbed in, but doesn't really seem like any knockdowns will be found.
I beg your pardon. I kind of just made a little bit of a mistake. Deadeyes Guys are not out. Only Hungry Box is out right now because he was separated from his teammates by such a vast distance. Deadeyes Guys right now are sitting in probably the best position, and just as I say that changes, that the circle moves just a bit up north as High Voltage are going to be applying the pressure on R3D Esports. Of course, Edgar down on his knees on the right. Cooney has an idea where Anubis is. But the thing is, A1 Esports are nearby as well. Now remember, A1 Esports still inside the circle could potentially gatekeep these teams out. So I like the fact that HV, High Voltage, are making the decision not to pick a fight with R3D right now and give their position away. In fact, they're going to be sneaking in on A1 Esports, trying to basically surprise them.
Exactly. The circle shift is going to be quite upsetting for a lot of teams, as Deadeyes, of course, left out on it. C9 going to be keeping them on the bay as the fight is panning down between the players of Venom Legends and 7C. Rick doing a lot of damage, and finally Nightwing going down, and that's going to be Venom Legends getting eliminated. 7C doing a phenomenal job keeping them on their toes, and Nemo moved away from his teammate, and wow, I mean, he actually just threw it.
I mean, it does happen once in a while. You know, the nerves can get a bit tricky and your hands can get a little shaky, but that is part and parcel of this game as we are now down to the final 8 teams. Of course, Venom Legends, valiant effort by the boys out in the 11th position with a massive 8 kills to their names. That means they are going to be amassing a total of 9 points from this round, which is, again, a wonderful, wonderful job. DRS Gaming finally scumming. They had the right idea. They were rotating well, but again, they were just caught in transition and they have been wiped out. Future Station, of course, getting knocked out in the 9th position. Sans any kills. That is definitely going to hurt. But now, we were talking about High Voltage taking on the fight against A1 Esports. Ooh, Dante, your head is going to be seen, and the shot does come in. However, the level 3 helmet saves his life.
Of course, it does. Barely surviving it as well inside the watchtower. But A1 Esports doing a phenomenal job overall, holding High Voltage off the circle as well. High Voltage do need to make the rotation inside the circle, but seems like Cooney is going to be in those backlines, making the rotation from the Dacian. This might be quite hurtful for A1 Esports if they're not going to be taking him down, but finally the opening has been found. High Voltage in a massive water trouble.
This is the perfect opportunity for R3D to kind of move in as well and backstab High Voltage as they are going to be engaged with A1 Esports, but they got to be careful because nearby 1952 is lying in wait.
Exactly, but now again, A1 Esports doing a fantastic job. High Voltage in a massive water trouble, as I did already mention. Assassin finding an opening, and that's going to be enough to boost his confidence up to Cloud 9. And again, High Voltage doing a fantastic job Now, again, High Voltage do need to make the rotation inside the circle as well. The initial position they have is quite uncomfortable. A1 Esports being the wall, and the wall needs to be broken. Now, High Voltage are trying their best to keep them on their toes, but again, A1 Esports, we do know this is one of the best teams, and certainly not going to be that easy, but that nade is going to be making it look easy, but barely going down as well.
Let me tell you one thing, Assassin is surely becoming one of my favorite players. The way these guys are moving forward, inching their way closer to A1, pushing them out of their own little hole, as there you have it. Extreme is going to go up on the right flank, followed by Cooney. Shots are going to be fired. Sinister has been spotted out. Dante is just a little bit behind, but have a look at Assassin's position. He is in a perfect spot to give that little bit of a flank as Dante, there you have it, gets taken down. And with that, A1 Esports have been wiped off the face of Erangel in clinical fashion. 1 kill to their name, as now the fight still continues on the other end, this time between Seal9 and StalwartFlex.
What a tactical approach from High Voltage. Wow, this is what I exactly love about this team. They always think out their steps, and certainly somewhere down the line, that stuff is going to be paying it off inside that fight. Now again, 1952 in a massive water trouble, and so is High Voltage. They will need to make the rotation inside the circle because Seal9 are going to be the guardians with StalwartFlex. Now StalwartFlex do have a massive casualty on their name, but the res will be there as the smokes are being popped, and 1952 in a massive water trouble, making those open rotations.
What I'm worried about right now is, have a look at Seal9. They know 952 is coming towards them, but StalwartFlex can capitalize on the situation and start pinning them down from the left flank, of course on the left of your screen. Have a look at their position right now. You saw them on the right. Entry, he can see your weapon. He moved in the nick of time. Little did he know death was staring right at him.
Exactly, but now again, High Voltage made that risky rotation in, and 1952 entry being in those nearby phrases. That nade can't do a lot. But was it a nade or was it a smoke?
It's still going to go off.
Oh, there we go.
Well, the thing is that Buggy took the brunt of that grenade as Uzum finds himself getting knocked down courtesy of Seal9's Inky. Now, Seal9's Inky, all that SEAL training coming in effect. He knows where the enemy is. He's going to go in close, but the grenade was almost enough to basically put him in the ground. Johnny's work is definitely cut out as he is going to be facing 4 guns towards him any second now. But I like the way that High Voltage, they realize all this commotion is happening. They aren't shooting. They're deploying the smokes and getting closer and closer.
Even Seal9 having a pretty dominating start inside the late game circle, but Inky going down, and that's going to be putting down a lot of pressure onto them as well. But the smoke grenades are there to provide that essential cover. High Voltage taking a lot of shots. The lead has been spammed onto the direction of StalwartFlex, but doesn't seem like any of them are going to be compromised. But finally, StalwartFlex in a massive water trouble. That's going to be Johnny as a casualty going down. But Uzum and Crypto are still on their feet. But Crypto is in a massive water trouble as well, as his HP is down low as well. Cooney has spotted Uzum down, and that's going to be enough. The little glimpse of his body is going to be enough, but no.
He ran out of bullets at the wrong time. Had he had a couple of more bullets, maybe we could have seen a knock over there, as now Monkey is going to move in. They've got to take the fight with one of these teams, otherwise they are literally going to get pinched in. It does look like a little bit of respite might be over here for all the teams. We have a ceasefire of sorts, and just as I say that, Johnny is going to be taken down courtesy of Cloud. Now, High Voltage, let me tell you one thing. You said it before, I'm going to repeat it. These guys are surprising me. They are playing in such pristine clinical fashion, as I like calling it. But I like the fact that now, you know, every team has been given a little bit of a chance to revive themselves, and we go at it again. I love it.
I mean, High Voltage just makes it look so easy, the way these guys make those plays happen. But certainly, again, Seal9, they do have quite a better position for themselves, as they are probably going to be in the center of the circle.
Monkey at this point needs to make sure his right flank is secure. As you have a look, one of the members from High Voltage is going to peel off. In fact, I would not mind going out in the blue and coming back in again, because you have all these buildings, all these little ridges for cover. Extreme has that idea in his mind. The question is, do Seal9 know that that could be a possibility? Because StalwartFlex, of course, are going to be nearby as well, as Roy is going to knock out Uzum. That could be problematic because they are all going to be clumped behind one tree, and one good grenade could be decimating.
And exactly, that was the opening they were trying to find, but Roy down to such low HP as well. And the res will probably be quite tough to get onto Uzum, as he's bleeding out pretty fast. And Seal9 again doing a fantastic job, but Cooney has already went down in the process as well. But the smokes will be there to get the res onto him, as High Voltage are doing a fantastic job in overall challenging the fight against Seal9 as well, and even StalwartFlex. But for now, Seal9, they are looking quite good with the way these guys have positioned themselves. And another opening will be found, and that's going to be StalwartFlex down to just one last man, and it's going to be Crypto.
It is going to be Crypto, but right now Assassin is in a lovely position to kind of cast them off guard. The question is, where is the next circle going to go? Because I like the fact that they're not really taking any chances. High Voltage is playing smart because they realize they are going to go up against Seal9. And well, Seal9 have definitely proved their mettle in this week of league play. Now, Crypto again, we've seen it before. Could he be the jack of all trades? Could he be that wild card just who comes in from behind and seals the deal? But, well, speculation aside, we're going to have to wait for a second. On paper, it looks like everything is in High Voltage's favor. They have the man advantage. And as for right now, they do have the zone to themselves.
So for now, it's just a stare-down competition between all these teams. But there are only these last 3 teams alive with 8 men in total. Of course, High Voltage having the maximum chances of winning this game as they have the man advantage.
Let me point something out. Assassin is the first man in the line of fire, right? Have a look at that staggered formation. Cooney is just behind him because if he misses something, he's going to make sure his left flank is secure. This is something that I've kind of noticed over the course of this PMPL Season 3, of course, and this is the new meta that is popping up, and it looks like a lot of them have been getting some trading done, but now Crypto is going to be near a member of HV as well. The question is, what is he going to do? He's leaving all his stuff, making sure he just has the bare essentials, just those 2 first aid kits, because if he does get spotted out, it is game over. But Extreme, like a snake, crawling behind his prey, is going to be moving closer. Roy, however, does get a knock on Assassin, which means S9 could be Ooh, Crypto spots out Extreme. There you go. Little does he know, Seal9 have an angel on their sides.
Exactly. Now High Voltage is off to a real bad start inside the fight. Of course, Seal9 do have a casualty as well, as it's going to be Munki going down. But again, StalwartFlex finally getting eliminated. Now it's just down to these 2 last teams. High Voltage Assassin has been taken down as well. The kill will be confirmed, but Cooney and Cloud, of course, the 2 last men standing for them, as even Seal9, they are in a massive water trouble because it's just a 2-on-2. The situation is looking pretty equal on both the sides. Roy taking a lot of shots, but not going to be able to connect any, though.
You got to keep one thing in mind. Utilities are pretty much non-existent right now, so don't expect a few grenades to come in, which, well, they could. But now Cooney has to be a little bit careful. Seal9 do have to move in. There you have it. A few shots are going to be taken. Cooney moves out in the nick of time. Smoke grenades are going to be deployed, and this is when High Voltage is going to be coming in. But the fact that Seal9 have that one-man advantage is something that kind of tips the scales in their order. And I love the way Cloud is moving on that right rotation, trying to get that flank.
Exactly. Now, a beautiful positioning coming in from Cloud there as well, but finally his position has been compromised as he did take a little bit of shots onto Munki, but Munki is down with such low HP as well. Seal9 in a massive amount of trouble. The tables are turning into favor of High Voltage, and anything can happen at this point in time. Cloud doing a fantastic job keeping Seal9 on their feet, but that's going to be Seal9 doing a fantastic job overall compromising onto the squad of High Voltage, and wow, what a play.
What a play, and indeed, I love the fact that they do win, smiles all around. I love the humility as well that the boys are going to showcase. But again, this week, definitely, this league week 2 has been Seal9's. I mean, they do seal the deal finally on the last game. I'm sorry for that. I know that's a little bit lame, but again, what a wonderful way to win the game. The aggression that these boys have shown is just phenomenal.
They have been one of the most consistent team inside week 2, and this is what we like to see. In week 1, you know, the path was looking quite stumbling. They weren't really doing good.
I mean, we did kind of mention that, you know, maybe Seal and Seal9 have a freaky fighting situation, but again, that is just speculation. But again, who is going to go through and which 4 teams are going to be left behind? We're going to find out really soon. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run.
and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We just got done with our Week 2 of the league plays, and boy oh boy, it has been a sensational turn of events from the entirety of the lobby is what I would say. But along with that, it is of course a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag Wook up your fun. I'm your host Brother. Let's move on to the analysts and find out what do they think about this final game.
Oh, well, after this final games, a lot of things are going to be put to question. I mean, and some questions are going to be answered. I mean, because there's one team that we know has made it, another one which is now again the coin flip is going to be there.
So true, mate. So
Let's
true.
not
But before
reveal
we
it,
talk
right?
about
Let's not
that,
reveal it,
before we move on to that, let's have a look at the most valuable player coming in, and that's going to be from Seal9, Munkei, and boy oh boy, 1001 damage coming in from this lad with 4 kills.
And 3 assists. That is definitely one of the things that we have to consider. And Team Seal9 again bagging another chicken dinner, so 2 this time for them. And not a lot of teams have managed to secure that 2 mark, considering how the level of competition has increased. And Seal9, after that small performance in the first week, they really picked themselves up together and finally are delivering. And again, another chicken, good enough.
Yeah, it's going to be more than good enough, because Seal9, I mean, look at the week that they have had. A good recovery, a good sort of redemption arc coming in from this team based off sort of how the first week went for them.
True.
We were wondering what has happened to this team, why aren't they able to perform? They did really well during the PMCO, they are veterans of their region, have been playing for a really long time. Well, week 2, it just feels like they needed some time to get used to the level of like the play style of the teams that they were up against, and now they're used to it.
Absolutely, mate. Because again, I mean, you're talking about top-notch plays coming in from the entirety of the lobby, and that, of course, will imply the top players coming in as well from the entirety of the lobby. And that, well, right now, talking about just this game, wow, S9, Seal9 dominated.
But you have to give credits to Crypto as to how he held himself up in those final circles. And I think this chicken dinner was sort of heading towards the ways of high voltage had Crypto not gotten that knock. And just to follow that up, he also took down one of the players of Seal9 over there. So he did make a lot of ruckus and did go down though, but he went down valiantly.
Absolutely, one-man squad played down to perfection.
Exactly, and I mean, it was an amazing performance. But like, not just Crypto, I have to say StalwartFlex in general did really well this game. I mean, Crypto did dish out a lot of damage. He has, we only see the kills over there, just 2 kills, but I'm pretty sure he has a lot of assists because StalwartFlex, they have a lot of kills.
Exactly, because again, when you talk about StalwartFlex, they have very had a consistent play throughout, not just today. I mean, combine the entirety of it, it is looking really strong. But with that, let's move on to the match rank and find out. Of course, we know who the chicken dinner winners are, but what did the other teams fare up as?
You know, to be honest, I'm gonna feel bad for High Voltage. Made a lot of mistakes during those final circles. Could have done probably better coming out in the second spot, which could have been potentially the first place. But yes, 1952, we've got to talk about this team finally making it to the top 4 this time around. 4 kills, 8 position points. I think this is gonna help them qualify.
I agree with that. I think we are going to find out. But what about R3 Esports? They just have 6 points in this match. So a few hearts are going to be shattered after we do see the overall standings. Like, that's going to take a while. But for now, on the second page of the standings, we have Future Station on the 14th position, which is 1 point to their name.
Okay.
They needed this game so bad in order to qualify. And, well,
it's up in the air for now.
Yeah, again.
I mean, there certainly is, because all you can do is just keep that speculation in mind that what were the points earlier, what exactly did it fall back on to, and eventually that will be, of course, showcased through the overall rankings. But before we talk about that, let's go through the zone analysis, where, of course, the rotations factor in, and those late rotations as well as the early ones. Which team was able to make it this time?
Right, so this was an interesting game if you talk about it overall. I mean, did not expect those weird sudden shifts coming in, and then again the off throw is going to happen where we did see a lot of teams get into trouble where they tried to use those vehicles to rotate.
Because you've got those terrains which is really hard to traverse around, right? Considering these kind of circles, if you have it and if a team has a good positioning, then you're good to go. But this is where the shift happened, completely going towards the eastern side.
Also, I think the biggest challenge in a circle like this is, so you see this road, right?
Yeah.
Just on the northern side of that road, you have these hills, the ridges that are going, and you go on the other side, there's open land. Those ridges are the most troublesome places to be at, and I think all these teams, 1952, R3D, the teams on that side of the road, they found that out the hard way.
Yeah, completely being wiped out. But you know, I really want to bring our attention to the fight, the final fight that we had. When C9 sort of unintentionally helped the players of High Voltage with those smokes. Now, considering they threw that sort of created a moment where, you know, Kunik did actually go in for the flank, and I really thought that this might be it, but he really wet the bed over there. You know, missing out on those shots, could have done way better.
Yeah. I mean, the possibility was there.
The possibility was there, because again, I mean, you look at the stats, 4v2 sort of a situation with that sort of, again, I mean, that is just one of those moments. There have been so many throughout the game. Let's combine them through our open moments.
Hey, you know, we've seen Jiggle doing that. I mean,
that's true.
And now at a stage like this, clutches sort of have become an everyday routine for all these players. And you know, the angle that he had 3 players in his radar. All he needed to do was keep his horses calm, and really failing to do so, and will of course raise a few questions. And I'm pretty sure he has figured out that it was a small mistake that did cost him the chicken. But C9, I mean, you've got to give it to the zone again, right?
Yeah.
Eastern Shift completely favoring them. They had nobody behind their back, and yeah, just played out the circle, and did also get those level 3 helmets and vests towards the end.
Exactly, but I mean, you have to give them the credit for that as well, because we have seen time and time again that even when the circle favors a team, they do tend to mess up. So the advantage that is being handed out to you by the game, you need to make sure that you utilize it perfectly. That was a lovely, lovely shot right there, and like there was the helmet that protected the lad, but still, I mean, you take a hit like that, you're gonna be scared to peek the same position again.
Indeed, you will be. But look at how C9 is sort of controlling the zone over here. Now, they've got their players well spread out. Now, Extreme did get caught off guard by Crypto. Now, he'll follow it up with another knock. And after that, he goes falling down. But this is where Cloud did have the cover of the smoke. And he should have just been patiently waiting it out. Maybe let the other players just fight it out. And once entire attention of the players of C9 were towards him, that is where he could have struck from the shadows and could have got a knock or two.
Exactly. Plus, there was one thing that could have been a blunder, like the smoke that was thrown out close to the airdrop. That allowed Cloud to sort of get into a flank. Had they coordinated and gone for a sort of a split attack right there, things could have gotten worse, because we saw C9 sort of hesitate in that final assault.
Absolutely did, mate. But again, I mean, you move on that conversation towards the damage graph. I mean, this again is dominated by only 3 select teams, I would say.
Oh yeah,
wow,
just 3 teams.
Yep.
4. Let's make that 4. Venom Legends, they have over
right.
1,000 as well. We'll give them that.
I think this has been the week of resurrection of Venom Legends. The
Perfectly.
old Venom Legends that we are sort of accustomed to see them in the past. They messed up in a few tournaments, but right now they're looking solid. Now heading into the Super Weekend, this is where things are going to get interesting. All these teams that were in the bottom half of the table are finally starting to step up, and the teams that were doing pretty well are starting to crumble down. So now I think this is the week that will sort of make things even, and the masala that we were expecting is gonna get even more spicy.
Absolutely will, mate, because again, I mean, every single time we step into the league plays, the entire 2-day affair will always result down to who are the top 16 teams that are going to be part of that Super Weekend awesomeness. And this time around, well, let's move on to the overall ranking and find out what are those top 16 teams that, of course, will be a part of the second Super Weekend. Now, again, for those of us who have done our math right, we do believe INES ought to be a part of it. Alongside that, again, the conversation could be brought down towards, well, Future Station was almost at the verge.
Let's find out.
Will they make it or not?
Let's find out. Well, so we know a couple of lads that make it, but hey, C9 sitting on the first position. They qualify as the table toppers for the second Super Weekend. That is a good place to see this team.
A game changer.
Yeah.
I mean, they sort of channeled in the kind of a killing prowess into, and also those positioning points from their compatriots. That's of course going to be Seal. But DRS Gaming, this is again DRS finally stepping up to the occasion. A good amount of positioning points shows how well proficient they are in terms of their positioning. But
but it's an ouch moment.
Oh, yeah. But hey, kudos to 1952. They make it. So 1952 and XB Blood Legion are going to be playing their first. And INES. Alright, so XB Blood Legion has already played. 1952 INES is going to be there. They're going to be playing their Super Weekend this time. Future Station again sitting out.
Well, sad turn of events indeed, because again, I mean, as Fix has just mentioned, right, you're looking at Seal9 top in the charts. On the other side, you're looking at Seal Esports just at the bottom of that totem pole, and that's just completely went on sideways based on the energies that both these teams share. But eventually, again, some teams win, some teams lose, but alongside all of that, I mean, you do have to bring in that luck factor that favored INES, because they had already played the games. They were out for the past 2 games, and the way the lobby played it out, it just kind of worked in their favor.
Had R3D gone, stayed alive for a few more moments, oh boy, it would have been trouble.
You know, this sort of breaks me apart because, you know, this is the future station that was at the time in the glory days. They were in the pinnacle of the Bangladeshi region of PUBG Mobile, and looking at those great players. I mean, a lot of players in this lobby have been looking at them, you know, as their idols, and watching them being so dead bottom and again missing out. This is pretty much done. I mean, you've got 1 week more and everything sort of is not working out. You've got the players, the aggression, Kapshi. I mean, who else do you need? You've got
I don't know, but see, here's the interesting thing. Out of the 4 teams that missed out on the first Super Weekend, we have 1 team that's going to be the second time offender, if you will. Future Station, the only team that's going to be staying behind. Other than that, Seal Esports, let's talk about them. They are sitting at the top right there in the Super Weekend standing, so they are in a comfortable position. The other teams along with them, F4, they are on the second half of the standing, so they might be in trouble, but R3D, they have a good standing.
They certainly do.
Exactly. And Seal9, from being eliminated 1 week, almost dead last, to sitting on the extreme opposite of the leaderboard. Wow.
Absolutely, because again, I mean, you talk about Seal9, right? We're looking at week 1 performance compared to the week 2 performance, and it's just a complete different sideway game coming in from Seal9. It's as if it's not even the same team.
I mean, almost 4 times extra points earned this time around in terms of how they've been playing. So look at the damage dealt. So this is where I would like to shed the light upon, because now this is a team, this time they knew that, you know, just hiding away in fear, trying to go in for those positioning points are not going to be working out in this particular meta. So they went in for the kills. They did put their bodies online. Damage received does implicate that. But looking at those 2 chicken dinners, I think they were smart in their approach and really progressive. As a result, they are finally the table toppers.
Aggressive, on point, just ludicrous play coming in from this team, and that, of course, is showcased by their graph right here.
Exactly. Look at that. So the first 8 games were week 1, and then 9 to 16, I believe, is week 2's league play days. And look at that pickup. Oh my lord. And I mean, so they have 2 chicken dinners. All right, that's like good to have in your side, but what was that? 25 turns into 104.
That's the kind of a stock that you would really want to gamble in for, and you'll turn out as a millionaire. And that is what Seal9 have displayed this week. You know, a lot of people might have questioned, you know, being from Mongolia, you're supposed to be dominating, and then, you know, not playing in the first Super Weekend, missing out completely, sort of woke them up. And this is where they needed to know, and this is where they knew that if they are not doing it this time, then it's basically done for. And this is a perfect example that they have set as to hard work can take you places, not just from...
And in that access, when it comes to that hard work, every single time, all these players, all they need to showcase is the damage. Every single game, the damage is what will make a difference. And with that, we've got a start set up right here where we're looking at the overall leaders by damage given. And this time around, of course, there's no 2 ways about it. Zeus, Zeol will be there.
I mean, they have the highest kill in their leaderboard.
Yeah,
so
I mean, Assassin's going to feel bad though. Assassin was part of that first totem pole for the longest time. But again, I mean, Zeus has just been on point on that aggressive stance since the start, actually.
Yeah, right from the first week, we've been seeing this lad dominate, and well, Godless is not far behind, but Assassin, I must say that he's one of the players that has improved a lot in terms of his potential, in terms of how he frags, how he controls situation, even his survival instincts. So he's a complete package. This is the exact kind of a player that you would want to have in your squad.
And hey, Mamel, we have Joker from Skylight Gaming on the 10th position as well.
Exactly, and I mean, Snipe from Carnage coming in right there with 12 headshots. I mean, just, you know, that's just perfect name that he's chosen for himself, because you have a name like Snipe, you better be able to get those headshots. And again, I mean, that was a big difference compared to the entirety of the affair that we saw from the top 8 players coming in with the damage. But boy, oh boy, I mean, dudes, exactly what we had spoken about. Week 1 compared to week 2 is going to be a complete different affair, and that's what we have. With that, of course, we've got the day summary where we start off with the damage. 7,801 damage given away from Seal 9 and 36 kills taken away with that.
In a day. 36 kills in a day by this team. That is just incredible to see. Knockouts 41. And Venom Legends, well, they go with the damage received and heals.
Yep. So I think this was the same case with Venom Legends last time around as well. And now Venom Legends, this has been a team that was sort of struggling in the first week. Finally, that kind of a pace that you would want to pick up, and the kind of an expectation that we had from the squad before the start of the PMPL, that they would absolutely dominate, and they're certainly rising up to the occasion. With this kind of a performance, if they sort of try to continue this momentum, I think in the Super Weekend, we might see them in the top 3.
We should be able to, because again, when you talk about the entirety of the lobby, right? Now we know the 16 teams that are going to be part of it. It is sad that Future Station is not going to be able to take part, but again, bring this dominating play coming in from Seal 9 towards the question that, alright, well, they've gotten 2 chicken dinners working for them, but as they step into the Super Weekend, you're going to be looking at a team with 0 points starting that.
3 teams.
Yep.
3 teams with 0 points starting out.
You've got INES in there, you've got, of course, Seal 9 in there,
Seal 9.
and yes. That's a tough affair, and that to go against Seal Esports that already crossed the 200 mark.
Exactly. So here's another interesting thing. As you said, 3 teams with 0 points. How far are they going to climb up?
Right.
How low is Seal Esports going to drop?
Sheesh. This is going to be a tough question. This is going to be a really, really interesting question, because again, this is where the predictions come in, and for you guys sitting back at home, this is your moment. Just hashtag PMPL SA and let us know, who do you think is going to be getting those 1, 2, 3, 4 chicken dinners based on the 3-day affair of the Super Weekend. But boys, I mean, this has been just a ludicrous day when it comes to the league plays. Just the kind of domination that we wanted to see from the entirety of the lobby. With that, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I've been your host, joined in with the amazing panel. That is, of course, Pain Fixers, joined in with iSupersony. We'll join you guys on Friday with second wonderful Super Weekend of the PMPL South Asia. Until then, take care. Sayonara.